Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday. Joining me this evening is Andrew from Dragon Fist. The link is in the video description, so feel free to go check him out. Like, subscribe, share. Are you live streaming, by the way? I didn't ask you backstage.
Tonight I'm not, but soon we're going to be. Very soon.
Oh, fair enough. Well, feel free to copy and drop this one up on your end, and everyone go send your love and support. This evening, Andrew's ready to take on all of our lefties. He's ready to battle it out, duke it out, because his claim is that political violence is coming almost exclusively from the left. I love the almost, because it leaves room for just some mild error in there, that there might be some on the right. But lay it on me, Andrew. Why is it all coming from the left? Why do you make this claim?
Well, where do we start? We could talk about just what we see. We could talk about either what we see from like a on the street approach, where it's like firebombing cars or looting, or you can go back to the Summer of Love, BLM protests, recently with Charlie Kirk. So just you can't really name anything. I mean, the Christian churches, I would consider the Christian schools that get shot up. I would consider that left-wing attacks if you're shooting up a Christian church. The problem is sometimes they don't include those in the stats.
Okay.
But this is just on the street. It also comes down to what policies they put forward that allow the crime to thrive in certain communities. So it's like an every angle attack. Where do you want to start first?
Let's start because I know you're kind of excluding but including the churches, but I do think that's a good starting point, since it's yes, but it's no. So let's go ahead and drop that one out of the way and get through it. Why would it be the churches are a left violence? Is it exclusively leftist, or is it atheist, or is it church on church violence kind of thing? Tell me about it.
So quite often, it is the case with these school shooters that they went to these Christian schools, and they were often, they were ostracized. A lot of them are non-binary. A lot of them end up being trans. We see it in their manifestos. They don't like to let that come out. Even the Charlie Kirk shooter, right? He had a trans boyfriend. So it's like something in that neighborhood, which I would consider ideological. Like, that's clearly ideological. If that's not, then I don't know what would be considered left-wing violence. If that's not left-wing violence, a trans shooter on a school, a Christian school.
Have we looked into the people who are doing this, like their reasoning? Why are they saying exclusively it's because it's a church, or exclusively I had a bad experience there, or exclusively I just hate these people because they spit at me once?
Yeah, so there's always different reasons, and the media, this is another problem with it, is the media doesn't like to if the story isn't following their narrative to the T, it's very hard to get details, because immediately this is another thing that the left does. They don't mind the violence because immediately they're just going to claim that it's the right committing it. So no matter what it is, it's just they're going to automatically put it on them. So it's hard to know. But when we see I have a few examples. There was the Abundant Life Christian school shooting, the Miracle Catholic school shooting, the Waukesha Christmas parade massacre. So like over and over, and there's a lot more from specifically Christian schools, and they're almost never, like I said, classified as left-wing violence. But if you're attacking a clearly right-wing institution, I mean, to me, I would consider, then what is left-wing violence if that's not left-wing violence? If we want, and even if we excluded that, I would grant that. Still, it's the far overwhelming amount of violence comes from the left. Like if you look even just in recent history, you could say the Lee Zeldin stabbing, the Butler, PA attempt on Trump, burning down cities, like I said, with George Floyd, the second Trump International West Palm Beach attack, Charlie Kirk. Even if you go back further to like people that stood up to the left, JFK, RFK, if you want to go back even further, Abraham Lincoln stood up to the Democrats, they killed him. So it's like, who else is there? Like who else has been politically assassinated by the right? Like it almost never happens. And they're going to take the very small examples. Like I said, they look for them. So they're going to take the January 6th or the George Floyd, and they're going to run with that in order to enforce their like anti-gun policies, and we'll get to that. That's also part of it.
Now, George Floyd, I thought that was like a kind of one-on-one, more on the police brutality type of field. But did they have protests for that one too?
Yeah. So if you remember during COVID, everyone was locked down, but they were specifically like the left-wing mayors and in these cities were promoting them, allowing them to go out, and everyone was boarding up. And that's another point that's clearly visible to anybody is like when Charlie Kirk got shot, no cities boarded up their stores, right? When something happens on the other side, they know. I didn't see any. I didn't see anyone expecting looting. I didn't see anyone expecting rioting, and there wasn't any. There was like peaceful prayer vigils. So, but on the other side, if something happens to a George Floyd type figure, it's like they're burning cities, they're burning police stations. So I just don't. I don't even know. I know I said almost exclusively, but really, I can't think of any examples in recent history of political violence coming from the right. I'm sure there are some. Nothing's absolute, but
okay, because we would consider police brutality to be some type of political agenda, right? In terms of the George Floyd, the Freddie Gray, so on and so forth, and that would tap into the idea that people in, especially particularly inner cities or of a certain race, so on and so forth, are being, I guess, what would you say, socially profiled.
Sure.
By the police and treated differently or less than, or whatever the case may be. So that political agenda would be fed from the left in terms of this is what you're doing to us, whereas, and we're going to riot for it. Whereas on the right side, we're not seeing that type of activity if the same thing were to happen to a white dude, right?
Absolutely. And you touched on something important there. It's all about the narrative, right? Because from a martial arts standpoint, I can tell you that George Floyd was not strangled or choked to death. And the reason that I know that is because there's you'll see news clips where it's like choked him for 9 minutes. Like you can't choke someone for 9 minutes. Like if it's been 9 minutes, you're not choking them. Right? Like you can
Right.
only choke someone for like 1 or 2 minutes. And if you're strangling them, like the difference is choking is like pushing on your windpipe so you can't breathe. And strangling is like cutting off the blood flow. So it's even quicker. If you're strangling someone, it's like 30 seconds. So there's no 9-minute strangle. So there's something else going on there. But they want to push this like, they use this illegal chokehold to like, which isn't the case. It's clearly not the case. So, and I'm even more talking about the reaction, right? Like what happened after, like they use this as kind of a catalyst. And this is not the first time they've done this. Like the left has been doing this all the way back, like from the 60s, they choose these like political moments and like use it for their national campaigns. The same thing with Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks had a car. She had a car. Really? She had a car. And like there's another girl that had previously gotten arrested in Montgomery, Alabama, like a month before. But she wasn't like and the left should take notes from this. They didn't use her because she wasn't like a good social like icon. So they recreated the act with Rosa Parks. So they should have did this with George Floyd. They should have taken their own notes and got like a better martyr, because I just don't see the comparison, and even in reaction, but just to like who they prop up between like that or like a Charlie Kirk.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so let's dive in into the J6 agenda, because that would be coming what would be presumed from the right. Give me all the talking points that would come from the left on why J6 was so horrible and treacherous and so on and so forth.
Sure. Well, it definitely seems like it was orchestrated. I think it's come out now that there was something like 60 federal agents that were there on the scene. And you can go back and watch the videos of people calling them out, like the guy right in the front saying like, let's go in, and people calling him a Fed. And then after going to his house and like finding this guy, he never got arrested. Why is that? So you have these like, what is that word called? Not infiltrators, but like these like political infiltrators. There's a word for it. I just forgot what it is. Like operatives there setting things up. And you could see even the police walking, like letting the people in and walking them through on the security cameras. So like, why were they escorting them around? Especially even the guy with the horns, they were escorting him around.
Yeah, I remember him.
Right. Like it doesn't seem like he was brave. It wasn't okay. It wasn't an insurrection. Let's go back to the violence thing, right? Like there's never been an insurrection in history without weapons. Like the only person that got killed was the veteran. Like there was no police officers killed. One died like 2 days later from a heart attack. None killed on the scene. Only the protester was shot. The girl, she was like an Air Force veteran. She was the only death. So like, what kind of insurrection is that? But again, and you can find the tapes of Nancy Pelosi like in the car admitting that she could have called in the National Guard and didn't. So like they want this. So they're looking for another one right now. They want another George Floyd or January 6th, because then they can point the finger and scream, and they have nothing else. So they can like use it to try to throw on us. But I didn't see much violence from the tapes that I saw.
Okay, that's fair. Well, do you think we feed into that by giving them stepping stones to stand on, to feed them the ability to go and riot and get upset?
I mean, 100%. They feed it on the left. That's another thing. It's like you can go back to the George Floyd riots and find they were like delivering bricks in Los Angeles, like on pallets, like just delivering them to where the rioters were. So who's doing that, right? Like who? Right. So somebody's giving them a stepping stone, and it's the same thing with a lot of, even today, you see like these left wing protesters. It's really good citizen journalists that go up to them and just ask them questions. They don't even know why they're there. They just go there. There's like a line of picket signs. They all grab one, and they don't even know what they're protesting. So like it's like they're there by design, and sometimes they send them with violence in mind.
I mean, what if the right was feeding it? What if that's good. We could go conspiracy style, but wouldn't it be wise to make the other team look as crazy and uncredible as possible and set them up? Because not a whole lot of lefties have money, right? According to a lot of people. So wouldn't it be wise to be like, hey, they're all upset. They're sad. Like they're mad about this thing. Let's disenfranchise them. Let's discredit them. Let's make them look like they're just hog wild and set them up for failure, so that we can later in turn transition the narrative to not George Floyd, but to all these crazy people piped up over a guy who, was not a upstanding citizen of some sort. Right.
100%. So let me just think about how I want to word this. So they do that to themselves. We don't have to do that. We would do it if it was necessary, but they're already we don't have to make them look stupid, because they're already like, are you familiar with libs of TikTok?
Yes. Yeah.
All it is just taking their videos and uploading them. And like
Hmm.
literally, there's no editing. They just take the videos of themselves that they put up, and this alone is enough to let regular people see what's going on. So that would be a great tactic if we needed to do it, but they
Hmm.
really do that for us. I mean, it's pretty clear that and this is part of it. This is part of the violence thing. It's clear that the left is the party currently, not always, but currently the left is the party of the mentally ill. And I'm not saying that's the only constituency they have, but they have that constituency. Like the
Hmm.
mentally ill people are usually on the left, right? That's part of it. So again, we don't have to like bring this out of them, as like it's quite often something that's on full display by
Hmm.
itself.
Well, I mean, I look at people like Nick Fuentes, for instance. I would consider him mentally ill, right? There's a few talking points that he'll throw out there that I'm like, okay, I could jump on board with that one. But then the other 99% of it, I'm like, that is all hogwash. I wouldn't put my stamp of approval on any of that. And that he's part of like the Groyper community, so on and so forth. I would consider that to be to some degree of like insanity to think we should. I mean, I won't even say what all the things he says,
Yeah.
but I would consider that to be some kind of weird obsessive insanity type of deal. So I think there's a different levels of mental illness that go back and forth between both sides. But I'm assuming you're going down the route of transgenderism or the PDF pro pushers. Things of that nature. But then I feel like the left would combat that. We just had somebody say it the other day that the only reason the age of consent or marriage isn't below 18, like the right would have pushed for that age range to be lower, and I would consider that to be part of the PDF kind of push weird agenda, right? So I feel like there could be something on both sides that would be unlevel to some
Yeah.
degree, right? But I think I'm guessing you're going down the realm of the transgender push, the or what other I mean, what other mental illness could you tap into that you would say is what kind of leads into a lot of this?
Well, I think it's like you remember that video when Trump won the election the first time and that lady's like screaming.
Oh
She's
yeah,
like
yeah. It's a
like
meme
that
now.
type, right? That type of mental illness. Like these
Hmm.
people are just like, I don't know. They don't live in this reality. I don't think we live in the same ecosystems or we get the same information. So the dog whistles. This is the point that I was trying to make with like the why this works so well for getting violence. Like
Hmm.
the topper echelon of the left doesn't even have to come up with a plan by like using. Oh, and I want to get back to Nick Fuentes, who I think is a
Hmm.
psyop. I think that's a psyop. I don't think that's real.
That's
There's
fair.
no way. Yeah. But so the left knows that they don't even have to come up with a plan if they want to hurt somebody. They just throw out all the time. This person's a Nazi. This person's a Nazi. This person's a right wing extremist, evil, Nazi, Nazi. And someone on their mentally ill base picks up on that and says, holy shit. Because what do you do really if you think someone's a Nazi? Like you need to, if you really thought Nazis were coming to America, like it's like your duty to stop them if
Right.
you really believe it. So like they do have people that believe that when they say this and they can get them, to commit violent acts based on just that dog whistle that you hear so often of Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. And that's why I think Nick Fuentes, he's got to be some type of plan. There's no way. There's no way. Like nobody thinks those things. And I've never in years of being on the right, and my friends are all on the right, and listening to right wing stuff, I've never heard anything like this ever, ever.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, I mean, we've been hearing the word fascist a lot lately towards the right. And I think that would build up a natural inclination for hate or
Yeah,
let me dismantle everything you're doing because this one thing makes me think you're a fascist, right? So it goes back the other way of the discrediting, make it seem absolutely absurd and crazy, and let me try to dismantle every possible bit of that I can now. Do you think that because of those labels that leads to that political violence? We saw the Charlie Kirk thing happen. And it was believed that, because of the anti-fascist type of movements and so on and so forth, that leads into that. What are your thoughts there?
Well, 100%. I think was it the Charlie Kirk where they wrote on the bullets like "catch
Mhm.
fascist"? Was that
Or
Charlie
at least
Kirk?
that's what we're being told.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's what we're being told. It seems likely to me. It seems to correlate if he does have a trans boyfriend that he would also use that type of rhetoric because it's
Mhm.
the same narrative. And when you see that stuff and you see it on the bullets, uh, yeah, it's exactly what we're talking about. Like, we don't even know how far this was set up, but it also seems to be something. And now, if you wanted to get a little conspiracy like, but
Mhm.
seriously, it seems to be a little something where they go for the weird sexual deviance, right? You know about Epstein, but even this kid that supposedly killed Charlie Kirk with the trans boyfriend, right? He's in like these weird internet spaces with like weird sexual things going on, are easier to manipulate and control. And if you remember that guy, as soon as the gun went off, that old guy got up and said it was him.
Mhm.
They found on that guy's phone later, like when the cops asked him for his phone, he didn't want to give it, and he had child porn on his phone. And he got in trouble. You could verify that. Look it up. So what that tells me is both of these people have like a weird sexual thing going on and could easily be controlled by someone who's trying to exploit that or threatening to bring that out to the public. Maybe they don't want it out, or even threatening to, in the older guy's case, arrest him. And all they have to say to him is, look, you don't want to get arrested. We know you have this on your phone. When this gunshot goes off, stand up and say it's me. And if they just go for people like this, because it's the same as the Epstein thing, but just on a different level. So many levels of tactics they have.
Well, I mean, couldn't you say that would be coming from obviously there's some type of mental illness with the older gentleman, if he's got corn on his phone
Yeah.
like that and so on and so forth. I would say presumably he's already got some marbles running around loose. Maybe in that moment he just had a kind of a insane thing happen, or I don't know. I mean, I've heard so many
Maybe.
conspiracies on all of this already, and I'm just still not convinced that there's any solid answer at this point. There's too much out there, but we could riffraff all day long on is it real? Is it this? Is it that? Or was it just a setup for this kid? And it's convenient that he has a transgender girlfriend. Is it convenient that, like, because the messages were weird and then he was in Discord servers, and I feel like somebody who's already chronically online and doing all of these things is already easy to exploit and switch narratives on to begin with, right?
Exactly.
So we could
And
go down a lot of
that's why these narratives work. That this is exactly why it works, because of it targets people like that. And I'm saying most of the targeting, because you could see how it's implemented in society right now, is coming from the left, in my opinion. And I'll just say one last thing, like in that old guy's reaction, like it's my opinion that's not, like, even coming from a martial arts standpoint, like that's not a natural reaction. Like, even if you're crazy, I mean, I don't know, maybe anything's possible, but it's highly unlikely that his reaction, if he didn't know a gunshot was even coming, wasn't expecting it, like had no idea it was coming, that his immediate reaction would be to stand up and say it was me. Highly unlikely.
Well, you never underestimate the crazy. That's one thing I've learned.
For sure.
Okay, so so when we go into, let's see, we did J6, the church kind of concept. We've got George Floyd. Are you familiar with the Freddie Gray riots?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. That was here in Baltimore. I was very I was on Megyn Kelly for that one, actually, because it was a whole big ordeal. But I mean, we even had the Freddie Gray riots here in, I believe it was 2015. And I remember the mayor of Baltimore saying, give them space, let them do this, let them, let them riot and do what they want to do. And I thought that was the weirdest thing, to basically tell all the cops to back down and let them go destroy all of and the thing of it is they're destroying their own stuff.
It's crazy.
That's the part that, and I'm kind of like, well, at least it's not my house, right? But where do you stand with that? Because if they're being destructive, usually they are destructive in their own communities.
Yeah.
Should we consider this all that of a bad thing if they're going to, in terms of riots?
It's actually by design. And again, it comes, if you notice where this is going on, it's going on particularly in left-wing run areas, right? Like, you could just tell the difference, like, between what you're describing in riots in Baltimore and, like, if you come to, for example, like, I could literally walk outside. Okay, my key fob in my car has been broken for like 6 months. I literally I never lock my car. Everywhere I go, I like park it, like at my office, here at my house, like my computers. I shouldn't be saying this. Like, sometimes my computer's in there. No, never have to worry about it, ever. Like, even in my driveway. Like, but if I was in like an inner city Democrat run area, yes, there's more people. But like San Francisco, they're leaving notes on cars. Please don't rob me. There's nothing in here. So like, that's a drastic difference, right? Please don't break my windows. And I was there. I saw it. This was only a few years ago. I was there. I heard it's even worse. So, you could see where this is taking place. And it's, like I said, it's by design. So what you're describing, it comes from the left-wing policies. Where do you want to start from how they're trying to cause violence? If you're talking about inner city communities, it started with removing father figures by design. Then who are the cultural figures that these people look up to? Like rap music in particular, which I like. I was listening to before this debate to get pumped up. But their lyrics in particular are the only ones exclusively that are like straight about murder.
Pop a cap in your mama's ass.
Why
Bang,
is
bang.
that? Right? So if you take away the father figure, and who do they look up to? These people. It creates a violent atmosphere to begin with. And then there's a million other ways that they put the left-wing DAs in that are soft on crime, that attracts the criminals, that causes other people to commit. It's a whole attack on our society. And again, it's coming almost exclusively from the left. I just don't see any examples of anything like this other than a January 6th,
right?
Which I don't even think is real, that of the right.
So let's dive into the communities and starting from the father figures and so on and so forth. Why would the left wing want to dismantle the family unit? Is already, I mean, especially if they depend on the left side to feed into the system and vote and so on and so forth. Why would they want to dismantle it and disrupt it?
Well, they keep them dependent by design. Like, if you think about even these programs that initially incentivized it, it was like single motherhood. The more kids they had, they got more money, right? With all these programs, the one thing that you can't do when they give you money is like make more money anywhere else. You're not allowed to make any other money. Like if you get a job like one day a week, like they know you have to, and you can't like get the benefits anymore that you were getting, or they get cut down. Right. So like, why is that? It's like almost like you see like a guy on the street that needs help and you go to give him like, here's $5, but you can't get any other money from anyone else today. Like what, like what's the point of that? Like, are you actually helping? Like, if you really wanted to help them, why not just give them a set? The point is that they want to keep them in this position and they know exactly how much to give to keep them dependent. We saw what just happened with the SNAP benefits. And how many people, like, it's like absolutely critical to their livelihood, to their life. And it's not supposed to be like that. So it's by design. It's by design to keep them hooked on it.
Well, okay, but it's kind of a failed system, though, because if all of the young boys are growing up to go to jail or prison of some sort, or so on and so forth, or yeah, and then it's nothing but women left. Well, it's kind of a failing system because you're not going to produce the same results of per se, if you actually pushed for a family unit and you pushed for them to be together, you would be multiplying and amplifying your votes later. So it wouldn't that inevitably like deteriorate on its own?
This is a symptom of every aspect of the left. So, like, you know, originally they only had the gay marriage thing, but even gay marriage, which is like the least, like, I don't really have a problem with it. But even gay marriage, what can it do? It can't produce offspring, right? Like every avenue you go down on the left, trans, what do they do? Like sterilizing themselves. Like every avenue doesn't seem to lead to like a healthy children and like a normal family. So
Mhm.
it's the same exact thing. Like, yeah, it's a failed system. It's a failed system in the inner cities. And I don't understand why they still vote for Democrat. It blows my mind. It's one part of this that I just can't get it. Why they don't vote a different way. Like you said, since the 60s, they have been voting for Democrats. And since the 60s, nothing has gotten, I mean, the wealth in these communities has significantly gone down. Like you said, like in the 60s, it was like 75% of these inner city homes had fathers in them. And now it's like 25%. So they're going in the wrong direction. Like, why not? They just have such a good foot. I don't know. I don't know what the control is or why they won't vote a different way.
Wouldn't you still throw the shift of blame per se back to the community in and of itself or the culture or whatever's going on there? I would think that, you know, like I look at my children as that is my responsibility to raise them, you know, in terms of what I raise them on, their principles, their values, and whatever comes out of that is on me, right? Whereas in this system that you're showing, you're putting the responsibility on policymakers, on you know, our government system, whereas the responsibility still comes down to the parents in raising their children to be a particular way. I mean, is it only because they're dependent upon the system, or is it because they're just not being raised properly, or their culture or community is failing them themselves?
It's 100% cultural. I can give you more examples. You know, I look at videos and yes, it isn't just the government. Like, it's not the policy's fault. Like nobody forces them to make the decisions that they make. That's true. But still, it's like an attack. It's like another type of attack that people are under. And I think it's exclusively from the left. What was the first part of the point? Sorry.
Fault, or is it the culture's fault
Oh
in
yeah,
aspect
the culture.
raising your children and how you're teaching them to go forward?
100% it's the culture. And I could tell you because like for my channel all day, not all day long, but a lot, I look at videos of like street fights and self-defense scenarios. And I'll tell you, culturally, you could see the difference. Like, do you see what happened? I think it was Cincinnati. Remember in Cincinnati, it was like a couple months ago, the mayor came out, it was like a whole big thing, but like two white people the girl got knocked out, the white girl knocked out cold, and like they got jumped in the street and beat down.
Yeah.
This is commonplace and only goes in one direction. Like you're never going to find a recent video of like 30 white people beating down a black guy. It does not exist. It does not happen currently. Yeah, I'm not saying it never happened. Of course, there was like lynchings in the past and happened in the past. This current cultural climate, it's not happening. Like if you find a video where there's 10 dudes stomping out one dude, I promise it's only, and I'm just telling you what I see. Like I have no care either way. Like it's not a race thing. Like I could say like Nazis had a bad ideology, we should expel it from society, they were white. Like it's not a race thing. I'm just telling you what I see in the videos, and it only goes one way. It's cultural. Like there's a cultural thing that 10 guys will stomp on the head of one guy on the floor.
Well, okay. I mean, have we set up a system that allows that to continue?
Yeah, again, it depends where you are. So this is the problem with the United. I mean, not the problem. I mean, some people say it's the beauty of the United States, but states really govern in very different ways. And that's why you see people moving, especially as these policies are coming to light. I think more you see a mass exodus from places like California. And I think now in New York, where I am, you're going to see a mass exodus from New York City. It's like 20 minutes from me now that Mamdani's in there. So you see the migration patterns of like people moving to different places for different policies, right? Where do these people go? They go to Tennessee, they go to Texas, they go to Florida. So we see where they're going and where they're leaving, and it depends where you are. So yeah, those, and this is another part of the attack. You get guys like George Soros, right? Funding specifically in these areas, district attorneys that are not going to prosecute crime specifically. And this does two things. This one, and we'll get into like why the stats often report it the other way. Like if you look at the stats, it often looks like the crime's coming down in these areas and the violence is way worse on the right. But this is the reason, because if you don't prosecute, if you hire DAs and you fund DAs to get in and win elections that don't prosecute crimes, what happens? Crime goes down. Like it didn't actually stop, but the stats go right. So this is again all by design and causes more violence. So yeah, depending where you are, to answer your question, it's certainly allowed and encouraged.
Is there a stark difference in terms of being charged versus being like tried, found guilty, and sentenced? Are their number percentages? What does that look like?
Absolutely. So they have most places have a high conviction rate, but what you'll see is that they will often drop the charges, right? So like they'll offer you a deal, right? So like even if you get, especially in these left-wing areas, so like even if you beat the shit out of someone on the street, that should be a violent like assault and battery, in some inner city areas, they may give you disorderly conduct. So now two things happened. One, it's way easier for you to get back out. And two, the stats don't correctly reflect what just happened. So it's by design. It's specifically George Soros and the left that puts in these DAs. And he's very smart. He knows that they have the most, local officials have the most control over policy, like direct control over that community. So by funding these local DAs, no one even knows who they are. And they have a lot of power to let criminals back on the street.
How would we be able to determine that that's particularly left-wing violence, though? I mean, these people who are committing these, I would say, more minor crimes comparatively to something like a Charlie Kirk, right? How do we determine that that's left-wing violence?
Well, this is the problem. Another problem here that why it doesn't get reported correctly is often these things are not recorded as left-wing violence, or even just in any way like ideological, or even so. Like for example, and this is why the stats don't reflect it correctly. But I would consider the guy. Do you know Irina Zaruska? The girl that was stabbed on the train?
Yeah.
Man, that video was so hard to watch. It was like gut wrenching. Like watching her there, like she was like puts her hands to her face and she's crying. Like nobody helps her. And it's just like the hardest thing to watch. But like after at the end, the guy goes, he's crazy, clearly. But but he says into the camera, someone's recording him, I got that white girl. So like, wait a second. Like the guy said, I got that white girl on camera. So like, but this is not recorded as like a race crime or a hate crime against white in any way, anywhere. So, but if it was the other way around and someone was like, I got that, if a white person stabbed was like, I got that black girl, it would definitely be classified as a hate crime, right? 100%. There's no questions. It definitely would be. So we're almost have the deck stacked against us. And I actually saw one stat that was pretty crazy. It was like the first time in 30 years. It's dark down here. I can tell you who the actual source was, but this source, it said for the first time in 30 years, they actually recorded right-wing violence less than left-wing violence for the first time. Like, so if they're recording that, I'm going to give you the study that it's got to be even crazier that they're actually saying it. It's got to be even. I can't even think. Can you think of any examples other than January 6th where the right has really committed any political violence?
I would say if it's like a right wing person, like if it's I would imagine, now I don't know if I'm right or not, but I would imagine it would be right on right violence, like two cowboys in a bar beating the shit out of each other over a girl or something, right? That's the only way I can imagine that we would have the inner fighting violently like that. But I don't know if as far as right onto left wing, I would say we see a lot of examples of a lot of people holding back and not wanting to engage and fight, but until they're forced to. And my guess would be one of them is the one holding back and not wanting to engage is right, and my guess on the left. And this is just I'm purely speculating here, but it's based on clothes, profiling, hair color, things of that nature. What's being said. We can see it when people are doing protests, when people are, like, for instance, setting up the stands, like Steve Crowder sets up a stand and people wanting to get physical with him,
Always.
things of that nature. So that's what I would say the most that I see is the left on the right. I don't know of anything where it's going the other way. The J6, I think you could categorize it, but were they attacking people or were they just entering a building? I don't know. But yeah, I got nothing. Maybe all of the lefties who are going to come on panel later, maybe they'll have something better for us. But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not familiar.
it's hard. It's hard to point to something, and you know, it's just I try to think of it too. Even all the prominent examples, every example, and I'm sure there are some that come from the other side. Like, to be fair, but
Mhm.
it's hard to point them out, and it's definitely one sided when like it comes to like the intentions and the policies and like yeah, two right wing guys might be fighting, but it's not political, right? Like political violence, just in this day, and I would even argue that like even if you go back, like the left hates this, but they love to say like that the party switched, right? Why do they
Mhm.
say that? Why do they say that? It's because they don't want to be the party that was the KKK. That's why. And we were the party of Lincoln, which is a
Oh.
fact. The parties didn't switch. That's nonsense. But so even they want to go back and steal and like take that political violence and throw it on us, like in the past. And it wasn't even us. Like Lincoln was the first Republican president. Like you can't have him. Like he's ours. So, and they hate that. So even throughout history, I just don't see really examples of anybody prominent. Like if you look, Reagan, they tried to shoot him. They tried to shoot Trump twice. They shot Charlie Kirk. All the big ones that we know, and we even know
What was
Kennedy.
because I was gonna say JFK was a Democrat, but I thought that came out as something. I thought I didn't familiarize myself with the information when it came out, but I thought it was like a whole inner like agent thing type
Yeah,
of
so
thing.
JFK wasn't going along with the program, specifically the Cuban Missile Crisis,
Mhm.
and they had went into his office, and a lot of this is now they've released these CIA documents that have all this information. So this can be found. It's like not disputed that he didn't want to go along with the Cuban Missile Crisis. And they said to him, we're going to go in there and have a false flag. And like, you better go in there and save our guys. And he was like, no. If you go in there, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not invading Cuba. And this was just one way he was pushing back on this establishment, this military industrial complex that was starting to form that Eisenhower had warned about, right? That was like almost like now he couldn't believe it, really, what they were telling him to do. And there's a couple aspects like this where he really pushed back against the political class that had brought him in, and then he dies right after. I mean, I don't know. Same with his brother. His brother went in there and like immediately started like going after people as like an attorney general that like helped get him elected. That's a fact. Like even mafia guys helped get him elected, and then he like went after them. I don't know why he did that, but yeah, there's own sides
Maybe they
turned on
were
them.
really right-wing people infiltrating the left.
They would be right wing today. What's Kennedy's famous
Yeah.
quote? Ask not what you can do for, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
Right.
That doesn't sound like a left wing quote of today.
No, it doesn't. You're right. You're right. So where did where did we go? Where did the country go wrong? I mean, I understand left wing policies and the feminism agenda and all of these different things, but like, where's the target piece that created this atmosphere for violence?
I think we're just so divided now, and social media. I mean, it's been going on for a long time, but like George Floyd forward, like this social media age, is like really, and the divide, like the divide in people is so crazy. Even like you were talking about Nick Fuentes, it's like unbelievable to me. I was always fascinated by World War II. My mom always loved World War II. We like watched documentaries together, and to see like just the Jew hate. Like I don't like love Jews. Like I don't really care, but like it's clearly like a propaganda thing. Like just anything, every single thing that it could be. There's a video on Instagram. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. I saw the other day Michael Jackson died, and there was like a whole thing of like how it was the fucking Jews. Like, and this is clearly propaganda that's coming in and changing society to the point where like people have forgotten even about the craziest violent act, one of the craziest violent acts of like the last 100 years, right? So in the Holocaust, and they're already like, so it shows how easily we can manipulate people with social media. It's crazy. It's hard to know. It's
true. Well, do you think that social media fuels the left to kind of stimulate this type of swarming or rioting or whatever the case may be? Because I know that your algorithm can be based on, I could be having an entire conversation on here one night, and then the next day my algorithm on Facebook is just like everything that we talked about the night before. And it could be like feminism, anti-feminism. It could be the Charlie Kirk stuff. It could be politics, and it feeds it. And it's strange to me how it runs this strange algorithm shift based on what I'm talking about literally the night before. And none of my algorithms are the same. They're always maneuvering all around. So do you think that there's some type of a feed into that's creating the left to stir up and believe all of this crazy stuff? Or like the anti-fascism, like saying that Trump is a fascist, or even more so the SNAP benefits or whatever. I don't know.
Of course, of course. I can prove it to you. So like even in our now this is getting outdated. People use other things like ChatGPT or Grok. But if you even just think about like a disagreement like a year ago to like the last 6-7 years, like pre ChatGPT, like, and you wanted to solve something, like what would you say? Like, all right, just Google it, right? Just Google it right now. Like we don't have to argue about it. Just Google it. And then whatever Google says, you just take as the truth. But what if Google's lying?
Or what if Google is lying only to you?
Right.
And telling you exactly what you want to hear, I guess.
Exactly.
Algorithmically, right?
So everyone knows that feeling of Googling something and then like immediately you're like, oh, like that's what it is. Like you just immediately accept it as true. Like not everything, but I'm sure you know the feeling I'm talking about. Like you've confirmed it, you saw the answer and you believe it. And same now with ChatGPT, which is even more like insidious because it's like thinking for you. And yeah, it can definitely, I catch it all the time trying to like implant thing. It has its own narrative where I always tell it like, no fluff, just give me the details. Cause I'm trying to research this stuff like we're talking about. And it's very hard. Even ChatGPT is trying to like steer me, like make excuses. Like I'm asking her about the Rosa Parks thing and she's telling me like, yeah, Rosa Parks had a car, but there's no proof that she had it that day. And this, that. I'm like, what are you, her lawyer? Like, just tell me the info. Why are you making excuses for her? Like, and it always wants to paint that narrative. So yeah, they're actively trying to do it right now.
Do you think that's why Grok, Elon Musk took over with, or, kind of started feeding Grok a little differently? I feel like Grok is a little more right leaning, per se, to a degree.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Elon really saved this last election. I mean, without Twitter, without a place for the right to actually speak, because if you remember before that, they had nothing. Like they could be, if they didn't want information out there, the left had every single social media platform that could. And this goes back to what you're talking about. They control all the institutions, most of Silicon Valley, most of it's changing a little now because they can tell the tide is changing. But they control these things. They control the narrative, which is so important to like you said, to getting them to do the things they want. So whether they're creating instability and violence in inner cities or sending people out to commit violence, yeah, they know exactly what they're doing, and it's all. How do we fix it? How do we get here? That's a harder question.
Well, let's go pre social media. How did they do all of that back? I mean, a newspaper, right? Maybe, but how? I mean, how do you breed violence without propaganda being pushed so easily?
I know it's crazy because they always pushed propaganda and they always controlled. I forgot what the operation was. There was a CIA operation. I'm terrible with things like this, remembering like Paperclip or Operation Blue Book, or which one it was. But one of them was they had people in like every news station. There was like an agent that worked there that was feeding what would go out in news, and that was a big part of propaganda. They controlled people in newspapers, and so it was. I actually think it was probably easier then. Now, because I often think like without social media, we wouldn't know any of these things. Like we wouldn't really even know about the George Soros. Like if you want the information, it's there. I just think that the social media relies on a side that's like intellectually lazy. And I can give you an example of this. Like this guy that I often debate back and forth with, he's like a left-wing guy. And I'm friends with his brother. So we're like on a thing and we were showing him someone on Instagram that he knows this person like well. And I remember he looks at the thing, he's like doing something else. He's like, I don't know who that is. And he just turns around and starts doing something else. So I started thinking about it after, like, what actually just happened there? And like what happened is he's too lazy to even think about it, to even look at the person, think about it a little bit, realize who that person is, and respond. He's too intellectually lazy for that. And we're getting more intellectually lazy with things like ChatGPT and with AI that's doing the thinking for us. So this problem is just going to get worse for that side, where they're like, it's almost like brainwashing, and it's just going to get worse. That would be my prediction.
That's fair. To the audience, I have officially dropped the link to the backstage. If you want to start shuffling back there, we will bring you up on panel shortly. Come join for the discussion. I know all the lefties want to come fry you. Effigy, stop talking your shit in the chat and get backstage.
Let's go. Let's go.
So aside, I mean, part of me thinks the left can't be that smart, right? Unless they were being fed by something else. And I say that not in a insult to the leftists, right? I have a lot of lefty friends here that I think are incredibly intelligent or very well versed. However, from what we see on the media, like, how can that be getting fed so well? Like, where's the top? Where do you think the top is? Or is it a conspiracy and it's really, somebody else, somewhere else trying to infiltrate America through these left-wing narratives and all of this propaganda and make them believe all of these crazy things and let them fight amongst themselves and just tear themselves apart on their own?
Well, you said it, like could the left be this smart? Like, and yes, most of them are not this smart. Most of them are not, but the ones at the very top are, and they know exactly what they're doing. So you have two things. There's a reason that transgenderism and these types of things are prominent on the left. There's two groups of people. There's on the left. There's one that actually believe it. And those are the dumb ones. And they'll actually say, oh yeah, this Johnny, he's a girl now, and call him a girl. And they actually believe that a trans girl is a girl. That's the sheep. That's one. Then you have the people at the top that don't believe it. And even the lower level management that maybe doesn't believe it, that the high educators, the people in education, they know this is bullshit. They know. But what are they willing to do is like they're willing to say it anyway, which is like a call of loyalty. Like, yeah, I'm gonna say this thing that I know is false as a loyalty to the party, right? It's common Marxist ideology to make them say something that they know isn't true just to show loyalty. So you also have them. So yeah, you have the really dumb ones. That's what I'm saying. They get them, and the mentally ill, and they get them with the ideology, and they actually believe this nonsense. And then you have the other ones that are just hardcore loyal to the party, and then the ones all the way at the top that are like actually know what's going on and devising this stuff, like a Soros.
How far is this from socialism or communism on the left side?
Well, again, it depends where you are. But if you got like a Mamdani, he's a self-proclaimed socialist. Basically, I would consider it way too close to so. And here's the thing for people that think like we need more socialism. Out of the money that America takes in, like the money we take in from taxes, not our GDP, what we take in every year, revenue, we spend 68% of it on entitlement programs. We spend more than any other country in the world by far on social programs. We are the most socialist. There's no country that is even close to us in the amount of social programs that we put out. And that's just a fact. So like, I don't know if you hate us, you hate socialism, I guess. So yes, they are implementing their socialism into America already. I don't know what else they want. Free buses, I guess.
That's funny. Come on, Darko. Go on backstage. I know you want on here too. Let's go, Effigy. Okay. If it's only left-wing violence, then what is everything else? Because not everything, right? Not everything is definitely left-wing. However, there's other stuff out there that's just regular violence. Or I'm like, I look at the insurance. You remember the guy who killed the insurance CEO? I don't know if that was necessarily a political agenda. I mean, it was healthcare based, but he had a personal reason why he was upset, and he decided to go do something wackadoodle about it. Right? Like, what do you think about stuff like that?
I think that this is an example that they're trying to muddy the waters of what's true, and that kid's clearly a leftist. I mean, even he was like a darling they like loved him. There was like girls wanted to date him. Like, these are all people on the left that like didn't care. And this was something I was going to bring up earlier. You could see it in their reactions, right? Like, they don't care he killed that CEO. They don't care. He's one of them for sure. And they were outside with signs during his trial. Those people are not on the right. We don't murder healthcare CEOs with 2 children. Like, it's not that. What did that guy do? Like, it's like so for him to like hate the corporate. And the funny part is they don't even realize the left has become the party of the big corporations. They're the party of the elite now. And like the right has taken over the working class people. Like, so they're mad at them. They're killing the wrong people. They're mad at themselves. But I would consider that left-wing violence. And this exactly encompasses everything that we're talking about. Clearly left-wing violence.
All right. Well, all right. Last question. What would be the solution to end it? Like, how do you stop it? If it's so terrible, if it's so horrible, there's got to be a solution to end it, or minimize it, mitigate it, or something. What do you do?
Well, I think we're doing a good job already of. We had spoken about this, I think, the other time, that it's like not cool really anymore. I don't think to be people that I talk to never want to identify as being on the left or being a Democrat. They always tell me they're an independent. I just don't always. They don't want to associate with it, which I think is a good thing. And I think we really need to bring back like public shaming and just like making fun of them. And good ideas need to counter their bad ideas. Some of these kids needed to be like, Like I'm not like advocating bullying, but like a little light bullying like might be good for someone to like shut their mouth sometimes. Like no one cares. Like you know like some like crazy lunatic with blue hair like running around like maybe just maybe they wouldn't be doing that if there was like a little bit more public shaming or something. But I think we're winning the culture war, which is really the only way. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
All right. I mean, I feel like most of this starts at home.
Definitely.
Um,
Education's a huge problem. That's true. I mean, we've
think
clearly
the
gotten dumber.
education system is a hot mess, and I see what comes home for my kids, and I get
Yep.
very irritated. I see. You mentioned the father figures not being at home, and I feel like if more fathers were home to put their foot down or up the kid's ass per se,
Yep.
I think that some of this dumb shit wouldn't be dumb shit. To me, there's more people that just need a good smack on the face than
100%.
anything. But that would also be promoting violence from the right. So I can't say that and then not be a hypocrite at the same time. So, all right, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 backstage ready to go. Let me attend to Espresso getting their new membership. Congratulations and welcome to the Raging Tomato. Calvin, who is backstage, so we can further prompt into this when we bring him up, says, "I hope this won't be another all-white panel discussing black issues. As for black people, keep not voting Democrat. I hope he isn't suggesting that we should vote Republican." What are your thoughts to that?
I mean, why not try something else? You've been voting Democrat since the 60s, and like every statistic has gotten worse that you could possibly go by for quality of living. So why not just try? Just try it. Like no one's trying to hurt you. I promise. Like the only ones that are hurting you are the ones you keep voting for. That's what I would say.
Or the ones that I feel like if you go to the right, if you vote for the right, they're going to make you pick yourself up by your bootstraps kind of thing. And maybe they don't want to do that, right? I know Calvin's been here a few times. I like Calvin. Calvin's probably like gritting his teeth right now. He's like, "Fuck, Sarah, shut up." All right. Are you ready to meet your panel?
Ready.
Let's go have some fun. Here we go. And let's Effigy, where the fuck are you? Get your ass up here. All right. I want to start first. Coley, you're going to hold your mouth because Calvin actually sent money. You did not. And so I want to let Calvin kind of, who's got the beep in the back?
Not me.
Somebody needs to turn off their fire alarm or put battery or stop hitting the button that plays that sound. Calvin, I want you to kick us off because I know you're already like screaming in your head right now. Go ahead.
Can I go next to
maybe, Coley, let's see if you have good behavior first. Mute up and shut up. Go ahead, Calvin.
Good evening. I have so much to say. But I'll start with my message I sent before. You recommend that Black people not vote Democrats. Now let me say this. I am an independent. I do agree that Black people need to reevaluate how they vote in terms of the Democrats because they are definitely failing us in some key areas or whatever that the case may be. But I would definitely not suggest Black people leave the Democratic plantation, as you so call it, or some people call it, and walk to the Republican plantation as if that's a better opportunity for us over there. So, can you tell me what's so bad about from you? I'm sorry, I didn't see the beginning. If you explain why it's bad for us over at the Democrats, what's so wrong with them?
Before anybody answers, hold on. I'm just going to go refill my coffee. Everybody better behave for the next 60 seconds. Go ahead, Andrew.
Sure. So I would just say since the 60s, since the civil rights movement, which was around the 1960s, when Democrats started getting the black vote, and they've kept it ever since, nothing has gotten better in these inner city communities. Like I said, when this first started in the 1960s, 75% of black homes had a father figure in them. By today, it's down to in inner cities down to 25%. So that's not a small reduction. That's a giant reduction that plays a factor in how kids are brought up, in culture, in directly, where they get to. So I think that trying something else, it can't hurt. You say why don't they? You don't want to vote for Democrats, but you also don't want to go over to the Republican side. But there's no other options. What other option do you have?
Well,
you got to pick the lesser of two evils here, and one is really hurting you.
Well, you're just looking at one set of variables, one statistic, the normal talking point that comes from the right. There are other variables or other measures that you can actually look at. Yes, there may be, growth, those negatives that you point out, but there's also opportunities that the Democrat Party does look out for Black people in terms of affirmative action, things of that nature, that sees that Black people aren't being represented in certain areas and like that. And that doesn't come from your party or whatever the case may be. So if we're looking at jobs and opportunities and mobile ability and things of that nature, Republican parties aren't really looking at out for Black people in that regard. You can even look at the lineup politically or whatever the case to be. There's no representation over there. There's representation with the Democratic. Even with those figures, I do acknowledge we do have those issues, but I'm just saying, if I'm choosing, I would go with the Democrat and work on these specific issues that you address, because at least we have opportunities over here in the Democrats. Now,
so has anyone noticed anything about the congressional districts that are getting redistricted in all of these redistricting campaigns? Have you noticed anything about the Democratic representatives who are getting their districts taken away? Anything just striking, like come out to you that they all share in common?
Black communities.
Yeah, they're all Black representatives.
Sarah,
the Democratic Party is responsible for actually giving Black people a voice and actually making them a part of their coalition and actually lifting their voices. The Republicans, just look at who they put in power. Just look at who they want around. I mean, come on. Like this, none of this happens in a vacuum. And you say, oh, since the 1960s. Yeah, what happened in the 1960s? We ended segregation. There's a reason that they're loyal. There's a reason that even though the actual ideological split on all races is about 50-50, there's a reason that overwhelming majorities of both Black people and Hispanic people vote Democrat. It's because the right wing is actively hostile to non-white people.
Well, excellent, but you happen to be taking my turn. I was supposed to go next, but and I've known Sarah longer than anybody. Sarah, when you tell your moms and everybody, I've known you 3 years, longer than anybody here. So Sarah,
probably longer than that, Spicoli.
Yeah, 2.5. So
hey, okay. I might have you beat there. We're pretty close at least.
I think you guys are about the same time.
Okay. Yeah. So how's my mic job? Pretty good.
Why are you sound like you're underwater all of a sudden?
I don't know. Can you hear me? Okay.
Now I can.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Spicoli.
Here's the deal. Okay, I'm 67. Just Sarah, let me talk for 5 minutes. I don't care if somebody offers me $50 to kick me off.
5 minutes, dude. Are you fucking kidding me, Spicoli?
Spicoli,
are you going to talk about the topic?
Spicoli, you get 2 minutes to kick your answer out and let somebody actually respond.
What I'm saying is, do you want me to answer 75% of your questions, Sarah, in 5 minutes or not?
Why don't you start with one?
Okay, let me start. Okay. Here's my point. I am a lifelong Democrat, okay? An original. And in the 60s, we were not leftists. We were just old school liberals. We were for free speech, and the Republicans were against free speech. right? So we were basically just old school liberals like Bill Maher, etc. Okay. So what happened was, here's what happened. In the 60s, all these hippies became, they started, what happened was in the 70s and stuff, a lot of these like professors at these universities, they went from being just hippies to guess what? Hardcore leftists. And so we've had nothing but hardcore leftists, feminists, the DEI bullshit, and it's all been propagated by feminism and not having enough daddies in the home. We live in a feminized society. So basically, and he's agreeing with me too, right? Andrew's agreeing
Just
with me.
jumping from
Making
thing
my
to thing,
points
man.
for me.
Yeah, he's also schizophrenic. Yeah, you both are.
Yeah.
Let me
Hold
keep
on.
going. What happened was, Sarah,
Yeah,
that
let the stream of
basically
fucking bullshit keep going.
Hold
Some-
on.
Maybe he has some wisdom from the things he's seen.
Hold on. Spicoli doesn't last very long. You know this, so just let him kick it out.
God, I've known her through. How long have you known this dude? 3 years? No.
Oh,
Get
dude.
to the
Dude.
point,
Get to the point.
Okay,
Spicoli.
here's my point. Here's my
That
point. and
fucking
Andrew's gonna
matters.
agree. Dude, please just respect me. God, who the hell are you?
I will
Anyway,
not be
here's
doing
the-
that. I will not respect you.
No, not at all.
All right,
Yeah.
everyone stop. Everyone stop. Spicoli, get
I-
concise.
Let me finish. So basically what happened was, I haven't voted in the last 3 elections, okay? But I'm happy Trump's president. Basically what happened was, now I consider myself I used to be on the left, but then I moved. What happened was the left started moving to the further left and they became leftist Marxist and shit like that. And basically what's happening now is these people are not liberals. They're anti-liberal. These people are socialist, communist, hardcore leftists. And Andrew's shaking his head. Am I right, Andrew? Yes, sirree. And what's happening now is basically everything shifted to the left. So last year I was literally just center left. Now I'm definitely just independent, right down in the middle. I'm literally right down in the middle. I'm 50% Democrat, 50%, and I'm a lifelong Democrat, Brian. So I'm an old school liberal.
I heard that
And
already.
basically what's happening is, and now I'll just tell you this. You've got now, guess what? The marriage of the radical Islamic Muslims, and you know what? And they've merged with, guess who? The leftists in America. Why?
What are you
Why
even
would they
fucking
move?
talking about?
Why would they move?
Not even true.
Because they hate, they're Jew haters. That's why. Right, Andrew? They hate the Jews. They're anti-Semites. And the
Is
reality
this
is,
conspiratard night? Like,
No, but
maybe
the left
it's
does wear
Muslim.
keffias and support Palestine. That's a
Andrew,
fact.
have I
He may
said
be
everything?
rambling.
Supporting
He's
Palestine
right.
is anti-Semitic?
Hold on.
No, but he said
he's
there's
never going to finish. Can we just move on?
There is no Palestine. It's a fake. There's no Palestinian people.
Spicoli, I can
Well, they won't
I
for
can
long.
translate.
Go ahead,
Spicoli
Doc.
just wants to go to. So I think Spicoli just wants to go to a sorority dance as someone's date, someone's hot stuff date. When we look at
You're an
I think
incel.
people are.
Hold on.
That's
Hold on.
okay.
Pardon me for just a moment. Hold on. Spicoli, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Doc.
So I still think that if you look at the Republican and the Democratic Party today, there's no John McCain's in the Republican Party. It's these wise guys who got elected because these Nick Fuentes characters, these militia guys.
Spicoli, shut the fuck up.
They're not Jack Kennedy's, they're not John McCain's, and they actually end up going to this white supremacist rally. They kill this chick, this Heather girl. They run her over with a car, and they use this to get Donald Trump elected somehow. And when you look at the Democrats of today, you see like Governor Newsom isn't pushing California. You see that Nancy Pelosi is still a leader talking about the same stuff, not putting forward radical policies. You don't see another Green New Deal since AOC's Green New Deal. And so I think
crack?
you're comparing apples and oranges. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I said you want to go to like a sorority dance as a date, because I don't think that if you're looking at like the male female outlets here, I don't think it's symmetrical.
Okay.
Andrew, any thoughts?
Let me just
He
explain
can
one
go.
thing. and then I'm
No,
gonna go. I'm gonna
hold
go.
on, Spicoli. You're gonna wait. Mute yourself back up.
All right.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. So I'm actually I was really surprised. I watched a lot of this on my stream. I prepared the last couple hours I spent researching, I was really, really surprised that Andrew did apparently no prep for this thing at all. Not even didn't even like Google any arguments.
Sources.
It seems like. I mean, he brought up Abraham Lincoln as one of his examples in the first like 10 minutes. He talked about George
how
Floyd
far I can
as
go
political
back.
violence. Now the reality is that this past year, it is true that left-wing violence has been overrepresented for the first time in 30 years, by the way. It is absolutely ridiculous how disproportionate violence has been for decades. Number one. Number two, he said, I can't even think of any political assassinations from the right. Have you heard of a woman named Melissa Hortman, who was murdered in her home with her husband and her dog? She was a Speaker of the House, I believe, in Minnesota. Okay. And you know who was killed after, or who was attempted to be killed after? Another Democrat lawmaker by the same guy who was dressing up as a police officer, went to her house, shot her husband, her dog, went to another house, shot another congressperson, went to another house, and then was finally apprehended. Okay. This is a political assassination. The Republicans just have completely eviscerated from the public consciousness. It's absolutely insane. Also, by the way, the same day that Charlie Kirk was murdered, there was a school shooting by someone who had been radicalized online by neo-Nazis. So you talk about Nick Fuentes, whether he's a Fed or not, I don't know if he's a fucking Fed, but he's certainly radicalizing young men into neo-Nazism. That's absolutely true. There was the Mormon church shooting, again, by a Trump supporter, a conservative Trump supporter, who shot up a Mormon church because he didn't like their politics or whatever. There's just three examples that are like, what are we even talking about? There's no violence from the right now. Like, yes, we are seeing more from the left. I agree, but like you can't even mention any of these things, or like have you never heard of these things?
No, I say I'm sure there are examples, but these are minor examples compared to the ones that I'm giving. I'm talking about 2 attempts on Trump's life. You know, the president. I'm talking about Charlie Kirk.
For not left wingers.
Andrew,
this is such a
the Mormon. Hang on, real quick. The Mormon Church alone, gives a higher kill count than the entire left.
On, Ryan.
I didn't interrupt you.
Let him finish.
Just let me finish.
Thank you.
Even if I grant you these examples, all of them, if I grant you all these examples, 4 or 5 examples that we haven't verified, it doesn't seem likely to me that someone who shoots up a church ideologically is on the right. That doesn't make sense, right? Like, just think about it for a second.
Okay,
but anyway, even if I grant all
these,
hold on. I've given you examples.
I apologize, Andrew. I have an incredibly rude fucking panel tonight who doesn't know how to act all of a sudden. Get your shit together and shut your fucking mouth. Stop the interruptions. Let him fucking finish his thought, and then you can add in. For fuck's sake, and finish the fucking dono goal, you little shits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry,
okay, so
Andrew.
Even if I grant you all these 3 or 4 examples, I gave you examples where this is happening en masse on the left, whether you're talking about firebombing Teslas, whether you're talking about attacking ICE facilities, whether you're talking about rioting in the streets and looting and firebombing cars. Where is this happening en masse in the right? Where is this happening? I'd love to hear it.
So I'm not saying that there's firebombing on the right or whatever. I mean, I'm sure historically there has been, but I'm not blaming the right for the Tesla bombings or for the Michigan House Republicans who were also targeted in a firebombing in March. These are 2 examples, right? 2 examples, okay, of this year, right? I'm just telling you because you don't even know these things exist. I'm telling you about the actual politicians who were murdered just a few months ago that you had no clue about. You didn't know who this person was. You didn't, and you're saying.
But I granted it to you. But I'm saying the overwhelming, and I even said this to Sarah.
And you're not substantiating that. Wait, how come? Now you're going to interrupt me? Now you're interrupting me after. Okay.
Continue.
Be polite. Be polite. Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, additionally, if you prepared for this at all, then what you probably would have found was the CSIS report, right?
That's
which gives the example.
Found.
Okay, we didn't even. Maybe you mentioned in the last 20 minutes, but you didn't mention it for the first fucking 40 minutes of this for some reason. But this is like the strongest argument that there is. Like,
that's the one I was citing that said that the violence had come higher for the left the first time in 30 years. I couldn't find it because it's dark in here. It's the CSIS study. It's the same study.
Okay, well, congratulations. Now we all know. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So if you were aware of the CSIS report, then you would know that it only there's 5 examples of plots that they're referring to, and 1 right-wing one, right? 5 left ones and 1 right-wing one. Mm-hmm. So when you say the overwhelming, you're not. This is just specifically a very specific kind of violence, right? If you zoom out and look at other reports about, including the CSIS reports, by the way, especially for the past decades, also, which have again, overwhelmingly right-wing violence. Every single CSIS report from before this year shows you that right-wing violence is way overrepresented. But if you looked at this, you would know that there's 153 other incidents that are about anti-immigration, they're racist attacks, they're like crazy libertarian people. There's people and also people on ICE, and there are people from all across the political spectrum. But to just paint this as a left-wing problem is fucking insane. Political violence right now is through the roof, but it's just not only a left-wing thing. You've just been lying all night.
Yeah, I'm lying, but you've yet to give. You gave like 2 or 3 examples. I asked you where it's happening en masse on the right. Mass examples of people committing violence, cities being boarded up. Where is this happening? You must account for this, as my claim wasn't that there's no political violence coming from the right. As me and Sarah clarified in the beginning, that was never my claim. My claim was the vast majority of it comes from the left or from liberal policies or from left-wing areas. I don't know where you live. I live in a right-wing area on Long Island. I can literally go outside right now with $100 bills hanging out of my pocket and walk down the street. Can you do that? Can you do that in a left-wing city? I can do it right now. And if there's someone behind me, they'll come up behind me and be like, "Here, sir, you dropped your $100 bill." Like, and this is not mine. I heard this. Like, I don't want to steal another commentator's thing, but it's true. It's actually true. I can do it.
This seems like just like Carolyn Levitt. This seems just like Carolyn Levitt standing in front of a microphone and feeding people shit. I have no idea what this has to do with political violence. I have no idea what's something that people in the United States, since the inception of the United States, have warned against doing, which is basically making yourself a target or something, has to do with people feeling safe in their community. And so this is just another way to amplify a very narrow version of what actually the world is like, versus having a discussion or a dialogue. If you want to have a discussion or a dialogue, do it the right way.
If I can interrupt just for a moment, because finally my chat fucking listens to me, and they didn't want to see me turn into a completely raging tomato, but I will go apeshit even more if I need to, because you're halfway there on the dono goal. Iotan, of course, salute to you, miss, says, "Yes, ma'am. You're very welcome. Thank you. Absolutely." Casual Crypt is now officially scared to bejesus. Apparently you guys like it when I yell, or maybe you don't like it when I yell. And shout out to Orthodox Guy for the raid. Thank you so kindly for the love. Alexander sends 10 as fear taxes. I apologize if I put the scare factor in all of you, but I will continue to do so if needed. Texas Grown says, yeah. Well, you sent it, so obviously it worked. And Iotan says, my share for the conversation. The last one was just fair. Fair enough. And Alexander asks a question here. I want to save it for last so we can get into it. Can we get a definition of how Andrew knows whether something is left-wing or right-wing violence? Is it based on which party the person is from, or who celebrates, or what? Andrew, to you.
Yeah, it's definitely, it depends. You can't give one over-encompassing answer because this is such a complex problem. And that's what I was trying to explain. Is it the radical coder who thinks I'm so dumb, but can't go a couple levels deep to understand how making a city more dangerous through policies is actually a form of attack. And I don't know what the other guy's name is that said something about putting a target on my back or something. Like, I don't know, man, but what I'm saying is I know I'm a self-defense instructor, so I look every day at what's safe around me. I'm aware of these things, and it's clear when you're in a right-wing area that you're much safer than when you're in an area run by the left. We could test this hypothesis. If you guys would like to put some money on it, I would place a wager as to who would last longer with $100 bills hanging out of their pocket. Me here or you in some left-wing inner city. Like, we could test.
What does this mean, though?
What it means is that the policies that are brought down create and foster a system that's more dangerous, an area that's more dangerous and prone to violence. Criminals flock there because the DAs are not prosecuting crime.
So there are many cities that aren't just run by one party, right? They flip. So, like, as soon as, like, say, like New Orleans elects a Republican mayor, the city's safer just by that. You're saying?
Remember Giuliani in New York?
So
You
it's just
familiar with
default
Giuliani
because
in
of
New
what
York?
they are. It's just a compositional thing that you're saying.
I'm saying that Republicans are more a party of law and order, and Democrats are more a party of
Except
no
when it comes to
bail.
Trump.
And is that not the case? Oh, you mean
Felon.
Trump
No,
that
it's
like
not the
never
case.
It's
smoked
just a
or
meme,
drank a
dude.
day in his life, never smoked or drank a day in his life, and whose kids are well put together, always like well put together, don't smoke or drink. And then you got Biden, who's got a
You
gun
really want
to
to use
a
Trump
hooker's
as an
head,
example?
smoking crack, and you're going to tell me Trump is like a bad guy? Biden's kid has
Well, yeah,
a
I
gun
mean, he
to
was-
a hooker's head. Like, and you
Jared,
guys
was
are on
found-
the high horse. You guys have the moral ground on
But
Trump.
you,
Well,
I don't
he
think
was
so.
found civilly
I
liable
don't
of
think so,
assaulting
dude.
someone.
I don't think so.
Literally grabbing her by the
That's
pussy.
nonsense. No.
Okay,
Thanks
hold
for
Not
on.
nonsense.
Let me interrupt since you guys are all starting to talk. Almighty Nate, welcome back, Almighty Nate. Missed you. Says duck crash out will happen tonight. And of course, Captain KB, another lady friend in our chat. I'm so excited they're making their way in. Sending tomatoes just to send some love. I'm getting happier by the minute, but of course, my favorite red color on the screen makes me the happiest tomato, and everyone has a pleasant time. Alexander says, wait, Spicoli, shut up. And if anybody would like to do me a favor, you already know what that favor is. Backstage, I've got Josh Stacy waiting patiently, who actually can offer something to the topic. You know what to do. Alexander says, wait, so this is just feelings and how you feel in major cities. You define left-wing violence as who runs the areas that are more dangerous. Isn't this just a major city problem?
No, this is just one part of it. This is just one, like I said, this is a complex issue. And if you guys were watching, we went through the whole every part. Whether you're talking about political assassinations, whether, I don't know what this means, whether you're talking about political assassinations, whether you're talking about violence in the streets, where like looting and firebombing, actual violence in the streets, destruction of property, billions of dollars only coming from one side. Where is this coming from the right? Wherever you want to talk about.
I literally gave you an example, dude. You didn't even know about the Republican who assassinated Democratic lawmakers.
So does that mean that
Minnesota.
you win the debate? Is that what you're saying?
You had no fucking clue.
Where is this happening?
You are in
en
such an
masse
echo
in the
chamber.
right?
You weren't even
Because
aware that
named
Melissa Hortman
one
was killed by a
example
Republican.
that I granted.
You didn't even know she died. You didn't even know who she was.
Won? Like, where is this happening en masse on the right?
Isn't he
Whoa, I'm sorry. I thought we all had better manners than that.
He wins.
I will. I want to respond. You want to talk about structural violence, right? You want to talk about policies. Hang on. You want to talk about policies making things more dangerous? Let's talk about how Republicans gutting Medicaid and not extending the ACA subsidies is going to lead to 50,000 deaths every year of Americans unnecessarily. 50,000 people will die because of Republican policies. And you want to talk about structural violence? Let's talk about that.
How many people lost their health insurance because of the ACA?
If you're going through, people are going to die.
I'm battling on your turf.
This is not looking good, bro. I'm asking where it's coming on a mass scale. My claim was it's coming mostly, overwhelmingly from the left. You gave one example and tried to say, that's my point, is that there's one example.
Name a political figure on the right who's been assassinated this year.
Charlie Kirk.
Is this guy serious?
No, I'm sorry.
I didn't even want to say that. Is this guy serious?
A representative.
No, why does it have to be a representative?
One representative.
Political assassination.
One representative.
The guy was on the
one
right.
representative.
I'm not allowed to use that as an
Just
example.
one. Name a single representative.
Come on.
And allow me to interrupt, gentlemen, because
this is a no true Scotsman fallacy. You're not going to take the main conservative that was assassinated.
Is on the screen, so I must interrupt all of you for this moment. Alexander is my hero, my absolute hero. Spicoli can go home for the night. Spicoli, you cannot come back this evening. You are done for the night. So thank you for playing. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Alexander says. Also, Andrew, how do you know that the assassin was left wing? You still haven't given me a single standard by which to judge or determine it. Does the target have to be on the right? Does the actor have to be on the left? And if everyone else can shut up and allow Andrew the space to answer, thank you.
Sure. Let me answer this one specifically because I think you asked this before. It's case by case. So we have to be able to look with a critical mind on a case by case situation. That's the only way to do this is every case is going to present different variables. If you take the Charlie Kirk shooter, he had a trans girlfriend that he was living with this left-wing ideology clearly, as well as is that not the case? As well as the messages that were written on the bullets fascist catch or this or that, like whatever messages they put on the bullets, as well as the parents told police that he was leaning more and more left in his political views at Thanksgiving. He was like fighting with them about right-wing stuff. So we have all this evidence that shows us that it's political violence. Like, we don't have to guess. And it's the same when you have a trans shooter that shoots up like the New Covenant Christian school. This is political violence, whether they want to classify it, and they don't. And that's why Radical Coder pulls these stats like it's always been more left than right, because this stuff doesn't get classified, but it hasn't. And there's no examples en masse. Again, like I could tell you left-wing violence, like you're asking, is Antifa in the streets, is BLM. This is definition.
BLM is left-wing violence. The largest civil rights protest in American history is political
They were
violence.
burning down cities.
Yes.
They caused billions of dollars of
So, I mean, there were some
damage.
people burning
They
shit down. I
firebombed
agree with
police
that.
stations.
What
That's
city did
political
they burn
violence.
down? What
Yeah,
city
what-
did
yeah,
they
what city
burn?
burned
No,
down?
what city did they burn down? You said
They
they
were
burned down
burning
a
down
city.
police
What
stations. I
city did
believe
they
it was
burn
in
down?
You said cities.
No, you said they
Cities were
burned down a
bur-
city.
Okay,
Answer
so
the
are you
fucking weasel,
saying
dude.
that
This guy's a
it was
pathetic
Okay,
loser. What a
let
fucking loser.
him
Are you trying to catch me
What
on
a
a
joke.
technicality?
Okay,
What a
let's
joke.
do this.
That's a
Let's
joke?
do this for a moment, because I can't believe I've had to actually settle you not you, Andrew. You're being very fine. What the fuck is wrong with you tonight? All of you.
I got him riled up.
You know better. You fucking know better. It's enough.
It's exhausting listening to this fucking lying loser lie all the time. Yeah, it's frustrating.
I
Lying
get it.
about what?
Pretty much
Ryan,
everything.
Ryan, I get it, but that doesn't mean you yell over people. You take your
I've waited my turn
time.
most of the
You
time.
wait for your turn to respond, and then you say what the fuck you're gonna say.
I feel like most of this time that I've joined in, it's been when there was a moment of silence. A couple times I've interrupted, but most of the time I've been waiting for what I thought was a moment of silence, and then there are other people talking. But I think I'm trying to wait my turn just fine.
Go ahead, Andrew. Back to what you were saying.
I'm still waiting to hear where this is happening en masse on the right. Like, you can be angry about it, that this is the case. I'm not happy that it's the case either. It just so happens that when Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, cities are not boarded up. Why is that? Why did no one, Ducky, who wanted to say that this doesn't happen, how come no one boarded up their cities?
Because Charlie Kirk was a one-off event, not something that had been boiling up to
Hold on.
No, because the right
He's gonna ask
had
more
prayer
questions,
vigils. They didn't burn any cities in any capacity. I'm not saying the entire city was burned down. I know you're trying to catch me on a technicality, but I'm saying cities were boarded up, New York included. I live here. I was here for the BLM riots. Cities were boarded up. Property was destroyed. Are you disputing that? So I've answered your questions. I'm still waiting for someone to answer where there is political violence happening en masse, not one example, on a mass scale, as I have provided this to you, on the right. Where is this happening?
And I believe, Calvin, you were trying to chime in on something. Did I hear you properly?
Yeah, he keeps using this BLM right thing. I see a lot of right wingers use this as a means to combat this issue or paint the left as more violent. So I have a question for him. Well, to me, I don't consider the BLM as political violence. I consider that as social violence, if anything, if you're going to call it violence, because it's more like a social, I guess, response. I have the 1992 Watch riot. This was the uprising in Los Angeles that resulted in years of years of mistreatment by the police and racist policies with housing that had to do with Black people. We had the 1968 MLK riot, which was Black people acting out to misjustice and things of that nature. And we also had the 1967 Newark riots. Another situation where a Black man was cab driver was killed by beaten by police officers. All these instances resulted in Black people rioting. So my question to you, the 1960s, the 1992, all these different riots that I listed out to you, do you consider those political violence when Black people were responding to, I guess, the oppression that was put upon them?
Yeah, absolutely. And I even granted this earlier. We were talking about this. It hasn't always been the case that this I'm talking about now, right? So we can go back to the 60s. Yeah, there was lynchings, there was things that were happening, but that's not today. Today's a clearly different climate. And clearly the violence is happening from a different place. So yeah, I'll grant you that's fine. That's not the prompt. Like it's fine. Yeah, it happened in the 60s, maybe even in the 90s. That was 30 years ago. I'm talking about today. Where is the violence today? And again, you're proving my point by only citing examples from up to 30 years ago, all the way back to 60, 70 years ago, citing sources that there isn't one from today. That's my point. I don't know why you guys are so mad at me. I'm not like picking this because it's like my choice. I'm just calling it like I see it.
Well, my point
we can talk about January 6th, which you also lied about a shit
We
ton.
talked about it.
You really don't want to do that one, Ryan.
Yeah.
The insurrection with no weapons, the only insurrection in history with no weapons, insurrection.
Let me engage with that specific claim, and then I'll yield to whatever. But like the Oath Keepers literally had what they called a quick response force across the river in a hotel room, described as one of them described it as the largest weapon stash he'd seen since he was in the military. And they literally brought this because they planned to go into the Capitol and hold people hostage if they needed to, because they believed the election was stolen.
Yeah, Andrew.
Why didn't they? So you're saying there was some weapons in a hotel room somewhere? That's
a massive weapons
There was no
stash,
weapons
yes.
brought to, a massive weapons
That's
stash
also not true.
There was no weapons.
There were knives, there was mace, there were
There's no
zip ties, there
firearms
were
at the Capitol.
lots of weapons. What are you
The
talking
only
about?
insurrection in modern history with no firearms. I don't care if there was firearms in a stash house somewhere blocks away. Why didn't they bring it? You're proving my point.
Reality, what happened that day. You're
No, you're
lying
not
loser.
looking at reality. They didn't bring them. Is if I go somewhere and I have a gun at my house, can they be like, oh, he has a gun?
It wasn't at their house. They brought it to the Capitol.
No matter where, if I have it in my
Capitol,
car, am I responsible for that?
You just have no idea. You're not even aware of this. You weren't even aware of what the Oath Keepers did.
It's not relevant to the point.
Do you even know who the Oath Keepers
that they
are?
have weapons? Yeah, it's a right-wing militia group that you're talking about. It's
who planned to overthrow the fucking Capitol.
But they didn't. They didn't bring the guns. So if I plan to rob a bank and I have a gun and it's at my stash house and I don't bring it, can I get charged with armed robbery?
They didn't need the guns. They got in. They broke in. They busted
You're
in.
blaming them for bringing the guns. My point was
they brought them for a reason. They didn't bring them to go shooting later. They didn't bring them to do target practice. You fucking
They didn't bring them to shoot them. Do guns serve another purpose?
They didn't need to use them to do that. They got in. They got into the Capitol. They beat the shit out of cops. They broke into the Capitol.
The Capitol Police literally said, "Come on in." It's on video.
After they beat the shit out of them and broke through the barricade. You have no idea what you're talking about. Or you're just lying.
He's right.
A lot of you guys
on
do
video.
I'm 100% telling you.
Yeah, it is. You can watch them beat the shit out of cops. Yeah, for hours.
Bullshit. Throw me.
Yeah, show it to us.
Make a video of them beating cops for hours. $100, Ryan. I got it right.
I'm sorry. The video's maybe hours long.
On that because it was happening.
That's your claim. I'm just saying to hold you to your claim.
Look, I know this is like
hard to hear. They beat cops for maybe an hour.
Show me one example of them beating the cops.
Wait, one example of beating the cops?
Let me back up. How many cops died on January 6th?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, exactly. You're going to move off that because you know they were beating the shit out of cops.
It was 0.
Which is why you're moving this. One cop died the next day, and the medical examiner said that contributed, but
0.
I'd like to hand the floor over to Alexander. Did you want to bring a thought into the panel, sir?
Yeah, I don't see a reason why we have to relitigate all the older stuff. I mean, I feel like we can stay on point without going back to January 6th at the moment.
That's all they got.
That I don't know how necessarily true that is, but
I'm waiting.
I guess my problem with your statement of using a critical eye to determine which side someone is on. The critical eye is going to depend very much on who's observing with it. And pretty much, I think when Charlie Kirk was shot, within about 2 minutes, it was said that it was a trans shooter. And it was a leftist. And then it pretty much just went on from there. Nobody had any clue who actually did the shooting. Nobody had any clue of what actually happened. But that was the immediate narrative from the start. And it turned out to not be true. Although kind of in part, there was a trans person tangentially related to the matter. How do you just say that that it's a left wing or that it's left wing violence without having like some direct connection to the left wing creating it? Is is like any individual shooter considered left-wing violence, or do you need some sort of conspiracy or some group planning an action to do it?
Well, like I said, like this guy had a note that he left under his keyboard. Like he had spoken about this previously. So like even his own parents say it. So like I don't know where like they always want to. Like, but even if I grant you, like I don't care about the individual cases. Like
But
no
he never
one
talked
is
about
denying
politics and any of that.
Hold on, just let him finish.
Okay,
Just-
but okay, so let's just go real simple here. Like whoever said before about the Trump thing, like that was a right winger that tried to assassinate Trump. Like, isn't that just dumb on its face? Like, what are you,
Why?
the worst right winger
No.
ever? Yeah, you don't get it. That's why you're clearly not a right winger. If you're
Don't
trying
we
to kill
have never
right
Trumpers?
wingers, what type of right winger are you?
Don't
You're
we
the
have
worst
never
right winger
Trumpers?
ever. Huh? So it's right
Yeah,
wingers.
you would
going
assume that
around
the people who
killing
love
right
guns a
wingers.
lot will be the place where you'll find more crazy
Andrew,
people who love guns
Andrew,
a lot.
do we have never Trumpers?
Yeah, but they're not going around trying to kill Trump. That's stupid. That's like
do you know that?
How do I know it?
Please. May I give you one piece of information that you
Sure.
should be aware of? One of the people who attempted, the one who was caught at the golf course, right? That person literally wrote an ebook about how he regretted his support for Trump. He was literally an ex-Trump supporter.
Yeah, I'm aware. They like to go after these people that are politically ambiguous to get them to do these things. So like you'll also
Hold on.
You'll
To get them to
also
do
find.
what?
Let me finish. Just allow me to finish.
Now they're politically ambiguous.
You'll also find that he made contributions to Democrat Party. So they'll find people that, and they use this. This is by design. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
The way you're
It's
using
not
it?
true. He was just on the right. He was a right winger that tried to kill the leader of the right wing movement. Does that make sense to you?
Are
Yes,
you
in your
alleging
head
an actual? Hold on, Andrew. Are you alleging an actual conspiracy here?
I'm saying that when people try to kill us and we're on the
No,
right,
hold on,
it's coming from the other side, dude.
Hold on.
Obviously.
You just said they like to find people
Mhm.
who are ambiguous. Who's they?
Yeah, so I do think, and we spoke about this a little bit about the Charlie Kirk thing. I do think that there is a higher. I don't know exactly who it is, but there is someone that puts this stuff together, and they do go after these people that may have like weird sexual stuff going on online, because it's the same as like an Epstein thing. They're easier to control, right? And if you look at the guy, me and Sarah spoke about this, that stood up when Charlie got shot and was like, I did it. When the cops got him later, I don't know, Radical Coder, if you know this is verified true. He had child porn on his phone. He didn't want to give his phone to the cops. So why is it that guy stood up and said, it's me? Don't you think it's more likely that somebody said to him, someone found that on his computer and said, do this?
Again, I can give you more information that you clearly don't know. That guy has been involved in other putting himself in insane situations before.
He was at 9/11. He was at multiple of these, which is also proves my point. That's what I'm trying to say. Is this all by design? The chances of him being at all those events, they did the math.
Now we're in conspiracy
1 in
land.
2 billion. Yeah. No, Radical Coder brought it up. What other events was he at? You're making my point.
There was a protest a couple years ago that he was in, where he was like making a scene and trying to get himself
Ryan,
arrested.
can I?
He's also at 9/11, dude.
Yeah, go ahead. Did so.
Real quickly, Andrew. Thank you, Sarah, again for having me. A pleasure being here. I'm going to go quick on this. Andrew, quick question. You ascribed a social progressive ideology to the leftists. Is this exclusive to United States or is this a worldwide phenomenon?
It's definitely going on in the United States and Europe. And this is what you get, like progressive by its definition.
Don't give me a long story. I just wanted to ask you that and you gave me the answer. Second question.
Sure.
In the last 30 years up to today, can you tell me one elected leftist government that has pushed progressive ideals?
One elected leftist government that pushed progressive ideals?
Mm-hmm.
What about here in the United? Here in the United States.
It's worldwide. Now that you mention it's worldwide, can you at least mention one
sure.
leftist? Which one?
So Germany, right? They're having major problems in a lot of countries in Europe. Germany, in the UK, they're having major problems from leftist policies that were brought in for immigration. They're finding that you can't just bring in a whole separate population and expect it to work the same as the population that's there currently. So this is a direct result of Europe being even further left. Canada's the same. Canada, a lot of the times, is a little bit ahead of us in their leftist progressive policies, and look at what they do there. You know, they're freezing truckers' bank accounts that weren't like following the COVID laws. So like you're so close to tyranny. Again, I don't see this stuff happening on the right. Go ahead.
Apart from the fact that you've just mentioned something completely and utterly wrong in the matters of migration in Germany, but that's a conversation for another day. Let's base ourselves on this conversation in regards of leftism violence and political violence in general. Quick question. In the last 2 years, there has been well over 752 threats of bombing. There has been several hundreds of assaults to clinics. Here's the data from just the last 2 years. So basically, you had 15 cases of arson against abortion clinics. You had 750 threats of bombing to abortion clinics just in the United States. This is data from the United States. Okay? Just in the last 2 years, from 23 to 24. So you also had countless other forms of psychological as well as physical violence directed in that. So who are the anti-abortion people? Whose political party are they more inclined into?
So I didn't hear the exact stats. So what you're saying is that Christians, right-wing Christians, are firebombing abortion clinics. How many did you say? Could you cite that again?
Well, in the last from the moment Roe versus Wade happened to today, there has been 11 bombings to clinics. Sorry, 11 murders of people who worked in abortion clinics. 752 bombings. And just in the last recent years, 2 years, 23 and 24, the threats of bombings matched the actual bombings that happened in the span of that. And I'm telling you, this is from the moment, the Supreme Court made its decision. And this is coming from the NAF, the National Abortion Federation, released its statistics. 750 cases of destruction of a clinic, nearly 300 death threats or threats of harm, more than 600 cases of trespassing, and countless other forms of violence directed to clinical abortion clinics. Isn't that also a political violence motivated, especially and particularly for one class of individual that has a major inclination or a political inclination?
Are you familiar with eugenics? Do you know what eugenics is?
Move the goalpost.
Do you know why they say you brought up
yes
abortion clinics, sir? You brought up abortion clinics. So you're going to take an example where they murder 1 million babies per year, right? Mm-hmm. So 60 million babies since the date that you're talking about. This is 10 times the number of the Holocaust. And you're going to say 11 people were killed trying to stop that, so we caused the violence? 60 million aborted babies? That's your position? And we're causing the violence? 60 million aborted babies? There's 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. 60 million babies.
A conversation with something that is such bad faith that
how's
does
that bad
not
faith?
Approach the analysis. You moved the goalpost. I wasn't asking about abortion. I was only indicating
you brought up abortion.
In the last 2 years, the violence towards clinic abortions have been those numbers.
What about the violence committed inside the clinics?
I'm looking at that report. Why are you lying about it? I'm looking at that report. Why are you lying about it?
1 million a year is the estimate for abortions.
Again, we weren't talking about abortion. We're talking about political violence. You asked for.
You brought up abortion.
Well, I think Wyatt, tuning in from the toilet, wants to chime in here. Like it took me a second, but hold on.
The fire alarm, Sarah.
I gotta bring this up. He's totally tuning in from the toilet. I hope. Are you actually on the toilet? Or are you just sitting in there?
Yes, I am, Sarah. I'll vouch for that. It's the only part of my apartment that I don't have that loud ass alarm going.
Oh my goodness. Batteries usually fix that problem.
Well, I gotta get a hold of the management tomorrow. I think it's something else I gotta deal with.
Fair enough. What did you want to add in there? I saw you
I
raise your
want
hand.
to add into Andrew. Abortion is legal. I'll put it this way. I'm not quite an old school Democrat. I know I appreciate. I'm also ex-military. I don't bring up that much. But Andrew, abortion is legal. Why in the blue hell are you trying to propagate about abortion? You're fucking talking about the left or right violence, political violence. It's been primarily on the right for decades. I'll be the first to say that.
So let me answer. So one, something being legal is not the arbiter of whether or not violence is committed there. The Nazi death camps were legal in Nazi Germany. It's not valid that means that it's not violent. And all I'm saying is, where is the actual, from like I said, I'm a self-defense instructor. Let's take the politics out of it. Where is the actual violence being committed at an abortion clinic? Who is being aborted? That is actually happening, and we can't just skip over it. Whether or not it's legal, it's a violent act. Often,
it's not a violent act.
You're being disingenuous.
Why don't you take the head of your ass? Clean your shit out of your ears a little bit.
Does it cause death?
Allow me.
Does it cause death? What do you consider violent?
You to allow me my tongue. I ain't said a goddamn thing. So
Go
you
ahead,
better
Wyatt.
get off the horse.
I'm sorry,
Or
Andrew,
as I
you're
said
being
to
Hold on, Detso.
Sarah, to our friend Todd, get off the cross beneath the fucking wood.
Well, I think what Andrew is insinuating is that due to left-leaning policies, abortion is a legal thing, state to state now, right? And due to that, because it's viewed because it's viewed from the right's standpoint as a violent act, it is considered murder, right? That's what he is. That's what he is insinuating.
Okay,
Yeah, can I ask you a question? If you murder, let me ask one question. Let me ask you one question. I'll prove the point. If you murder a pregnant woman, why do you get charged with double murder?
Because we don't know if she's going to abort the fetus.
What is the relevance of that?
When you're doing
what
that,
is her intentions? The relevance of whether or
The
not
law
it's murder?
only cares if she wanted to keep
she's
the
going to
child.
carry the child full term.
So what
That's
the mother
why.
wants determines whether or
Yes.
not that's murder.
By law, yes.
Look,
but does that make
is-
logical
it
sense as to
is
whether or not it's violence?
That is as absurd as felony murder. But the problem is, Andrew, you
Hold
have
on.
been disingenuous
can
because the
I
question
interrogate
was
this
in
for just a
regards to
second?
political violence. And in regards to political balance, the matter of fact is that you've had bombings, murders, etc., all directed to clinical, abortion clinics. The question of abortion is not in debate right now. You just decided to go that way because you wouldn't answer.
It's too easy.
The majority of people, before you interrupt, the majority of people that are committing these actions against clinical abortion, what is their political inclination? And the answer is conservative Republican. Because then you see that even in the last 2 years, you've still had a continuous activity in that sense. Now, the thing about political violence, unfortunately, your view, and I proved this on the first initial question, is extremely obtuse. You ascribed a progressivism to leftism in the whole world. You said then, well, Europe and United States, of course, I knew you would answer that. But I could challenge that any day of the week with many other examples in the last 30 years with other elected governments that are clearly conservative leftism. And that de Ortega, de Maduro, de Fidel Castro, I can give you so much historical value that leftism has been more inclined into social conservative values, and that the issues of progressivism in the United States is far more diverse than just leftism. That is a question of analysis. Hold on, and then with
you
this,
just named a bunch of failed states: Venezuela,
my man.
Maduro. Like,
you wouldn't have. Sorry to say this way, and it may sound arrogant. You wouldn't be able to stand on your 2 feet on a depth conversation regarding those countries, the realities of those countries, the history of those countries. You would be incapable of having that conversation with me on a one-on-one basis. So let's not go there. But the point being here is that your world is so obtuse that the only possibility that you have of view is repeating empty slogans without any depth. The violence and the political violence in the United States is not an issue of left or right. And throughout your history, hell, the last 60 some odd years, one president assassinated, several attempted killings. Senators and congressmen of either side of the aisles have been assassinated or attempted to be assassinated, either Republican and Democrats. In the most recent time, you had 2 Minnesota lawmakers, Democrats, assassinated by somebody of the right. And then you had Charlie Kirk, a prominent right-wing loudmouth who loved to talk about issues, get himself killed by somebody who, at this stage, it's undefined what his political.
So you just said all these people like that we don't even know their names were killed by people on the right, like it was definitive since the 60s. This is happening on the right, firebombed, 11 people murdered, this and that, and Charlie Kirk, the jury's still out. Like that just goes to show that everything you're saying is biased. Give me I've been defending and answering your questions. It's my I've been answering your questions, but no one has given me one example of where this happens en masse. He gave 11 deaths since 1960. I turned around and gave him 60 million deaths. Mine don't count. His count. I'm saying, where is this happening en masse? En masse on the right. Show me an example. Show me an example of a right-wing group of people en masse committing violence.
Andrew, please
where
tell
is
us that you're stupid, but without saying
just show it to me
out loud. Okay.
You could call me stupid, but just show it.
Hold on.
We've shown it. You goddamn dick flute.
Where?
Guys, we don't need to get upset, okay?
Hostile.
This is a question of definitions, all right? He's defining abortion as left-wing violence.
I don't need that. It's just I can. I'll grant you that.
I mean, get worked up.
My position. I'm just telling what he said.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. If I'm fucking talking, you are not. Finish the fucking goal, chat. Thank you. What the fuck? Alexander, you may continue, please.
So if you are going to define abortion as left-wing violence, that there's no measure through which there's anything even remotely compatible by anyone since the dawn of mankind, right?
Then I win the debate.
Well, then you'd have to argue and make it. Well, you're going to have to prove that that's a valid argument then.
Yeah, sure.
The problem is you're talking about violence, right? I don't know what your definition of violence is, but for the most part, I mean, what about spontaneous abortions? Are those
I don't know, man. It's not relevant to this.
Wouldn't that make any woman who lost her child a murderer by your definition?
No, because there's a procedure that goes in. Like, obviously, by definition, if it causes death, it's violence. Like, I don't know what we're arguing here. If it causes, and I don't even care about the abortion issue. I don't need this issue to win the debate. I don't need any specific
I wasn't talking
issue.
about the
You can
abortion.
have the assassinations. You can have the abortions. Where do you want me to argue? You want to do the property destruction?
If you want to drop
Andrew, how do you define?
But just let me make one point about the abortions. It is a left-wing issue, and it's even more insidious because it's so sick. It's the sacrifice of a child on the altar of selfishness. So to sit there and say it's not violent, on the altar of the self, you're sacrificing a child, and you only do that on the left. So if you want
how do you define political violence and what are its characteristics? Based on what do you define political violence? Please provide a source.
I think he's saying
the definition you want.
He's saying we're dropping the abortion thing, so we can.
Yeah, I'll grant you whatever you want. You tell me, I'll grant you.
And I will take a moment to interrupt, and then I'll hand it back to you, Ditso, and hopefully you will be able to continue uninterrupted. Chib sends 5 just to say, Andrew, I subscribed to you after your last debate with Craig. Keep crushing these crazies. Which Craig? Was it FTFE?
Yeah, I debated him twice. Yeah.
Nice.
like
Craig's
Craig.
so funny.
Yeah.
And Jason Reeves, of course, wanted to see me smile because he knows how angry and irritated I'm getting at everybody interrupting each other. And my favorite color on screen makes me so much happier. Thank you, Jason. Put all of the tomatoes in that chat to light it up for Jason and say thank you. Thank you. So I'll kick it back to you and you can kick us off.
First, Andrew, and this is a rhetorical question because I can provide the answer both in Spanish and English in both systems. But can you please define and what characteristics are of political violence?
Yeah, so like I said, I'll grant you any definition you want. What I'm talking about usually is violence that's carried out either to a person, property, property destruction, any type of violence. It could be a financial attack, a property destruction, a physical attack on a person or property that has a political motive. So like before someone had said like it's a social motive, I don't see what the difference is. That to me is just like a cop out, like, oh, this is a social motive because it's on the right, but this is a political motive because it's on the left. It's all political, right? It's all political. If people are killing each other over these social issues.
How do you define political? What is the meaning of the word political? What does
so
the word political entail?
Yeah, it comes from policies, social policies. So politics are downstream of social issues. They're one and the same. You can't have a huge social issue coming up that doesn't affect politics where one side wants it and the other. They're directly connected. That's what I'm saying. So like saying that it's a social issue.
You're ascribing the definition of politics on the etymological level, correct? Yes or no?
I'm saying, are we like this? Is what we're doing? I'll grant you.
Yes or no? I don't want a long answer. I ask you yes or no.
Hold on.
I ask you yes.
Hold on. He can stop. He can give a yes and a qualifier. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay.
Or no, whichever way.
I don't know the exact definition off the top of my head. I'm tired of being a work. I'll grant you whatever definition you want. I'll grant it, or we can look it up. Like I'm telling you, damage to infrastructure, people. That causes financial damage or injury to infrastructure or people based on a political motive. That's what political violence is.
Okay, first, politics, and based on the attempted description of etymological meaning that you try to give, politics comes from the Greek and the Roman meaning polis, tika.
That's what I said.
The issues of the city. The issues of the city. Okay? Simple. You went on about it too long and confused the issue. So let's be clear to the people. Politics means polis, city, tika, issues. Fine. All right. So if we define that in that sense, and the whole board agrees, then political violence refers to the reaction of groups or individuals towards the problems or the issues of that city. Therefore, if we go back to the example I provided at the initial aspect, that is a form of political violence. Storming a Congress because of you did not like the election results, that is political violence.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Counter?
Hold on.
Well, wait, just let me probe it for a second.
One more,
I forget what I'm going to say. I want to probe what you just said. So if I could prove to you that abortion clinics were set up specifically in certain areas to promote the killing of a certain group, thus a political motive, could I then characterize political and Planned Parenthood was set up this way for a reason? If I could prove that to you, could I then count it as political violence and win the debate? I mean, is that what you're saying? It's all about motive. Is that your point?
No.
I'm just trying to get clear what the point is.
There has to be an ideology behind it.
Right. So it's a motive.
No.
So I'm saying if the person that started Planned Parenthood in inner cities was ideologically motivated, that would be political violence then, by your own definition.
Remember, Andrew, I'm going to also reiterate.
Wait. This is very important. That would then be political violence by your own definition.
Guys know what birth control is. and all, and he's not just simply a one thing fits for all. It's a little everything. But then again, you probably haven't been to a Planned Parenthood chapter in a long time, so I forgive you for your ignorance, stupidity, and ignorance.
Allow me just a moment, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Jason has decided to apply the full hundo as a boot for the evening for Duck. So I'm going to allow Duck a moment. I'm just going to put you backstage for a second, Calvin. Duck, you have exactly 2 minutes to plead your case to the chat for somebody to pay for you to stay, or you can utilize the time as well for your final statements for everyone, or whatever you want to do. You have 2 minutes and go. Oh, goodness.
Oh, God.
You're muted.
You're muted, my
Yeah,
friend.
you're muted yourself, by the way.
Oh, I'm muted? Okay.
Yeah,
so
you
we're doing
did.
this.
You're good.
We're
I
doing
got
this.
you. I'll
Okay,
take
so
care of it.
thanks, Sarah. Per Sarah's rules, I think someone can pitch in $49 to save me. And so that would be a really generous thing to do. One of my favorite things about these discussions is it gives us a chance to examine our own beliefs, our own biases, more than anything, our shared values. So just to make that clear abundantly. And so, I think for a lot of people out there, we should have this conversation. Andrew did a great job tonight, but he said a lot of things that are detached from reality. And a lot of people on panel brought that up. So this is one of the things I always try to do. I'm a former Catholic. Catholics, guys like us know that you put yourself next to the situation, the scenario. And that is actually, if you don't find that valuable, if you don't find the moral fabric of society valuable, that's also how you find clarity. So you don't need to find moral clarity to find clarity. And sometimes that does help you find a moral position that's more amenable. Donald Trump and people like Andrew are a product of a white supremacist female killing rally where they chanted, the Jews will not replace us in Charlottesville. Thank you.
Thank you, Duck. And it doesn't look like anybody is saving you this evening. So I'm going to say our lovely goodbyes to you. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. We will see you on the next round.
And
you're
Andrew, just
welcome.
to real quickly answer your point in what you attempted to false equivalence the whole thing. You try to false equivalence the situation of Planned Parenthood and Singh, who had horrible positions, and Planned Parenthood came out and already said, "Hey, that's not us." To the aspect of political violence, as in regards of the actions taken by social groups, we can just
So cute. Oh, he looks so happy.
Everyone needs a happy puppy.
There's a big old pity, Botherston.
Yeah,
he's so cute.
one of my dogs
Go ahead,
died
Ditzo.
3 months ago.
Aww.
Yeah,
That's
15 years.
fine.
He was with me 15 years.
Aww.
His brother is now still alive, and hopefully I can last him for 20. But crossing my fingers that I do everything I can to last him for 20 years. That dog. Anyhow, point being here, see, Andrew, I'm not. I don't have ADHD. I have extremely good retentive when I speak. So to that point, Andrew, if we look at the reality of political violence, especially in the Western Hemisphere, we see that political violence is the actions, like those who are bombing abortion clinics, that has an intention to create the conditions to then push forward their change.
And if I may interrupt, Red comes across the screen. I'm so sorry, but Jason has spoken on behalf of my mama. And Wyatt, you have been hit. My mama has chosen you for the full boot for the evening. You have 2 minutes to plead your case and say goodbye, whichever you so choose, from the toilet with the fire alarm system beeping.
Well, I tried, Sarah. God knows I tried. I made all I thought was good points, bad points. Trying to keep Andrew in check doesn't mean anything, but and Ditso is the first time I've seen you on here. You did a hell of a job. You're still doing, as far as I know, you're doing okay. And as far as Alexander, I like to say, I see you guys occasionally. And I wish Ducky was still up here. We can't control things we don't have. We can't control what we control with. I'm trying to do my damnedest to make a plea so I can stay up here a little longer. But if I don't, if I'm forced out, that shit happens. That's all I can do. I try to give you guys a little bit of information. I take some a little bit also, except for you, Andrew. Now go time up your tinfoil hat and get the brain molecules get a little more adjusted. But as I say, I do what I can do. And hopefully I've made my plea, Sarah. It's up to everybody else.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's doing it. Jason has spoken on behalf of Mama with the big red color. But Wyatt, we appreciate you joining and offering your opinion as well. And we look forward to your next round here.
All right, Sarah. Hopefully tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. We'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And I believe Ryan wants to make his exit as well. So Ryan, we'll go ahead and give you the floor, sir, to say your goodbyes.
Thank you. I'll start by apologizing for getting very frustrated earlier. It's a personal pet peeve when people lie incessantly and don't engage with the conversation topic and deflect when people ask them like important questions and stuff. Just one fun fact before I go into my final thing here: 40% of Republicans, by the way, believe that abortion should be accessible. So according to Andrew, 40% of Republicans believe in apparently a Holocaust, I believe is the word he used. But let's just go back to his main claim of the night, which is that if political violence is almost exclusively coming from the left, so we should not see very many far right violence or jihadist violence, for example, which would obviously not be qualified. Neither of those would be qualified as left-wing violence by any data. And so, for example, we saw the New Orleans terror attack on New Year's. A Islamic extremist drove a truck into crowds on Bourbon Street, which killed 14 people. There was a CDC anti-vax attack in Atlanta where an anti-vaccine extremist fired 180 rounds into a CDC building, killing a police officer because he believed that the jab ruined his life. There was the Michigan Mormon Church massacre where a gunman drove his truck into a Latter-day Saints church, opened fire and set it ablaze. This was a right-wing, Trump-supporting, radicalized, not in the cool way, person. Again, there was also another. I don't know if you guys even know about this. It seems like you didn't know about almost any of this, so you probably don't know that there was also a neo-Nazi Trump assassination plot where a 17-year-old killed his parents and then had a plot to assassinate Trump as well to quote unquote save the white race. I'm sure that guy was a communist or something from your perspective. There was the Pride threat where a Texas man was arrested after threatening to lock and load and massacre a Pride parade to quote unquote pay them back for taking out Charlie Kirk, whatever that means. I don't know. The gays didn't kill Charlie Kirk. One guy who was maybe dating a trans person did. And then also, obviously, he didn't know about the Minnesota political assassinations where Melissa Hortman, her husband, and her dog, again, were shot and killed. And Senator John Hoffman was also shot. Again, Republicans have incessantly lied over and over about this guy's history. He was an anti-abortion activist. He was actually hired by Tim Walz at one point to work in the government because Tim Walz, unlike Donald Trump, which you guys, Republicans can't fathom this, but Tim Walz and other Democrats, they actually work bipartisanly. So it is true that Tim Walz hired a Republican to work there. So yeah, if his claim was true, then none of these things would be, or at least maybe one of these things might have happened, and maybe his claim could be defensible. But all of these things, and I'm not even we're just scratching the surface. There are so many more we could go into. But Andrew is either not aware of any of them or doesn't care. The latter is more likely because he's a lying fucking loser. But I appreciate you, Sarah, as always, for having me. Jack Darko, Ditso, Balderson, Alexander, and Calvin. It's great to see you all, and the rest of you. Whatever.
I
Thank
do
you,
have to
Ryan.
go, Sarah. Do you mind if I do 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then leave because
Yeah,
I have work
sure.
tomorrow.
Why not?
Thank
Go ahead, Ditso.
I got a piece,
Thank
Sarah.
you, sir.
I just got.
Just real quickly.
Yeah, take your time.
I got to use the
Thank you
bathroom.
for. Sure, go ahead. You'll hear this later. Thank you for having me, Sarah. Thank you, everyone on the panel. Those that are here, those who have left. Real quickly, let's be sincere. The so-called violence of leftism, compared to what is happening in America, in the United States, is almost non-existent. But of course, the problem of political violence, when you have the head of your state, somebody that will taunt and create the conditions for frustration, for anger to happen, violence will appear. And the thing is that just limiting to it's a question of one ideology is an absurdity. We saw it with the person who killed Kirk, an unaffiliated, undefined individual politically. We couldn't define him either left, right, or anywhere. A 22-year-old kid, it's kind of difficult to define in that sense. But it's important to understand that obtuse definitions and very, very minute ways of throwing, partisan slogans are insufficient to analyze the problem. Political violence is not an exception in the United States, has been the norm for the past 200, 250 years of the history of the United States. And coming from somebody from Latin America who's also been for the 200 years experienced political violence. So with that, thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Buenas noches, Beshko Woblaba. Pura vida. I'm out.
Have a wonderful evening, Ditso. Thanks for joining. We appreciate you. All right. Who are we left with? Pardon you. Let me read these real fast because I didn't get a chance to read them. But Scotto sends the Big Ten, says, here's for the pissed off tomato. I'm so much feeling better now. So much feeling better now. Jason was a big help, and everyone, like Casual Crypt here, is making me feel so much better. I feel happier. I feel less angry. And the babysitter fund for the Tardville is just filling up so joyfully. And thank you, Casual Crypt, for helping assist. And Thumping Weevil says, I booted myself. These people need to research both sides. Fair enough. That's fair. And thank you, Thumping Weevil. I know she gets frustrated sometimes when people on panel are going crazy. All right. I will open the floor back up to you, fine gentlemen. Jack, were you chiming in yet? I don't know if you'd had a chance to jump in on anything.
Not. I was waiting patiently. I was listening to how mad you were. I was like, we're not going to butt in. We're not going to accidentally talk over anybody. But yeah, I don't even know if Andrew's here right now. But yeah, I have a whole bunch of examples.
I think he stepped away for just a moment. But Joshua's here too. He can fight the fight as well.
Oh yeah, if you got some, you want a filthy conservative to yell at, I'm here.
Yeah,
because you are all wrong, and so we can just walk through it. Happy to go as fast or slow as we need to.
Sure, based. So yeah, if we look at the people motivated by the idea that they are, importing immigrants to control the government or whatever. Yeah, if you look at in 2023, in August, there was a dude who went to a Dollar General citing that, and knocked off like 3 people. In 2022, in May, sorry. Again, motivated by this idea that the tiny hat people are trying to replace the whites, went live on Twitch to stream himself taking out 10 black people in Buffalo, New York. Similar story in El Paso, Texas in 2019 in August, killing 23. Happened again in 2019 in April. Dude tried to burn down a mosque and then went to a synagogue and fired 8 to 10 rounds. Only got 1 person, but his gun jammed and he got chased away. In 2018, you have another dude went to another synagogue, killing 11 people. So that's in the about 50 people killed over this idea of they're bringing in immigrants to try to tip the scales. If we just look at other cringe racial stuff in general, you have another 20 Martinez Gonzalez or Garcia wearing a right-wing death squad patch, opened fire outside of a mall in Allen, Texas, killing 8, including a 3-year-old boy. Some other dude was on a train in Portland, Oregon in 2017, telling some Somali and black girl to go back to Saudi Arabia. Kind of missed that one, dude. 2 men tried to intervene. Then they
Jack, could I ask you a few questions?
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Question 1: would you agree that both sides, generally, if we just poll 100 Republicans, 100 Democrats, groups of whatever, would all say they reject and denounce political violence?
No.
So I agree with you. Statistically, the left is far more comfortable with violence than the right. This has been very clearly.
Again, I'm looking at this thing called
do you want
real
real
life,
facts?
real quick.
This is what people are saying. Like
Yeah,
polls are
I don't care
done.
about anyone's vibes. I care about, I just listed off
didn't
this
say
is
vibes.
almost 100 people who have died for
just say
dumbass right-wing
So hold up.
ideas.
So fair. Let's say everything
you
just
said
is
what
true.
people are saying.
Hold
Those are
up,
vibes.
pursuit of knowledge. I didn't say what people are saying. I'm saying there was
That's what you just said.
they did surveys and they studied this, not just, hey, I've got a mic and a camera and I'm gonna go ask 4 people what they think. These are polls that are deeply studied, and there are conservatives that are okay with
Those are just
violence.
polls. They're not peer-reviewed research.
Okay,
they're
so
not
you guys
deeply
don't
studied.
use polls on yours then? So we're just throwing all polls out the window, right?
No.
We don't use polls anymore.
No, a poll is not appropriate for this conversation of who does more political violence. That is a descriptive statistic. What you're talking about is an inferential statistic, like the probability of someone wanting to do violence, and that's a complete misdirect from the reality of who does more violence, the left or the right.
My inquiry to you, related to this, but not the only question we're talking about, was I offered you a peace offering. I said, would we agree that most people say violence is bad, and you wouldn't give me that? That was a freebie. This could have been something where we said, great, we're all great people here, but that's not what you went with.
Can I ask a quick question? If you were to run those same surveys during Obama's time, do you think that number would have been the same, or do you think it would have flipped?
So if I had known we were going to be talking about this, I would have grabbed it. It is after the Charlie Kirk assassination, these numbers were notably higher. The numbers on the conservative side also were not 0. I'd have to
I know
the stats. Hey, go ahead.
So the problem with these kind of survey questions is they don't measure who's likely to commit violence or even who actively wants to commit violence. They measure who's angry and who wants to defend the status quo. So when the Republicans are in power, they're not likely to want to commit political violence because they are the status quo. They're the ones currently controlling.
So why do you buy into this ideology, like identity politics? And I know that phrase gets thrown around a lot, but for example, you've got this idea, presumably, at least some of these people on the panel do, right? If I say I voted for Trump 3 times and he won all 3 elections, you'd probably say I was a MAGA, whatever. You'd go down a certain thought on it, not accounting for the nuance of the fact that people are more interesting than that, right? Wrong? I don't assume that just because someone's a Democrat, that they're fucking retarded. It happens sometimes.
Jason offers a correction. The one in Allen, Texas wasn't a right-wing person. I lived there when it happened.
Yeah, I don't care if you live there. That means absolutely nothing. You can go look it up on Wikipedia. He wore a patch that said, right-wing death squad, and had posted a bunch of wild Nazi memes on the internet. I don't know. He was aiming for the non-whites. I don't know what you want me to say to that.
I don't think anyone can hear you, Andrew, if you're talking.
Oh yeah, you're muted. Oh
muted.
yeah, I muted you earlier when you stepped away. I there you go. You should be good now.
Yeah, so it's very convenient that what's the guy's name? Jack. He can provide the intentions of all these And he knows it for a fact. He doesn't care what the other guy knows. Like you
It
were
would have been
there,
a though, dog.
So what we would have to do is go through each one on a case by case. As I suspected, the chat did it for us. Like that, all of those are not right-wing murders. You don't know which ones are and which ones aren't. I'm showing you examples en masse of left-wing violence. They literally deliver bricks. You can find the videos in California where they're destroying property en masse. And you're just citing like individual examples that could be one or the other. Half of them don't sound right to me. But like I said, we would have to go through
They don't pass the bond.
Well, people in the chat are already questioning them, and in my head, they didn't sound correct.
Not
That
people in
right-wing
the
people
chat.
are shooting up, whoever it was, that right-wing people are shooting up churches. Like on its face, it doesn't make sense, right? So there's clearly something else going on here. But I'll even grant you all those, but you're still not telling me. Like everyone all night is calling me a liar, and I'm a fucking liar, and this, but no one has told me one thing that I've lied. Like, what have I lied about? I'm just asking where it's coming en masse. Like, tell me one thing I said that wasn't true, and also
Again,
where it's happening.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Where it's happening en masse on the right. Like, where is this happening?
Yeah, again, right-wing people have killed an order of magnitude more people than the left in the past
right-wing
decades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Can you prove this?
Again, we can go through every single one of these case by case. Like I keep this list updated. Like I sit down every few months and like go through and make sure. Like I just had to take. There was a guy who firebombed the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, who was a Trump voter, but then has since come out and said that it was because of the genocide in Palestine. It's like, all right, that guy is like, I don't know if he's left wing or right wing, but I don't know.
That's but no, you're left wing, so like you clearly have a bias. Why should we take you as the arbiter?
Hold on,
of, like,
wait a second. Why you can't say
right
that? You can't say that according to
we say the same thing about you?
Standard.
Yeah,
right?
but I'm not trying to. I said we have to
no,
go through
Andrew,
each
I'm
one.
sorry. Excuse me. If we're going to, have Joshua's standard, which is being a 3-time Trump voter and saying that he did win the 2020 election, we can't call them a maggot. We have to make sure that these individuals are unique butterflies, and we have everybody.
Who said that?
You want? You're just
Joshua is saying
simplifying.
that. What are you talking about? That was his argument, that he is a special butterfly, that he's not a maggot.
No,
just because he voted for Trump 3 times, and he said that he won every time. So
I don't think that was his point.
if that's the standard that we want to live by, you have to realize, Andrew, that not all those people are left wing. You're putting way too much.
Yeah, but they're all right wing according to him. That's my point. That's my point.
Because he has standards. You don't. That's the problem.
Right.
That's the difference.
So the standards only apply one way, bro. I'm saying that I don't think.
No, yes, they do. When you don't
have to
when you
look
cannot,
at each one on an individual
excuse me, sir, I'm
basis.
speaking.
He's
I'm gonna say
blanketing that they're
I'm gonna
all
say
right.
now. Andrew, hold on. Give me a second here. The point is that Jack here is showing he has standards. He's
left-wing bias.
Excuse me. I'm still speaking. He's still pointing out that those people have a history of showing that they are right wing. You,
according to who?
Do not, according to themselves, according to each study, each person, each case by case.
How convenient.
You want to ignore it.
So the people on the right all admit it, and the people on the left,
please
none of them admit it? How convenient for you.
Please
all the people on the right admit
you can't
it.
appeal
They're
to
like, yes, I
convenience
was on
to
the right,
determine
but I
whether
did it.
something
None
is
of the
true or
people on
not.
the left do that. How convenient.
That's a stupid standard.
Are you serious?
That's stupid.
Jason says to you, Jack, I don't care what you read. I think my friends who were officers there know more than whatever you read.
For sure. Dude's posting on social media, like posing, like he bought stuff with like all the World War II memorabilia.
Yeah, but dude, you're clearly a leftist. Why should we listen to you? Why should we take
What do you mean
your
clearly a
assumption
leftist?
that they're all right wingers?
Right
I
there.
didn't say
You-
they're
Sorry,
all
is it
left
be-
wingers.
Hold on.
The problem.
If you don't trust them, then
You do
look
not
it up.
care about.
Right.
You don't care about facts. You only care
No, I'm
that.
asking
Are you
why
a
we should take
leftist?
his
I cannot
word as
trust.
facts.
Wait, excuse
That's
me,
my
sir.
question.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Hold on,
Like,
Andrew.
You completely
simple.
paint these people, and you say, "Well, you're a leftist, then I can dismiss everything that you say.
No,
I can dismiss."
said we have to
I-
verify each one individually.
Exactly.
No,
That's
homie,
what I
you're
just said.
you
Hello.
misunderstand Andrew.
You're
You
not-
misunderstand
hold on,
Andrew.
hold on,
If I may,
hold on.
if I may,
Can
I
you
want to
speak
just
to
you're talking past
Pardon
each other.
me. Go ahead, Joshua.
So what Andrew's doing is he's saying, since Jack's, I'm going to just use some inflammatory language here. Jack, nothing but love. You're a fellow human. But if Jack's identifying as a filthy liberal and he's saying, here's my sources, then you would assume he's looking at it through the filthy liberal lens. So we would want a heightened level. For example, 300 people were charged with leftist violence, according to the DOJ website. I think the DOJ has a pretty authoritative record. If there's something similar on the DOJ website, I'd love to see it. I don't think we should. Here's the other thing, and maybe we'll find some common ground here. Let me finish. Here's the thing. I don't think we should dismiss what Jack's saying just because of his views. He might be 100% correct. But we should be skeptical. That's all.
Yeah, you can go ahead and be skeptical, and be skeptical. I love that. I also want to point out that those 300 people, that definitely includes at least 3 members of the Boogaloo Boys, one of which who drove up from Texas to Minneapolis to try to start the race riot, and another one who went on a 2-day killing spree in May.
How do we know that the Boogaloo Boys are right wing? There's no way to know.
But how does he know any of that happened? Like he was there in the car. Like, then we did this for 2 days, and then we were there. Like, you're so sure of it, and you only know what other people told you. You weren't
Can I ask
there.
you a question, Andrew?
Yeah.
All the people that rioted during the Black Lives Matter protests, how do you know that they were all left wing? Did you verify each one of them independently? The ones who were burning down buildings?
Is it disputed that the Black Lives Matter protest
I'm
was a
disputing it right now.
Is that
I'm doing it.
disputed?
It's disputed.
Yes, actually it is.
Okay, so you're a fucking
disputed.
idiot, dude. I don't think anybody
in the chat
disputes
I
that.
just read, it's
Well,
disputed,
nobody
so
on the right disputes it. Does anybody on the left?
You're disputing that those were left wingers with BLM signs? Are
No,
you saying
I
they were
think the
right
BLM
wingers?
people
Is
were
that
probably
where we've come
left-wingers.
to? If
But
that's where we
I
came, I'm
hear
just gonna
all
go to
these
sleep.
allusions to people who are taking advantage of a situation to commit crimes. And I'm
Okay.
just wondering, since you're going to dismiss anything he says as through a left-wing
That's
lens.
a straw man. I said we need to verify each claim.
Well, then
He's
verify
the
them.
one that's
He
blanketing
brought them up.
each
He
one
gave you
as a
specific
right winger.
examples.
I'm
You should go
saying
to
we
verify a
can't
couple of
blanket
them, right?
them. We have to independently verify each one. And I'm not
Well,
just
then
going
we
to
have
say
to independently
his
verify
quick run
every
through. This
single
is a right
person
winger. This is a right winger.
in the
This is a
BLM
right winger.
protest
I'm not
who
going to accept
rioted
that.
and burned down a building.
So I want to interrogate that just a little bit. Do we know of, on my feeds, and I realize it's anecdotal, but I spent a lot of time, got a lot of audience. I don't know of any conservatives, literally none, personal or online, that said, I stand with Black Lives Matter and went to BLM protests. I have
You wouldn't
zero
say
data
they were
on that.
conservative if they did.
So if there was some
right?
overlap,
No.
fine.
You
They wouldn't be conservatives by definition.
No, Andrew, I want to hear what Pursuit
They
has
were
to say.
funded by Act Blue.
Thank you. You just proved my point, Andrew. My point was that you would say that they're no longer conservative if they did have those beliefs. Andrew, you interrupted me beautifully. Thank you so much. You did your job, which is to be a fucking idiot and just show your ass. Now, here's the issue, Andrew. We wanted to show a mirror up to how stupid it is that for people to just broad brush paint people and dismiss them because of their political beliefs. Let's have a real conversation where we take these statistics that Jack has given us and say that, okay, those are facts. Now let's have the conversation.
Whoa! How'd you get there?
Have
What do
that
you mean those are facts? How'd you make that jump?
Why don't
You're
we have the
smuggling that in?
conversation? Why don't we have the real conversation?
Okay,
that
try
we
again.
take these things as fact, and let's have that conversation instead.
What'd
of
you say about facts?
Well, we have
That
to we have to take out a microscope, and I need to know how many DNA strands do they have to the left and right of their brain. Come on, let's have a real conversation here. Okay.
So are you suggesting that I just accept
all the time, and all I'm trying
Andrew.
to do is just ask questions? Come on, let's have a real
No,
conversation.
you want me to accept all of those? I'll accept it still. I'll give you all those as an example. You still can't prove en masse where it's happening on the right. You can give individual anecdotal examples, but I'm asking on a mass scale, where is this happening on the right? Because
I'm
it's
talking about-
overwhelmingly coming from
I
the left.
literally listed off again across 5 different
Yeah, you're
mass
giving
shootings.
individual examples.
No,
that
no,
haven't been verified.
no. Shut up. I'm giving you of the 5 shootings that I listed about the whole great replacement stuff. All of these people specifically cited the Christchurch shooter.
I hosted that.
and
What does
again,
that
very
mean?
specifically left a manifesto outlining exactly why they were doing what they were doing, because the
how
tiny hat
convenient
people
for
were
you.
attacking the white Christian men of America. And they had to do something to fight back about it because we've reached a point where we need violence. Again, this is clearly outlined in each of their manifestos. They all have many pages of them.
So can you walk me through how that leads to you, like the overwhelming violence coming from the right, how those examples lead to overwhelming violence coming from the right? Can you, how do you get there? How do you make that jump?
Sure. So excluding abortion, which I understand is your little like pet topic, you're trying to.
No, I just use that.
How many
for
like
fun.
real
Made that up on the
people
spot.
has left wing has left wing violence killed?
Say that again.
How many people has the left wing violence killed? Actual people
in the United States,
because
if we're talking about worldwide, it's the
no.
most.
In the past decade,
it's
in the U.S.,
communism and socialism kills the most people.
Nope, I'm talking about in the U.S. in the past decade. Like it's a good faith question. I know you're like allergic to those, but
okay.
Go ahead and
can we stop with the personal crap?
I know I keep getting attacked. I haven't thrown out any personal attacks.
Let me interrupt. Calvin, who is here on stage and probably willing to defend this, says my lone point is that Black people have been rioting since 1960s, and these uprisings were never labeled political violence. Please stop with the misclassification to serve your personal agenda. Any thoughts?
Everything I try to use is not political violence. No matter what I try to show, it's not political violence. I don't see how rioting over political issues isn't political violence.
That wouldn't be considered.
Go ahead. Hold on. It was Calvin's question, so I want to at least let him respond. Sure.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
you're associating this as a political issue, and like George Floyd, that's not a political issue. That's more of a social justice movement. I would classify rioting and things of this nature as a social justice movement or social justice violence, but not political violence, because it's not directed at like a politics or any policy per se. So,
are there social justice laws?
What was the George Floyd?
Wait. I'm cross-examining him. Are there social justice laws?
Are
there laws that are applied to DEI and social justice programs?
Was all their funding?
Wait. Let me.
Hold on. It was Calvin's question.
You don't like where this is going?
Stop. It was Calvin's question to Andrew. Please let them engage together. Everyone else, shut the fuck up for a minute. Go ahead,
I believe
Calvin.
there are social justice laws. Yeah.
Okay, so I think then these are political issues, right? Like, how do those laws get into place? Like, they get voted on. Like, we can even see it, like where you are. California obviously has like way more social justice legislation than an area like Texas, right? Like, so it is a political issue. I'm sorry, it's not like I didn't. It's not my
Andrew, this is a simple point. Mm-hmm. If what you're saying is political violence, then what occurred in 1960 would also be considered political violence. So are you calling what happened in 1960 when Black people were rioting for, their liberation, their freedom and things of that nature against oppression, are you calling that political violence?
Were they trying to change policy?
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Through violence?
So
no,
then that would concede the point.
So you're calling that political violence?
If you're trying to change policy, that is political
I'm
violence,
asking you a question. You're calling Black people rioting because MLK was MLK. That wasn't one that when he got assassinated, they acted out. So you call that political violence as well?
No, I'm not basing it on a race. I'm saying if they're trying to change policy by rioting, then it's political violence by definition.
And in that instance, it wasn't changing any policy. They was just reacting to the violence that was inflicted upon them.
But they wanted that to stop, right?
So my question is,
but did they want the violence to stop?
Andrew,
how would that happen? You'd have to change the policies.
Andrew, no, there was no policy in that particular instance.
So what did they want? What were they rioting for?
Because they were rioting against the powers, the oppression, the cops, brutality, mistreatment, things of that nature.
Right. So the system.
Yeah, the system.
Right. So that's a political issue. You changed it. How do you change the system?
So
right. I know you don't want it to be.
No.
They're rioting for political purposes.
Okay, so you're calling that political violence?
Not me.
No, you have to.
You are.
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
You just said they were rioting to change policy.
Wrong.
You granted that.
No. I'm asking you a simple question. do you consider the riots that happened during 1960 political violence? Simple yes or no.
And I asked you, were they trying to change policy? And you said yes. So then it's political violence. If they're rioting to change the politics, it's political violence. Like I don't understand why it's not. It's not because they're black. Like why is it not political violence?
No,
Can I
go ahead.
Just
go ahead.
When we say something is political violence, we're not saying that it is that the things happening around it are for political means. For example, protests are a political thing. But if in a protest somebody decides to break into a store and steal something, that's not political violence. It's not motivated by changing policy. That's just people abusing the situation to be able to get away with a crime.
Yeah, but if they're looting directly because they're that's political violence.
No, that's crowd
destruction of property.
That's crowd chaos. That does not make it political violence.
Yeah, but it's
do you think that
just because the crowd doesn't know why they're doing it,
unless the
we're looting
itself
of
is
George
doing
Floyd? Is that
this
why?
together to push a political motive, it's not political violence.
But that is
It
what
could
they're
be a
doing.
reaction. It could just be commentary. If the act of protesting is to say this was bad and this is how we feel about it, it's also political violence. It doesn't even have to be to move a thing forward. And I'm pretty sure that MLK riots were because they were pissed that MLK got assassinated.
Clearly
by the FBI.
political violence.
Yeah. In that case, I probably would agree. Yeah. But what I'm saying is if there's a protest going on and that protest turns chaotic and some people resort to violence, it's not political violence. That's just chaos.
Again, you're speaking to intentions, so like it's really hard to know like why someone throws the Molotov cocktail, like what exactly in their head was in that second. But if they're there with Antifa, I'm gonna classify it as left-wing violence.
I mean,
and granting him all the stuff, he's laughing.
There is
The
no
guy
definition
that
of
calls
Antifa.
everything right-wing violence, he thinks it's funny. I can't call Antifa left-wing violence. Like that's what I mean. Is the goalpost
Who is
so
Antifa,
far?
Andrew?
For
Do you
us
think
to-
Antifa votes for Kamala? Hold on. Let's define what left is to Andrew. Andrew, do you think Antifa voted for Kamala? Yes or no? It's a simple question.
That's a
Are
dumb
you saying
question.
that they voted for Trump?
I'm saying Antifa isn't a single voter. I'm saying Antifa isn't a voter.
Yeah, that's
I'm talking about a group as a group because you know. Hold on, why are you stunned as a right wing person that talks about leftist violence? Aren't you an expert at this? Shouldn't you know who Antifa votes for?
They don't have like a one corresponding vote.
I understand that. Who do
It might
you
even be
think
overwhelmingly they're leftists?
What is the overall consensus of Antifa?
They're leftists.
So did they vote for Kamala? You're saying
They're
that
leftists.
Antifa, is that a yes or a no?
That's a yes. They're overwhelmingly leftists.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you, Andrew, for clarifying.
You win. Anti-fascist is in the name.
For the record, Angry Man's backstage. I will either personally give Angry Man his choice on who he wants to boot.
I'll drop.
Who's that? Is that you, Calvin?
Yeah.
You could have
You're
grifted
done.
that better, I think.
I could have grifted it better, but it's okay. I think Calvin's kind of probably done. Calvin, do you want to say anything before you head out?
No. I'll if I need to come back up, I'll pay to come back up.
All right, fair enough. Well,
right,
thank you,
thanks.
Calvin. I appreciate you. It's the sacrifice for the angry man. And Not Laws says right-wing extremist violence has been responsible for overwhelming majority of fatalities, amount to approximately 75% to 80% of U.S. domestic terrorism deaths since 2001. Morons.
Well, that's a fucking lie.
Where?
I don't listen to
Where?
And he
about
thought
you.
just
Where?
because he think just because he put it in a super chat that was going to make it more relevant.
In the United States, my dude.
That is a-
You can do paper if you want.
Show me one video.
By the way,
It was in the chat.
And let me interrupt so everybody stops for a
guy,
second, and I'll hand it back to you, Angry Man.
goatee, calm down.
Jason so kindly supported the boot. Thank you, Jason. I'll hand it back to you, Angry Man. Go ahead.
Yeah, calm down, goatee guy. Like, here's the thing, bro. Y'all up
Wait,
here
why did the
saying
angry man tell me to calm down? I thought you
y'all
were
are saying ridiculous.
Hold on.
Hey,
Stop.
bro, you
Go ahead.
literally have a curly mustache. You have Dapper Dan on your mustache, bro. Stop talking.
It's called style.
Listen, I'm sorry, your mom loves it, okay?
Stop
Get used
talking,
to
bro.
it.
Oh no, he said my mom. Let me do the typical black guy thing and be upset about that. Anyway, going back to the ridiculousness of what you guys said. So now you're gonna sit up here and pretend that violence isn't coming from the left wing. You're really gonna sit here and pretend that.
That's not the title. That's not the prompt at all. You're an idiot.
Boom, headshot done.
Oh, name
Headshot
calling.
done?
There we go.
over.
Angry
Name
man,
calling.
look at the title right above the video.
Wow, name calling.
What does it say?
Okay, so anyway, going back to what I was saying, I heard someone up here say that, oh well, it wasn't political violence back in the 60s when people were engaging in it. Oh, really? And then why were there so many black people that were notable black people telling other black people in the community to stop rioting?
The guy
I'm
who
sorry.
said that.
Explain.
So you're talking
because a notable person tells somebody in the black community to stop rioting, that makes it political violence.
No. Let me help you out because you seem to have trouble with critical thinking skills. So the reason why those notable black people told people in the black community they were using their platform and their notoriety to get them to stop rioting because it was violence and it was political based. The problem you're having with this discussion is you're sitting here saying, oh, well, that's technically not political violence. So you think Black Lives Matter, a Soros-backed group that is engaging in violence for the purpose of swaying politics, is not political violence? How fucking stupid can you be?
Is that a trick question?
Yeah.
No,
But
he's
wait,
right.
aren't all black people notable?
You said what?
Aren't all black people notable? How
Is
do
that
I
a
tell
serious
the
question?
really notable ones
He
from
has
the
no
other ones?
response. He has
Is that
no
a serious
answer.
question?
I
No,
think the real issue is not critical listening; it's critical speaking skills are really being challenged right now tonight. Angry man, you can go back and try again. Clearly, no one here is understanding you, so I don't know if it's everybody's.
I think the
or
man
is
makes
it
perfect
just
sense.
you.
Come on, I'm gonna let
everybody
have
that
at it.
doesn't have a I'm pretty sure everybody that doesn't have a butt plug in their ass understood exactly what I was saying.
Okay. Calvin was the one who really brought that up. I disagreed with him completely. I think the 1960s was absolutely a political episode in American history, one of the most violent ones, for sure. But the real issue is that in today's world, we really can say anything's political, right? Like everything about anyone is political. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think nowadays politics has become center stage for a few reasons, whereas previously a lot of people really didn't focus on that. They were too distracted with other stuff, but nowadays it's center stage. Ever since Donald Trump became president, the first
it's
time
the internet. It's a simple. It's just the internet.
that too. But you have
number one, like by far, it's our mass communication. The fact that we're here, sitting, connected around the country, around the world, sitting on a person calling herself a raging tomato, and people are paying for this. It's fucking retarded, right? Like, this is stupid. But I fucking love it. At the same time, we have to recognize it's the internet that's done this. And we have to recognize that everything is political now. I can, Andrew was doing this earlier where, we put everybody into a little box. And you do this? Well, I paint you with a broad brush.
Well, here's the
thing.
I think it's shitty. It is shitty. I don't think that it's stupid. I think that because we're all connected the way we are now, we're finally having the conversations that we should have had a very long time ago. So in my opinion, I think we're just in that rough patch where we have to finally get some understanding of one another so that we can get to a better space. Before we were ignoring certain conversations because we were distracted with television, Hollywood, and all the other crap. Now we're having the real conversation. So what are the conversations that you want to be having here, Angry Man? What are the conversations?
Yeah.
I mean, there's numerous conversations that we've never had. that we should be having around politics, around race, around marriage, around relationships, all of those different things.
Gotcha. Okay.
Do you disagree?
No, I just think that it happens all the time. We clearly do that. I mean, you go talk to your neighbor, go talk to your family, go talk to your friends. And the problem is that the internet, it's a lot easier to make fun of somebody, dismiss people, and not listen. And people,
well, that exists. That exists. However, when we're having before the internet, when we were having these conversations, there were people putting on a lot of airs and a lot of fronts. There were people.
Yeah,
saying,
and that was a good thing. I think that was a good thing.
It wasn't because we weren't having a genuine conversation.
I don't want to hear a genuine racist piece of shit like a Nick Fuentes, someone that thinks that race is the only thing that matters. Somebody that doesn't believe that's stupid. And I don't think people like that, you should put on your airs because you should realize how retarded it is to say that.
If you're racist, I would rather for you to say it so that I know you're racist instead of pretending that you're not.
I get what you're saying. I just think that what was it? The Mark Twain quote of traveling gets rid of racism. I can't remember the exact quote, but the idea that you need to go out and meet people, you need to talk to people in real life to really understand, their body language, their voice, their tone, everything. The internet has created a world, especially on Twitter, where we don't do that anymore, and we let bots dictate the conversation. And I think that's really a fucking, it's just a disgraceful thing.
Well, no, I don't think that's what the problem is. I think the problem is there are so many people that just want to be right in their position instead of trying to understand the other person's position. So they just want to be right. And there's a lot of cognitive dissonance. People pretending like they don't see.
Really?
What? Who said that?
No idea.
Oh, the sarcastic saint. Okay, so
Was that Saint? Saint, you little shit. Ooh, Jason, who do you want to boot? He sent in another hundo, and while he waits to tell me in the chat if he's booting someone, I wanted to recognize his 5 that says, "Pursuit and Jack, are you meeting up later? The way you fluff each other, you guys got some fluffing going on."
I mean, do you guys want us to film it? I mean, I'll make some money. Why not? Fuck it.
You guys need a room. I can. Pursuit to the abyss for making fun of Sarah. Were you making fun of me while I stepped away?
You did say something quite unpleasant.
You said something about somebody.
Hold on. I'm going to put you in the hot seat for a minute. Pardon me for just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. I did step away to go grab something, and so I might have missed it. But what particularly did you say?
I'm talking about the internet and how stupid it is that we have created a
No,
system.
that's what
He did say the Raging Tomato was stupid. He did say that.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm talking about how this show is stupid. The whole idea of the show.
Jesus
We're all stupid here, right? None of us are experts here, correct?
Let's do it this way.
You, sir, are a scoundrel and a fiend. I just want to
Here
let you.
we go. Let's do this. All right, spit it out. This is your 2 minutes to tell me why you think the Raging Tomato show.
I don't need 2 minutes to tell. I mean, I'm talking about the internet in general. I wasn't just hyper focused.
Did you or did you not say the Raging Tomato is stupid? And I'm assuming you're talking about.
I was talking in general. I'm talking about the internet.
Did
how
you
stupid it
or
is.
did you not say the Raging Tomato?
Straight up, rewind the tape. I don't know.
Don't know. I wasn't here.
I wasn't making fun of you.
Angry man, what did he say particularly? You were there?
I can't remember verbatim, but he was saying something along the lines of, nowadays we're on the internet, with this thing like this show, The Raging Tomato, which is stupid. It was something like that. But he was saying the internet in general, but he did bring up The Raging Tomato.
Of course,
thank
they
you,
brought up The
angry
Raging Tomato.
man.
We're here.
All right. Why? Okay. Because I mean, here we may not.
You can't take yourself that seriously, please.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Pursuit. I offer a place for people such as yourself, like jackasses like you, to come on here and voice your opinion. We don't have the PhDers or the politicians here, or at least not quite yet. But what we offer is for you, the little guy, who offers nothing but stupid commentary, a space to come talk about things.
Yeah, and I can
right?
say stupid. I
Then-
not say that it's stupid that we have an
If
error?
it's so stupid, then why are you here?
Because I like being around other
With
stupid people.
your stupid commentary. If it weren't for places like this, then dumbasses like you wouldn't have a place to exist.
What are you talking about? There's a billion other places to go to.
Then why aren't you there?
Because it's fun to be with you right now.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll take that as a win. Have a good night.
What a pussy. He backpedaled like a motherfucker.
That last line was great.
He
Because
didn't.
I want to be with you.
Hold on.
That
He
was-
didn't quite say what I thought he said. He said the fact that we could all be sitting around here on a show with a person who calls themselves a raging tomato and talk about this kind of shit. It's stupid, but I love it.
And that people give her money is stupid.
Yeah.
Yes, and if people give her money is stupid.
Oh
yes.
no!
Yeah, he said that was
Did
stupid.
you all hear that?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, he said
called
giving you money was
all-
stupid.
Pardon me for
Yes.
just a moment. All of you who send me money, he just said you're stupid. You know what that means? You should send more and prove him right. Prove him right. Show me how stupid you are to my wonderful, amazing audience who enjoys this stupid show and enjoys sending your stupid money to me, who provides you the entertainment. Fucking Jerry Springer at its finest, except we're actually solving problems. Okay? And Casual Crypt double down on the kick this dunce pursuit of prattle. Dude makes 0 sense and sounds like a total clown. And Casual Crypt, since he did already get booted just prior to you sending your 10, if you'd like to take that credit to boot anyone else or utilize it to say anything else, please feel free to let me know in the chat, because I don't think you're that stupid. And I thought you were on the right route, just like Jason was, to ensure we had a nice conversation for the rest of the evening. Okay, I leave it back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah,
I gotta
think-
step
I
out.
think
I
your
just want to say
show-
goodbye.
Oh, sure. We'll go ahead and give you the floor, Andrew. This was your night. You are the feature, the presentation, the everything. I hope they don't think you're stupid too. If you'd like to give some final thoughts, whatever, shout yourself out.
Sure. You guys can check me out at Dragon Fist Martial Arts. We really are a channel that, through learning self-defense, you can kind of go on a journey of truth. And I think that's maybe some of you guys also, if you come over, you can kind of see how I get to these conclusions. One thing about martial arts is it can't be a lie. So there is an aspect of it has to be true, right? Or it's dangerous for you. So we do take that pretty seriously. I think, and that's why the points that I'm making for where the violence is coming from, I think are accurate, but we could talk about it more. I'll definitely jump back on soon. And I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Andrew, for coming. And please, everyone, feel free to head over to Andrew's show. It is linked in the video description, and send lots of love his way. I appreciate your time tonight, Andrew.
Thank you so much. You too. Good night,
Have
guys.
a wonderful evening.
I don't think discourse is stupid. I think when people that come from all different walks of life, different cultural backgrounds, are able to have a conversation, you're able to get to some sort of understanding. I think we would have had these conversations had the internet been in the 90s what it is today. We would have already had all of these conversations. But I'm not surprised, because most people that are left leaning, they don't want to have conversations. They want to shut you up unless you agree with them.
I agree. And speaking of stupid, the chat has confirmed they are definitely stupid. Thank you so much, Daniel. And Michael says, stupid Rich. I like that. Thank you. And of course, Captain KB says, stupid tax. Yes, everyone send your stupid tax this way so that we can confirm for Pursuit of Knowledge, who is for some reason still waiting backstage, even though he got booted for the entire night, thanks to Jason. Pursuit. Okay, back to you, gentlemen. My apologies.
Did he have any prescriptions for, like, so if you identify the left, even if the left is the violent side, even if I do, if I just concede it, right? Then what? Like, was there a point that he had? or is just complaining?
He said something.
I don't know what the point would. I don't know what his point would be, but my point would be that we have to stop coddling the left. So whenever they do stuff,
get
we have to stop
institutional
making.
coddles.
You said what?
I think
We
that
need
there's
to
like
escalate, yeah.
institutional coddles.
I didn't
And
hear you,
I'll
Cookie.
concede. Yeah, it probably is both.
He was
Both sides
saying
probably get
social
some
shaming
institutional coddles.
for people with stupid opinions.
No, I mean whenever the left
No,
does
I'm saying
something-
Andrew. Was
Oh.
That's what kind of what his
Well-
prescription was.
Well, my prescription is whenever the left does something that is violent or that is outrageous, we have to have a society that holds them accountable instead of making excuses for it or diminishing it as if it's not as bad as it was.
Wait, how many BLM rioters were pardoned? And how many Gen 6 rioters were pardoned?
Somebody just got their head blown off and people were literally online celebrating it.
Oh yeah, you mean the
Angry
right
Man,
wing?
which
because
side was
it's
that?
gonna Just
It was
the right
guy
wing.
was not- that guy was not right wing. Stop it.
No, Charlie Kirk was, but the right
Okay,
wing was
Jack,
celebrating
the
his
dude that
death
shot him
because it
was not
justifies them
right-wing.
being more violent.
The dude that shot him
Jack,
was
the
not
guy who
right.
shot him was crazy.
The
Jack,
dude that
let me
shot
ask
him
you a
was right
question.
wing.
Yeah,
Jack, let me ask you a question. Do you know who David Dorn is?
Oh.
Come
no.
on. David Dorn. Do you know who David Dorn is?
Not specifically, no.
Oh.
He was a black police
Aren't you gonna be
officer.
excited to learn?
He was a black police officer killed by a BLM member. Now explain
Okay.
that.
Well,
Explain that.
cops suck.
All right, so that's one death versus the 100 that
But
I
he was
listed out.
retired.
Can
He
you
was-
keep
he had
going?
no- he had no-
Maybe.
He had
What
nothing
were the
against them.
circumstances of the death? If we can.
Yeah.
He was working. He was just a retired security officer, police officer doing his security job. And a BLM member just decided to kill him.
But a
Just-
BLM
just
member,
ran up and
like,
sh-
do
and
they have,
blasted
a
him.
membership card.
Like
Yeah.
cold-blooded murder, or during
Yeah.
a riot something happened.
Just
Oh.
ran up and shot him.
Well, I
So
mean,
for a lot of people, chaos is a
believe-
ladder.
Remind me again, Jack, how many people rioted after Charlie Kirk died?
Not,
Take your time. Take your time.
yeah, I don't think anyone has yet.
Okay,
Or,
so
like, not because Charlie Kirk
okay,
died.
so that right there,
Did you seriously just say that?
that right there is proof. Okay, because
not.
every
That doesn't mean anything.
because every time the right takes a loss, they handle it differently. And I know you're going to try to run to January 6th. Go ahead, I dare you.
What? I don't know why you think I would run there.
Why-
Like I'm pointing to the
No,
overwhelming
He
amount of
dared
violence.
you. You really should run
Only
there now.
example you guys have on the
Now
one
you have to go
hand.
there.
On the one
Where's Rob
hand,
Nor when you need him?
on the one hand, whenever these guys on January 6th,
You had to go
when
there,
they
didn't
went
you?
inside of the
This
when
is
they
his
went-
forte.
when they went inside of the Capitol building, right? You guys said that they weren't supposed to go in there, right?
Correct. They weren't.
Yeah, they broke
But
in.
then a couple of weeks ago, when everybody wanted to complain about Trump demolishing a wing of the White House, that's your house that he's tearing up. It's your house, American people.
Yeah,
You
again.
see a problem with that?
No, I'm not sure what you're trying to imply.
Yeah,
Jesus
like what?
Christ.
You want to spell it
And-
out without just
Do I need
Speaking
to
of
make a paint by color coloring book? Explain it to you?
possibly, and Jason, of course, has been officially hired by Mama Tomato in the chat. He is the booter for hire. Mama says boot. Jason sponsors the boot. So thank you, and Mama's happy, very very happy. He's been
To the
having fun all night.
to the individual that said, what am I getting at? My question is this: do you get charged with breaking and entering when you go in your own house?
No.
No.
So then why tell the American people that the White House is their house because they want to make Trump look bad, which they also say about the Capitol building? But the moment that people go into the Capitol building, oh my God, it's an insurrection.
That's not a that's not even close to what happened. But okay.
What happened
Because on
then?
that day, it's not their house.
What happened?
Well, on that day, we had people voting on the election, or yes, going through the votes for the election, and a large group of like 10, 20, 30,000 people gathered around the building and eventually pushed their way in. And some of them were talking about wanting to send the politicians out so they could hang them. So
It was
I
a
think
honey.
those
They
might
were
be.
they were talking about hanging politicians. Who
Do you remember
said
the whole
that?
hang Mike Pence thing?
Yeah, they literally built gallows.
They
Did you
actually
not
built
see
a fucking
this?
gallows for him. Do you remember that?
They built a gallows?
Where?
Yes.
Yeah, outside of
It was
the
like
fucking
4
Capitol
feet tall,
building.
and it was pretty shaky.
No, the fuck they did not.
I'm aware that it wasn't.
So they did, and
a
they left
great
it. It
gallows.
was symbolic. There wasn't
I
a set of
understand.
gallows. There was
So here's-
one
so
gallows.
Do you know how
my
many?
question.
Do you know how
So
many?
here's my
I
question.
understand.
there were inside of that movement?
So wait a minute. So you feel that those people that were out there initially protesting and then pushed their way into the building because they felt like something was being done wrong, you feel that they were justified in being incarcerated? Yes or no?
Do I feel like they were justified in being incarcerated?
I
Yeah,
do.
actually, I do.
You do?
Sure.
Okay. So you do realize that if that is the case, if you feel that way about that, then we wouldn't even have an America, because technically the British were supposed to get George Washington and the rest of them and incarcerate them or hang them.
Yeah. They were
Yeah,
lawbreakers.
I mean, we are a country that basically grew out of a revolution against another country. By the British's definition, we were.
So then by your
rebels,
logic,
we
they
were
should have
traitors.
hung the founding fathers of this country.
Well, they wanted to.
But by your logic,
If they'd lost, for sure they would have gotten hung. For
Yeah,
sure.
we would have a
Yeah,
very
for
different
sure.
discussion if we had lost. So
They
yeah.
hung Nathan Hale.
And
They
we'd all
hung
be
Nathan
Hold on,
Hale.
hold on. Angry Man, do you think they were wrong to want to hang somebody they saw as a traitor to their country? Somebody who started a rebellion against them? Do you think they were wrong for wanting that?
Doesn't
I
matter.
don't think they wanted to hang him.
It doesn't
No,
matter.
you're asking right and wrong
doesn't-
here, so
it
I want to
doesn't-
make sure that
it
you
doesn't
have an opinion on
matter.
this side of it too.
It doesn't matter. I
Your
mean, if
premise
you're going
has
to
a
answer the
pretty
question
good
for me,
concept.
what's the point of me answering it?
I didn't answer it for you.
Before anybody goes
You
forward,
wouldn't let me answer it.
Joshua is going to be making his exit. Joshua, would you like to say your goodbyes and give our final thoughts and shout out your upcoming debate too?
Yeah. So on Sunday, I'm gonna be talking to Ryan, and I'm gonna try to drive his blood pressure nice and high. He's a young man with low blood pressure. I take blood pressure medicine. I want to invite him into it. I'm gonna say some things one-on-one that are gonna really. So that should be fun. We'll all have a
Hell
good time.
yes.
But on the large, I'd like to just point out the fact that when we're talking about violence, largely the leftist ideology is a cesspool that says go out and kill Nazis, go out and punch a Nazi in the face. Their rhetoric encourages violence. January 6th was not a riot. It was a picnic. If we take a look at the actual death counts, we take a look at all this other stuff, that was not that. I'll end on this. If the American people, and Angry Man, I'd love to hear your thoughts on my way out here. Do you think that if the American people, who own on the average something like 12 firearms per American, wanted to overthrow the American government, that they could have, and they chose not to? That's my take. I don't know if you disagree, but I feel like the American people, if they wanted an insurrection, it would have happened. That's all. Thanks so much.
I think that it's absolutely the moment that it happened, because I was doing a live stream actually reviewing it in real time when it happened. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that anybody would refer to that as an insurrection when there were no guns there. There was nobody armed to the teeth. There were no AR-15s. There were no Glocks. It was a bunch of people, some of which waving American flags. It was people that disagreed what was going on. Now, did they get a little unruly? Yeah, they got a little unruly. But to call that an insurrection to me is just
hyperbolic.
So
You do know,
Can I
they
respond to you,
had
Josh, really quick?
magnometers.
Can I respond to you real quick, Josh?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think many or almost anyone went there thinking they were gonna storm the Capitol building or do anything else that would be illegal. I think they went there to protest. I think some people turned violent and then turned other things pretty violent as well.
You want to talk about the 30 FBI agents that encouraged them to be violent? Y'all talk about all
Many of them
the
were
gallows
driven there by
and all the
FBI.
other stuff. Why you don't know about that detail?
I actually don't, and if you have actual evidence to that, I'd really love to see it.
I do.
All right. See you guys all later.
Come
Have a
by
great night.
sometime and ask me about it.
Joshua and Dusty would like to make his exit as well.
Yeah. On that, I have court papers that demonstrate that there was FBI informants that not only were there, but that transported cars full of people there. They were actually the transportation there. Oh yeah, the thing I was going to ask is, has Andrew paid you yet?
No.
The $3,000 that he owes you. No, he hasn't.
No.
Damn, that's a damn shame.
I was
He should
promised.
do that.
I was promised to have it last night, and I still don't have it. So.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. Salute to the chat. And
Thank you, Dusty.
Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason we have the term rabble rousers.
Yeah,
You know how easy it is to get a group of people riled up.
Yeah, of course. But
Can I ask you a question?
You
Can I
just
ask
said
you a question?
agents, and he just said informants. I'm just wondering which it was.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure, Mutt. Go ahead.
Who was president on January 6th?
Trump. Wasn't it Trump? Trump was
Donald
president.
Trump.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So you think a bunch of FBI agents went rogue?
You're talking about a president who literally had the entire DOJ, the FBI, and other organizations against him. That's been proven.
Right. But
And they all banded together to orchestrate this huge plot right underneath his nose and carried it out. And no one, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Calvin asks, so if BP rioting is political violence, conversely, is a white cop deleting a black person political violence? Or the Tulsa race massacre violence, or Tulsa race massacre political violence? Or is it just a one-way street? Who's got noise? I'll mute you.
Okay,
so the Tulsa, I would say, was more economic violence. I think the white cop and a black person thing could be like, I don't know. I think, there are some cases of ICE agents like going, hey, a little bit harder than they need to be. And I would consider maybe some of those also like political violence. I also, whatever. I think the rest were also.
So number one, he's not going to admit he's lefty, so he's not going to admit when some is race violence. The Tulsa,
Tulsa is what was racial for sure, but not. I wouldn't say that's
the Tulsa situation was definitely racial violence. Okay, it's political now because we love to refer back to it for certain reasons. The black people rioting in the 60s, it depends on the situation. Because black people back then, they would protest, and then sometimes they would be met with police officers attacking them and doing stuff like that, which resulted in what ended up being rioting, right? So that to me was a little more political because they were protesting something about policy. Then when you talk about a cop killing a black person, well, it depends on the context and the circumstances. It could be a cop that's racist, or it could be a situation where the black person was attacking the cop and he had to defend himself. It depends on the situation.
Okay, this is actually what I came up to mention because I heard you talking about there were no riots after Charlie Kirk and so forth. Do you not see what the difference is between Charlie Kirk and say George Floyd? Why there were protests?
Yeah, I see the difference. George Floyd was a past criminal drug addict that
what did that have to do with him being killed that day?
You asked me a question. Can I answer it?
I'm asking what the difference is about the protest.
No,
why there were protests? I asked about the protest. You said there were no protests for Charlie Kirk.
You asked. Hold on. Pardon me for a moment, gentlemen. You asked him if you knew there was a difference between the two. But go ahead and answer, Angry Man.
So number one, George Floyd, even though I wholeheartedly agree that that police officer should not have put his knee on his neck, I agree with that, right? However, George Floyd was a catalyst for a bunch of political bullshit, whether anybody wants to agree with it or not. Okay, George Floyd wasn't Martin Luther King. He wasn't Malcolm X. He wasn't some prolific figure. He was a guy that was being arrested because, for whatever reason, from what I understand, he was high on something at the time. Doesn't justify what the cop did. It's just the facts, right? Charlie Kirk, however, on the other hand, was a guy who was not a criminal, who was a freaking Christian and a family man, and got his head blown off for having an opinion.
Charlie Kirk also was not killed by the government. That's the difference in the protest.
I didn't say he was.
Well, you asked why there were no protests with Charlie Kirk. Because why would you protest against a crazy individual? The reason they protest with George Floyd, and I forget, remember the guy in New York that was killed for selling cigarettes, and most of those other protests is because they're protesting against the government. That's why there aren't marches when a cop is killed, because they're not killed by a government actor.
Well,
You
by
wanna know
that,
the reason
but by
that-
that standard, though, then if you're going to say they're protesting because it was an action of the government, then those police officers wouldn't be on trial. Then the government would, not them. Like, by way of, if you're going to apply that standard, you have to apply it both directions. Then you can't hold that person accountable for the actions of the government, right? He may have been a representative of the government, but then you can't put him in jail or hold him to trial, and then you put the government on trial.
Well, the reality is, as much as we want to ignore it, there's a very specific reason why the right doesn't do what the left does whenever they get upset. It's because they know the left is expecting that. And if they do it, it's going to give the left more ammunition, because the left is already trying to pretend like the right is the violent group. So if they go out here and protest, even if they try to peaceably protest, they're going to figure out some kind of way to make it something violent. So
Jews
what
will not
right typically
us.
does is,
Jews will
okay, you know
not
what?
replace us. Jews will not replace us.
Okay, shut up.
That was the left doing that.
What do you say?
I don't know. Jason says, I wonder which political party tried to storm the Supreme Court in the last 5 years or burn cars on Trump's first inauguration day. Anyone
Yeah, you
have
can point to random like occurrences of stuff, but like again, when you look at the amount of the share of political violence per party, it's been 80% right wing and 20% left wing for the past 3 decades.
That's not true.
It is true. It is true. That's what the data says, and you're just.
It is not true. It is
yeah,
not
it is.
true.
I mean, it is.
So Elon Musk didn't have his freaking companies and cars being burned down and people owning Teslas having their cars vandalized the moment that he linked up with Trump. That didn't happen.
I mean, that kind of happened. It happened when Elon Musk canceled U.S. aid.
Let me ask you a question. How did it kind of happen? It either did or it didn't.
Those two events are part of the timeline, yes, and it was after Elon canceled all of U.S. aid, and directly contributed to fucking up the lives of a bunch of people that people started to, commit economic violence against his businesses. Yes.
Well, what was U.S. aid's benefit to the world? What was the point of U.S. aid?
I mean, it was a broad smattering of programs, but a lot of it was disease monitoring and prevention, because stuff like transmissible disease, it doesn't it shows up in
you don't know
areas and
immunization.
Alexander, were you trying to chime in? Was that your voice I heard?
Yeah, I was just going to make 2 points quick, and then I need to actually go here.
Sure.
But, so I think there's 2 things we need to consider here. And for the record, I'm sure many of you think I am, but I'm not. I just argue with whoever's winning the most. I'm not left wing or anything like that. So I'm arguing mostly just because your points are flawed. So So the first thing is George Floyd did not create protests that went across the nation. He was just the last in a long line of people who were killed publicly on camera by the police. And that's what spawned the protests. Secondly, it seems like when we're talking about violence on the left wing versus the right wing, for the left wing, it seems it's mostly property damage. For the right wing, it seems it's mostly killing. So when we look at
who,
oh God,
where's the right wing killed in recent history?
People have already mentioned like 15 freaking
I didn't hear nothing. I didn't hear no 15 anything. Who? Name one person.
Does anybody remember off the top of their head?
Name one
I'd rather
person.
not have to look this up.
Name one person.
I have
I'm not
all
part
their
of this.
names. I have all their names right here. Ryan Christopher Palmer, Peyton Eskendron, Patrick Crucius, John Timothy Ernest, Robert Gregory Bowers. Those are, the first 5. I have several more if you
And
want.
what year were they killed? What year were they killed?
So it was 2023, 2022, 2019, 2018. They killed a total of about 50 people.
By a person that was right wing.
Yeah,
Yes.
someone who like explicitly left like a manifesto talking about like, the immigrants are coming in, they're trying to steal our jobs and fuck our lives up.
Oh,
and
he
like,
left a manifesto.
yes.
Wow.
Is that hold on? Is them admitting to their political leanings not evidence for you?
You said what?
Is them admitting to their political leanings not evidence for you?
That's to me, it's not.
Like, are y'all fucking idiots, or do you just
I'm asking
do you
a
have to
question. Is that a
try?
yes or no?
Like, are you idiots, or do you have to try?
I'm asking a question. Yes or no?
Like, seriously, like, yo,
So that's a
this
no?
this is so painfully obvious that we literally make movies about the shit. We
Oh, so
literally
it's
make
conspiracy.
movies about fuckers setting certain shit up to make it look a certain way.
Exactly.
And this only ever happens to the right wing?
If you want to convince me, right?
Hold on,
that
this only ever
right
happens to the
wing-
right
if
wing?
you want to convince me that the right wing is just as violent as the left wing, you're going to have to show me where groups of right wingers are doing what groups of people on the left are, not some lone gunman on the grassy knoll that left a manifesto.
Well,
I'm
can I
sorry,
bring
no.
something to the table as a maybe a inquiry?
No.
I feel like the right wing is more pro-war. And we've seen many situations in that instance where we saw Vietnam be a whole hot mess. Of course, we went to World War II, World War I, so on and so forth. And then there's other things like this Ukraine and all this other stuff. But I feel like the right wing pushes the global political violence more than the left would. The left would bring us back home typically. But that would be the only pushback I could possibly give. I think most people are thinking political violence here at home, but I think if we expand that horizon, the left might have more arguments in that direction, maybe.
The left wing can be just as war hungry as the right. Maybe not as often, but they seem to not have much trouble with wanting war when it's beneficial for them. And I'm sure other people may disagree,
But just for the record, for you and Jack down there talking about a manifesto, you guys are a CIA agent's wet dream.
Hold on.
I'm glad you guys
guy-
are not in any position.
It's usually FBI, angry man. It's usually FBI, not CIA.
So by
FBI
that
is
logic,
internal,
the guy
and
who
all
shot
these
Charlie
shooters
Kirk,
have ties to the FBI.
he's
Every
most
time.
likely set up as well. Would that be correct?
Oh, I didn't hear you, Alex.
So by that logic, the guy who shot Charlie Kirk, he was mostly set up as well, right?
I'm not gonna go into that. So I actually like Sarah's channel, so I'm not gonna go into that because number one, I'm considered conservative, and I can't talk about stuff like that because it would get her channel in trouble. So I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole.
Okay,
But
so
you
we
can
can't
read
we can't
between
talk
the lines.
about
You
we can't
can
talk
read
about when
between the lines.
conspiracies are when conspiracy might be from the right wing, but we can only talk about when it's left
Well,
wing.
no, only
and
lefties get to
any
talk about
evidence that
conspiracies.
somebody's on the right wing and commits violence is not
Only
admissible
lefties
because
get to
it's
talk about
probably a
conspiracies.
setup.
You guys get to talk about whether or not Trump is legitimate or not. When Biden got in office, I wasn't even allowed to talk about that election.
Why?
Why?
Why? Oh, gee, I wonder why. Because YouTube was flagging
that's
anybody that talked about it that was speaking from the conservative
No, that's
perspective.
true.
That's
Yep.
why.
They did do that, yeah.
Like, what are we talking about?
Jason
just wanna-
says, "Angry man, they don't realize all the violence in Chicago every day that's not counted towards the numbers."
Nah, they don't. They don't count that. The
Oh, that's
same
not
way they
political
don't count
violence in
gang
Chicago?
violence, even though you could have somebody in a gang that indiscriminately shoots up a block. They don't call that a mass shooter.
Hold on. Is that political violence?
No, that's ignorant violence.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll give you that. My point is, it seems like every time we talk about violence on the left, even a headline of any kind is enough evidence to prove that the shooter was left wing, or that the people who committed violence were left wing. But when we're talking about anyone in the right wing, you have to have a FBI level forensic analyst who is triple certified, and the CIA has provided adequate evidence that they're not part of the CIA,
Christ,
and the NSA is
level
also
of
verified.
protection. What headline are you talking about? Whenever someone on the left commits some sort of horrific act, there's no headlines. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, does Fox
There's
News
no
not exist?
headlines. What headlines are you talking about?
Does Fox News not exist? Is AON not a network?
Excuse me, Fox News?
Yes, Fox
bro.
News.
Does the average Americans watch Fox News, or has Fox News been dismissed as right-wing propaganda? We're talking about CNN, MSNBC, NBC, the Wall Street Journal. We're talking about all of the major media outlets. When have you ever seen a headline that says crazed leftists did?
Can you
fill
not
in the
see
blank?
the fact that every single thing you say, you just dismiss any right-wing side of it and attack just
Bro,
the
you
left?
literally just ignored everything I just said.
Because you said the same thing everyone else
Literally
ignored
just
everything
everything that I just said.
There was a leftist, the pro-Palestine person who took out the Jewish members at like a ceremony or whatever, like 6 or 8 months ago. Everyone agrees that was a leftist. That was a headline. There you go.
It was a headline. Which outlet was it on?
All of them. Check all of them.
I didn't see it.
Okay, well.
Okay, well, then it must not exist. You're right.
I
My
didn't
bad.
say that. Did I say it didn't exist? I said I didn't see it.
How do you not see that one, but you don't see any of the other ones either?
Because I didn't see it. Do you understand English?
I do understand English.
I'm not trying to make a counterpoint. I'm simply saying I didn't see it. I'm not saying it didn't exist.
And I'm asking you how many others you didn't see because you weren't looking rather than because they're not there.
Well, first of all, I was looking because I give political commentary. I do look at the headlines every day. I'm telling Jack over there that I didn't see it. And you seem to have a problem with the fact that I didn't see it. And you don't want to accept the fact that I didn't see it.
No, I accept you didn't see it.
Wasn't it funny how you didn't see it though?
I didn't even say he didn't.
I
even say
feel
it
like
wasn't
we
true.
should make like some kind of rhyme out of "I didn't see it" at this point.
I didn't see it.
Crazy.
That'd
It's
be
like,
very.
let me ask you
I
a
didn't
question.
see
Hold on,
it.
let
You
me ask
thought I
Jack a
didn't. I
question.
didn't. I didn't.
Jack.
You just see it.
Jack, when you said that just now, did I say it wasn't true?
No.
There you go.
I do think it points to like a blind spot in your like I don't know, like I feel like you're making a pretty bombastic claim here of like it never happens, and like here's a major one from it less than a year ago. Like you're just like, oh, I totally didn't see that one.
Let me I forgot you guys are technocrats. So let me rephrase. It rarely happens. Does that satisfy you a little better?
I mean, for this
It's
particular
not
case,
good
of
enough,
that,
is it? It's not good enough, is it?
I mean, I still think you're wrong, but
No,
I have
I'll give you that.
but at least
I'll give you that.
made you like walk it back a little bit, because you were not being
I'm
careful.
not
with the words.
unreasonable, David. I'm not. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. Well, we could look at like the 2017 congressional basketball game. Pretty much all the headlines said that he was an outspoken critic of Trump or he was a leftist. The 2020 Portland shooting with Aaron Danielson, they were also same thing. The anti-ICE firebombing in Tacoma, 2019. Yep, they said that one too. It's easy to call it out at least some of the time. So
Yeah, but are you going to sit here? Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And I want to see if you're going to be honest. Are you telling me that in the current day that we live in, that the amount of left-wing violence that is reported is actually reported at the same rate as right-wing violence?
I
Or
would
what is
wager
perceived
that
as
on
right-wing
left-wing
violence?
networks,
80-20.
I would wager that on left-wing or mainstream media networks, they probably tend to overblow the right-wing violence and underreport the left-wing violence or dismiss it more often. That would be my guess. Of course, there's no real way to prove it. So,
well,
That Gemini,
More
did you bring
bad.
some? Did you bring some for the whole class?
Oh man.
Look, I was in deep thought right there. I had to listen to the left wing, the right wing, all
Sweet.
the wings. Sometimes I need a good wingman. Ain't not the best wing is a wingman. Let me tell you, when you're going out here, and I'm not talking chicken wings, I'm talking about when you're a guy, you're out here on the scene and you're trying to date, you need a good wingman. You need somebody that's going to help you bring this whole thing home. And guess what? If he's terrible, hopefully you can seal the deal, and still get the woman on your own. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about politics right now. We're talking politics right now. And so carry on. I'm still listening. I just got my moose cup because I did go to Maine with the family, went to Vermont. So I got some bougie booze back there. But I'm listening to people be sophisticated.
Yeah, look at all the good alcohol he's got back there.
First off, the alcohol, we're not talking about how good because right now you have bad morals. So don't worry about good alcohol when you have bad morals. Let's fix that first. So, and then when it comes to Jack Darko, that mustache is the best, worst real mustache I've seen on the actual living human being. The fact that you wake up every day, walk out the house with a mustache like that, lets me know that you're alone, your pets don't like you, and you wish you had a decent vehicle. Anyhow, I'm not going to talk about him. I was trying to behave. I was half in my zone, minding my business. I'm looking like, what's this bald Anderson, Balderasson, Baldelico? It don't matter. I can't even focus on how bald he is. When people ignore how bald you are because you have a terrible beard, that is a bad sign. We don't even care that he's bald-headed at age 38. We don't care about that. That's an afterthought. What we're looking at is his darn beard is how could you have atrophy in a beard? That's I didn't believe it was for real, but I had to look at it.
This motherfucker calls me 38. You can keep saying all the rest of that dumb shit. You can call me 38.
Can he do something?
I got kids that are damn near 38.
Angry man, I believe I
look really young.
interrupted your
My
thoughts.
bad.
So I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to
Okay,
hand it back.
My bad. Go ahead.
That was
What's my response?
That was real. I
That was-
thought he was
that
going
was-
to go a little bit harder in the paint with Jack's mustache.
Yeah.
I was going to say he has a super villain mustache. He needs to be investigated. Only problem is nobody robs stagecoaches anymore, so we don't have to worry about it. But no, like there's bias on both sides, on the left and the right. The problem that I notice is that when it comes to the left, the bias is really bad. Really bad. Like there's bias on the right, but when it comes to the left, it's just like, oh my God, they'll like flat out tell a lie to try to cover something up. It's ridiculous.
Do you think perhaps part of that is your filter?
Yeah,
No,
it's
hold
my
on, hold on.
filter. I'm biased as hell, bro.
Hold on. You're not wrong about that. The left likes living in this world where they can kind of control what's moral, what's good, what's right, what's okay to do or say. And for a long time, they used stigmatization, shame to basically force people to do things their way. It's a really shitty thing. But I mean, I see people bending over backwards, telling lies day in and day out about pretty much everything to do with the current administration. Do you see that or not?
Such as
what?
Oh God, which one?
Well, you said it's
I
every
can't.
day. You should be able to come up with something.
I know. I just need to look. It's
Oh, you gotta look it up.
midnight here. Okay.
Gotta
I got to look up
Okay.
what was said. What was
I
said
would
today.
think. I would think that if you're saying that they're lying about the current administration every day, that's a profound statement. You would think you would have at least one or two examples.
I do, but they're not going to be. They're going to be something you're going to want to dispute, and I don't want to deal with.
And I'm going to dispute
Oh.
the hell out of it. Trust and
I know.
believe.
I just want to pull out something super blatant.
Yeah, please do. I know what you can pull up. You can pull up what the BBC just did to Donald Trump that he's suing him for. Let's pull that up. Were they telling the truth?
Okay, hold on. Here you go. That's actually a great one. The fact that he's been suing media outlets while using the FCC to put pressure on them to settle with him, people don't seem to want to cover that or talk about that at all.
He's using the FCC to put pressure on them. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Or is he suing them for defamation?
Yeah, I've never heard of a media outlet settle a $10 million.
A private citizen, would he still be able to sue them? And would
Have you ever heard of a president suing a media outlet while in office?
Legitimate?
Have you ever heard of a president suing a media outlet while in office? Ever?
I've never heard of them arresting a president.
No, I thought
I've never heard of them mugshotting a president.
I thought they went through this before, that there have been prior presidents.
That's suing a media outlet while in
No, because
president.
they have special rules for Donald Trump. Like, it's the funniest shit in the world.
I thought
for a
Biden was
clarification?
on that list. Yeah, go ahead, Muck.
Well, just because I don't understand Alexander's point. He said people are lying about Trump. Do you mean they're lying about Trump, or they're lying? There's people lying to cover Trump, because it
They're
seems
lying.
like the
They're lying to
example.
cover. They're lying to cover him.
Okay, I didn't understand your point because you said
Yeah,
they're
no, I'm sorry.
lying
I don't
about Trump.
mean they're saying that he has. I don't mean that
cover for what?
for things that he's doing that are not blatantly
Yo, I
illegal,
swear to God,
highly irregular and
the way the
unusual.
media has its hand shoved firmly up y'all's asses and have you on this freaking tangent with Trump. It is one of the most annoying things I've ever experienced in my entire life, because it doesn't exist when Joe Biden's crooked ass was in office.
What do you mean?
What do you
What did Joe
mean?
Biden do?
What did Joe Biden do?
I mean, besides pardoning his son and
You asked him for examples. Do you have examples?
Oh, that's something small. Besides pardoning his son? Okay. You mean the thing that they were accusing Trump of, that they said he was gonna do and was trying to crucify him for, and then the moment Joe Biden did it, it was okay? You mean
Actually,
that?
I think most people on the left
Biden and
really
the
pissed
entire
off about
government
it.
putting pressure? How about Joe Biden and the entire government putting pressure on social media outlets such as Google, Facebook, Twitter to silence Americans? How about that? How about Joe Biden's son over there
Have
in
you read the Twitter
Ukraine
files,
using the power of his daddy in order to freaking, you know what? I'm not gonna do that because look.
No, I'm just asking. Have you read the Twitter files?
I'm not gonna go into any of that because I'm not gonna stir up the.
I would love to talk with you
They're gonna call it
offline
conspiracy.
sometime.
So I'm not even gonna go into that. There's a laundry list of shit that Joe Biden did and engaged in, a laundry list. And the fact that you're sitting there pretending like it isn't proves my fucking point.
So that's actually an appeal to both hypocrisy and a whataboutism. Props on doing both simultaneously. That's like really great talent.
Yeah, what about it?
I'm sorry. I was quiet, but then he woke me up because when I'm minding my business, drinking my booze, and you got overly sophisticated people, it does something to me. Like, you know what? I'm finna let go of all my niggerish behavior. I'm going to be proper for a moment, because when you talk to somebody with a mustache like that, my vocabulary enhances tremendously. Look, I had a triple syllable word. It might have been 4. You think about it. Anyhow, so let me get my booze right now. And Mr. Mustache Man. Matter of fact, there's another guy with a weird mustache over here in the right bottom corner right there. I've seen that mustache before. The fact that America refused to arrest guys like you, talking about we've been on the hunt, We invested
My
numerous
last name.
resources.
My
A
last
black
name is
guy's
also
arrested in 48
Ramirez.
hours. He's on the run 21. That's a run 21 days mustache right there. They're not catching you before 3 weeks. You got time to go meet your girl, get her impregnated, be
A
on the
little
run,
bit.
go to about 6 or 7 states. Us brothers are locked down. I know that mustache and that hat and that jacket right now. And they
Yes,
live
you
in
do.
the basement. We need to make sure
This actually
nobody's in
was
your basement right now.
$174.
Oh yeah. By the way, to the guy that was talking about what did Joe Biden do wrong? Whatever happened to that cocaine they found in the White House?
No, that was just dust at that point.
Oh,
like
that
when they examined it, it was left there. The cleaners said it was just some strange dust that they
Yeah,
have to clean.
that's why they put it in the FBI locker.
They
Arma
don't know
with-
who it's
Arma-
for.
Party foul. Put it in the FBI
Ar-
evidence locker because it was just dust. Yeah.
Army with Harmy says Donnie is suing to distract from the files. Nice goggles.
Oh yeah, because a little while ago, before the government opened back up, he wanted to starve the American people, and they were going to keep the government closed because they want to dissolve the government so that Don can be a dictator. And you know, even if they do pass it, he's not going to sign it. And then the moment he signed it, oh shit, he signed it. Well, there's some emails with him in it from Epstein. Like, yo, they just move from one thing to the fucking next. It is ridiculous, bro.
What do you mean? Like Trump literally called for the Senate to
Trump ran on.
This is what I'm so
Trump
glad
ran
of,
on exposing the Epstein files and has not exposed them, and in fact has completely backtracked, said they don't exist. I'm not even a liberal, but Trump absolutely backtracked on that, and now they're saying. And now is even saying that people that talk about it are traitors. How's that not a backtrack?
Jason says the auto pen scandal. Does anyone know what that is?
Yeah,
That would be
there's
all the
a
people he
laundry
pardoned right
list.
before he left office.
Here's the thing. There's a laundry list, but here's the problem. The problem is Trump isn't part of the club. He's not one of the approved politicians by the American people. So he doesn't get to do anything that's questionable. Every other president before him can pretty much do whatever the fuck they want, never be accountable for anything that they do, never get arrested for anything that they do, even if they did do something wrong. But the moment that Donald Trump gets in office, now all of a sudden the entire office of the presidency is under scrutiny. And you want to know what's funny? There's a reason why they didn't do that to presidents, because by doing that, you're damaging the integrity of the damn office. I can't wait to see what it's going to look like after Donald Trump, because you lefties, just because you could not accept the fact that Donald Trump got elected and the way you're showing your ass, you've made us a laughing stock to the entire damn world.
You do realize other presidents have been impeached. You realize Nixon was chased out of office. You say no other president was ever
I realize that you're a retired hippie and you love what's going on right now because you want the second wave of tree hugging hippie shit. That's what I realize.
No, it's because he's talking crazy hyperbole for no reason.
That's what I realize.
It's the 60s part two.
It doesn't help when everyone talks at once.
Yeah.
Leaving office
can I just
from being impeached.
Can
That's
I
all
correct?
I'll let you know.
Can I correct one of Gemini's points? By the way, that Daniel guy, that's a '70s porn stash, is what that is.
It ain't thick enough.
Pretty Mexican
it's scraggly
still.
right now. It looks like a dead skunk.
It's Ecuadorian.
That
Ecuador.
man has a dead skunk on his
Ecuador. South America. So not Mexico. Ramirez,
You know
but
why
it's
people
not.
can't tell the difference, right?
I wondered when the racism was coming.
The hat
That was
helps.
obviously
Hat
going to
helps.
happen.
Looks like he's on a set.
I mean, I'm German, not Swedish. Do you know the fucking difference?
Nope. Not at all.
Ugly in two different nationalities don't matter to me.
Lots of French.
He's ugly in both countries, so it doesn't matter.
Yo, you keep calling me, you keep calling me 38,
You're right.
and you can say whatever the fuck else you want. I got kids almost 38. You keep on with your
I'm 38 on Monday.
Happy birthday, Daniel.
This man gets in fist fights with himself. I can see that with Balderson. Like the anger in your
Dang.
soul, sir. Like,
Yeah.
we gonna
I
tranquilize you. He
play
takes a tranquilizer to
frisbee.
go to bed
I
every
play
night.
frisbee with myself. It's so fun.
I don't know.
Wait, so
Like,
you're both the person throwing the frisbee and catching it at the same
I have to
time?
run really
Thrower and
fast.
the catcher.
Are you
Same
sure
time.
the frisbee's there, sir?
Pretty much.
No,
The
he's
frisbee
just
tells me what to do.
Captain Quint from Jaws.
What?
Yeah, yeah.
Captain Quid for draw. That's messed
Oh,
up.
actually, yeah.
The hat
Oh,
says
damn.
that.
Hey,
Yeah.
yo, Angry Man, would you classify, this is like pretty much something I already know you're going to answer yes, Antifa Portland ICE as left violence?
You said Antifa attacking ICE as left violence?
In Portland.
Yeah.
It was like for what, 150 days?
Yeah.
Something around there. That's insane. They wouldn't stop. They covered the entire sidewalk.
The fact
The whole
that you have
Portland thing's a
Americans
nightmare.
justifying American citizens attacking federal agents is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And now it's
And
not just the
then-
it's not just the agents now. It's the MAGA streamers, they call them, that are out there filming and everything.
Oh, they were
they're
there, of
attacking.
course.
Yeah, like, oh, I'm filming. I'm get attacked.
Well,
for-
rebelling against the
Of course
government
they're
is
gonna be
arguably the
there.
most American thing that you can do, actually.
You said what?
Who?
Whoa, wait. What did you say?
Rebellion is like one of the most American things that you can do, probably.
Didn't you just get through making a case why the January 6ers shouldn't have went in the Capitol?
Well, yeah, that's yeah.
Are you saying it's okay to stop somebody from filming?
Let's back up. Do
Using
you
their First
realize
Amendment
you
rights?
just contradicted yourself?
I didn't know.
You didn't realize
We
it, or you
most
don't
definitely
think you
did.
yourself?
Most definitely.
Hold on.
Oh wait, no. Sorry, you're mixing me up with the other dude. So like, I think most of the people who showed up on the Jan 6 riots, like, I don't know, like the charge of insurrection is like that hasn't been charged in hundreds of years. No one knows what the fuck it means. To like legally do that, like I think would be bad. Yeah, I like 99% of those people are like, like should get like a slap on the wrist or something. I guess, but like.
or refusing to follow a police order or something.
Yeah, I thought
At
that was
most.
you that said that. My bad.
Yeah, no. I mean, if I thought that like like the election had been stolen and that like the will of the people was being subverted, like yeah, I could see where they're coming from and like why they wanted to do what they did. But yeah, no, that's
genuinely what some of them thought.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
for sure. Yeah,
I
yeah.
think all of them
And that's
thought
why I don't want to hold them liable because like like that's a that's as I said, very American. It's like this is fucked up.
25%
Fuck this thing.
deviation in the number of votes. A 25% deviation in any statistic is insane.
Well, here's the
Insane.
thing.
It was one of
here's
the
thing
most
about here's the thing about the
contentious.
January 6th thing. The only thing, in my opinion, that January 6th proved is that you are no longer a government of the people.
How so?
That's what it proved.
If the people are storming the government, then the government is not properly representing the people.
Wait, all the time? I mean, so that means all the BLM riots were also justified, right? Because they truly felt like, the police were just, doing a bad thing all the time.
No, because there's a subtle difference. The subtle difference, and this is not me being biased. The subtle difference is you have people going down there to protest because they feel like something was wrong, as opposed to BLM, which is funded and backed by someone for a particular reason.
Hold on. I realize that there's some funding from Soros associated with BLM, but a lot of it is to different organizations and not directly to them. I'm just wondering why you keep saying that.
Because it's the truth.
Because he knows where the
So
money
because-
ends up going.
Because it's the
Soros
truth.
funds like DEI policies.
Because it's the truth. And in all fairness, bro, I'm not going to sit here and listen to a lecture about Black Lives Matter because you have black kids in communities right now shooting each other and they don't show up. So I don't want to hear shit about Black Lives Matter being some sort of political activist, social justice organization. They're not.
What would they do if they did show up?
The only time they show up is if someone white does something to someone black so that they can politicize it. That's how I know the purpose of it. Black lives only matter when someone white takes one. They don't matter when black people are killing other black people.
Isn't that the whole point of the movement?
It is the point of the movement.
Well, yeah, because we're talking about like a white person killing a black person because of their blackness. Like most of the black on black violence isn't like, like, oh, all these fucking racial slurs are fucking up my environment.
Black lives don't matter if black people kill each other.
No, that I mean, Black Lives Matter. Or I would say what those people are trying to represent is that like, they matter.
The point I'm making is that if you have an organization that is about Black Lives mattering, if that's a word, I don't think that's a word.
Mattering,
but
yeah.
It is. Mattering is a word.
It doesn't sound right. But if you have an organization whose sole purpose is for that, right? The loss of life should matter regardless of who the person is perpetrating the crime.
Why are you trying to dictate their mission statement though? Like they care about like racial injustice in the criminal justice.
Why am I trying to dictate their mission statement?
Can I
Because I'm black.
Jack,
and who can
kill black people more
Alexander,
or other black people?
Alexander, are you trying to chime in?
Jack, I can't expect an organization that's advocating for me to actually advocate for me.
Jack, who kills black people more, police or other black people?
Other black people by like a wide margin.
Okay, so if you have an organization dedicated to helping black people being attacked by police, but they don't seem to be moved by black people being killed by other black people, do you not see an issue with that?
I mean, they're specifically like targeting like government policy that they can like change and like do legislation like to fix the like all the like to fix gang violence is a significantly more complex issue than like, hey, cops shouldn't just be like carrying out like
activities.
Essentially, wouldn't the
out of
cops,
those neighborhoods?
Wouldn't the cops be the ones that would be actually helping them more to decrease the black on black violence versus the cop on black violence?
Yeah, if they want to solve any kind of violence against black people, they need police officers to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like BLM was very ineffective. Like they didn't actually get anything changed. They tried a bunch of really stupid ideas. Like they like abolished the whole office of the police in Minneapolis and then put it back like a handful of months later. Like that movement like was very large, but they didn't harness it for any.
No, it wasn't that they wasn't effective. Okay,
no, they weren't effective.
They weren't effective in what you thought they were there for. They were effective in what they were supposed to do, which is take any instance of racial violence and politicize it and put a spotlight on it so that the Democrats can use it for political fuel. That's the entire purpose of it.
I mean, are you just like unaware of all the traffic stop data about like the implicit bias like in all of us?
Don't you think though, if the black on black violence died down and was decreased significantly, then the need for cops being in those neighborhoods would probably cease as well, and that police brutality would.
Sarah, that's logic.
Whether or not someone dies unjustifiably.
To yell at me, I was like, "What did I say?"
That's too much like a real solution. They don't want to address the real solutions.
Not to mention, if police officers aren't as afraid of being in those communities and getting attacked by a gang member, they probably aren't as likely to react badly, right?
Look, here's the thing. If I were a police officer, right? If I were a police officer, considering some of these neighborhoods and how violent they are, I would be worried about my life every single time I go into those neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
And every single time I go into those neighborhoods, I'm gonna have an itchy trigger finger because I'm trying to get home to my family. Like, to sit here and pretend like certain neighborhoods in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles isn't extremely problematic is crazy. Now, I'm not sitting here saying there aren't racist cops and there aren't people that abuse their freaking power. There are, but we can't sit here and act like cops are just going into black neighborhoods where everything is freaking Shangri-La. Everybody's just, it's a utopia and they're just deciding to bust some heads. That's not what's going on.
100%.
Millennial.
100
Go ahead, Alderson.
100% what Angry Man said holds water. I live in a primarily white area, but I live on a place that they call is literally named Murder Mountain. And when cops come up here, they have their guns out and fingers on the trigger, and they're shaking. They're scared shitless. If I get pulled over 5 miles down the road, they're cool as a cucumber. It absolutely is about the area that you're in and how dangerous that area is. And the thing that nobody wants to bring up is that white men get killed by cops also in giant numbers. That's just a police on citizen thing. It's not really a political nor racial thing. We need to, if you're going to argue that case, it needs to actually be pulled out of both those things. And you just need to look at cops and what they're allowed to do to the citizens and where our rights stop and their ability to enforce things start.
Yeah, but see, when cops actually take the life of someone white, that's not politicized as much as when it's a cop taking somebody's life that's black.
It's not politicized at all.
Millennial Mike throws two thoughts to the panel. He says, what would BLM do if they did show up? How about volunteer work to clean up neighborhoods and parks, scrub graffiti off buildings, beautify the city? I own 25 rentals in Gary, Indiana. Never seen BLM. Any thoughts to that?
Yeah, holy shit. I'm so sorry to hear that. I know Gary, Indiana has pretty much died. I live like an hour away from there. And yeah, like that whole town was like, one of those like company towns, and that whole industry has just died and it's just barren there. It's crazy. It's like a
Yeah, you know why? Because lefty Democrats like freaking Bill Clinton destroyed the freaking industrial
actually, like Clinton would be considered a conservative today. Go back and listen to those like old speeches and get some of his policies. Like, he was more of a blue dog more than anything else.
That's because the whole system's moved that far left that the leftists in the 90s are now the positions conservatives hold, and the positions the leftists hold are fucking wild. The whole system moved left.
Yep. That is evident.
Bill Clinton was not from California. He was from Alabama, my dude. An Alabama
from
Democrat.
Arkansas.
And fucking he brought in the cocaine that destroyed the entire black neighborhoods. That was all under his watch. The whole MENA scandal was under Clinton.
What do you mean he brought in the cocaine?
The whole MENA scandal's under Clinton. They made a fucking movie with Tom Cruise about it. Jesus.
I don't watch Tom Cruise movies.
That was a good movie. Millennial Mike says again. He says again, the only people cleaning up the neighborhoods, remodeling the only people cleaning up the neighborhoods, remodeling the buildings, quite literally cleaning the streets and cutting the grass, making parks look nice, are me and other investors. No BLM anywhere. Now, wouldn't that be awesome if there could actually be some productivity? Cool. I mean, if you're going to get all of this sponsorship and money drawing in and donations and yada, 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 put it to actual good use. I mean, I think the making propaganda out of it and just shame and throwing stuff out there for bad cop, like instead make the people good. And then we don't have to worry about the cops at that point.
There's plenty of organizations. There's plenty of organizations that are black organizations that do a lot of good in the black community. And I can tell you right now, they're not Black Lives Matter. That's a fact. But I think it was Alexander, you said you don't watch Tom Cruise movies?
No.
So that means that movie didn't exist, right?
Nope. Never happened.
Apparently never heard of Gary Webb. Like everybody else has heard about that Clinton was shipping in the cocaine under his watch, that the CIA paid, it was CIA planes they were bringing it back and forth in on. They were bringing cocaine here and then shipping guns down south to fund a government overturn, which then when they quit doing that became the Iran-Contra affair. They stopped doing it down south.
I have heard of that, yeah.
You remember, I don't know how old you guys are. I don't know how old you guys are, but when I was a kid, I remember old Ollie North on TV every day.
Oh yeah,
giving
let me
testimony.
let let me ask a question. I also have a geez, I totally lost the word. But anyway, Balder, could you please not yell so much? It's rough on the headphones. But about the question of
You mean it's rough on your ears? Just tell the truth. It's rough on your ears. Just tell
Get over it. That's the way I
Just
talk.
turn your hearing aid down.
Oh,
let me
poor Matt.
ask you this about the neighborhoods, the
God.
fixing the black neighborhoods, or any. Who talks more about looking for systemic solutions, the left or the right?
Who talks more or does more? Because there are two
Well,
different things.
Obviously, nobody's been doing anything right because the problems are still bad. But who is looking for solutions more is the question.
Who says they're looking for solutions more?
Who says it or who does it?
Probably
Well,
the
who
right,
tries-
the left.
Yeah, who tries
Well,
things,
the left.
like the after school
But the
programs or
problem
the
is-
whatever, yeah.
But the problem is, it's the left that contributed to destroying that structure in the first place, which is why you now have the problems you have in those communities. So it's like they created the problem and now they're pretending like they're the solution for the problem. It's ridiculous.
In what way?
What do you mean in what way? You mean in what way did they destroy that structure?
Yeah.
Back
Look at
in
the
the
education
60s.
system.
Back in the 60s with a lot of the policies and a lot of the things that Lyndon B. Johnson did.
I will have them voting for
caused a
me
huge
at the next 200 years.
There's actually a book written by Elizabeth Hinton, who is a professor, I think, at Princeton, that talks about it from the war on poverty to the war on crime, where she goes into detail about the numerous policies under Lyndon Baines Johnson that created the catalyst for the destruction of what you call the black community.
So you
What was
think
that?
those communities were a paradise before they came up with the
No, they
welfare
weren't
systems
a
and
they
so
weren't
forth?
a paradise, but they still had a family structure. They still had intact family units. They had one of the highest marriage rates amongst Americans. They still had a structure. The moment that you started introducing certain policies that caused problems with the family structure, this is when you see the breakdown. This is when you start
Let me-
seeing issues.
Let me ask you a serious question. I'm not doing this to argue with you. I actually wonder, but how did those policies cause the destruction of the family?
Well, if you incentivize, if you have a group of people that are already impoverished, already dealing with certain issues, remember that's coming out of what year was the Vietnam War? Does anybody remember what year that was?
It started around
68 to
well,
72.
It ended in like
55 to
72.
75.
But yeah,
It was
started
55
early
to
60s.
75.
It was in the 60s, right? So
Yeah.
you had a lot of black men amongst also white men that didn't come home because of the
Poor
Vietnam
white men.
War.
Yeah.
So you had that disparity. You had black men losing their lives in the Vietnam War. In addition to that, you also had this sort of overhauling of the criminal justice system. This is when, right after 1965, is when you start getting this sort of criminal system that's like a revolving door. And they literally target what they call urban centers, which, of course, you had a lot of black people that had moved from the South and moved into a lot of cities or whatever looking for work. So you had black people condensed into these what they called urban areas. They started policing those areas pretty heavy. So you had black men getting locked up at a higher rate. I think 1 in 3 black men had a freaking record. So the moment you start seeing this situation where the men are no longer in the families, where you don't have fathers in the household, in addition to the welfare situation where a lot of women, a lot of families couldn't get certain types of assistance simply because they were either married or they were in a relationship with a man. So you had situations where women would break up with the men they were with so that they could get assistance in order to feed their children, or you literally had men that couldn't find work that would literally just leave just so the woman could get assistance. So the moment you see this breakdown with the men no longer being in the households, and you start to see this uptick of single parent households, you start to see the black community declining.
Okay. Thanks.
So real quick, I feel like why didn't the GI Bill like backfire?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? As far as what?
Yeah, I mean, like the GI Bill is like a handout, right? For
Dude, it's
How
for
is
some of
that
your
a
country.
handout? You have to go serve
not
the
a
country
handout.
in order to get it.
That's
You
not a
Yeah, I
understand
mean, they got
being
paid
a
to do
handout?
that.
Hold on. It's not even to do with. It's not even to do with whether it's a handout or not. You can give people handouts without destroying their communities and their culture. The problem is how you incentivize those handouts. When you incentivize those handouts in a way that forces them to either divorce or not get married, but still have families, and you also incentivize them not to work harder because you take away more of the welfare than they would earn in a kind of increase in their paycheck. That's the kind of thing that destroys the people, right?
Even if
You're
you want to call
incentivizing
the
all the wrong things just to keep them hooked on the welfare system.
even if you want to call the GI Bill a handout, it was a whole different kind of thing. It was about getting people an education and help them buy houses. That's totally different than when he's talking about giving people, welfare and encouraging them to
It
not
GI
work.
Bill isn't for houses; it's just for college.
No, it actually no. The GI Bill was
housing.
for houses. Like after the end of World War II,
It's a separate piece, and you have to qualify as you have to be so intelligent. So when I first joined the Army, it was you had to have a 25 ASVAB to join, and then you had to have a 50 on the ASVAB in order to qualify for GI Bill to try and get the best and brightest to go to college, and that was an incentive for them. And it's not a handout. If you have to go earn it, it's not a handout. Do you think a paycheck is a handout, dude?
Yeah,
So
that's not a handout.
World War II soldiers were all paid a wage. They all were paid a salary. And black men specifically did not get the deals on the mortgages that the white military people did when they got back from World War II. Like they got whole neighborhoods with crazy good mortgages, with the big sign out on outside of their gated community that said like no coloreds.
Okay, well that's what I mean right there. That's the thing that annoys me right there. See, you're going off about something that is irrelevant to what we were just talking about. Like,
well, no, that was like a huge.
Before we dive in that direction, if you will, angry man, Alexander is going to make his exit. I think he was trying to make his exit earlier and then got caught back in. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, sorry, angry dragged me back in. Yeah, everyone, you need to donate to Sarah, like the channel, and tell your friends about it. This is a great freaking place to hang out, talk about things, and learn new stuff. Jack, do me a favor, try not to make everything about race. All right, sometimes we can just talk about welfare in the way of welfare and not talk about whether people had signs on their houses saying they don't want colored people around them. All right. Completely unrelated topics. So just saying. Anyways, thanks everyone. I enjoyed my time.
Thank you,
night.
Alexander. And sleep well. Good night.
I will try. You too.
Sorry, so I'm bringing up like their exclusion from the GI Bill after World War II because like those are benefits that every soldier who fought in World War II, like was repping our country, like should have gotten. And like, because it was in the 40s, like pre-Civil Rights Act, before we were actually treating black people like fucking humans, it was like, no, like they don't get any of this, like there was just a whole carve out for like no black people can benefit from this thing.
Okay, but here's the problem, right? You're talking about, that's a different issue. Number one, it's not a handout for the simple fact that you're risking your life. You're signing up for something where you might not even come back. So that's not a handout. That's something that they earned, right? But the part that I was talking about, the piece that I was talking about, it's important because with Lyndon Baines Johnson and what they were doing back then, they offered a band-aid. They offered a handout instead of doing something to create more economic growth. And that was problematic. And the side effect of that is you end up with these single parent households to the point that it becomes a trend by the time you get to the 80s, right? So even now we're seeing a similar problem that's happening in the white community. Nobody's paying attention to it because the liberals don't feel like white people can go through anything for some reason. So part of the reason Trump even got elected is because you have so many white people in middle America that are out of work, can't find jobs, especially like when you look at the Appalachian Trail, like you got working poor, all of these different things. That's the entire reason Trump's MAGA movement was so freaking
popular,
big as it was, because when he says "Make America Great Again," white people in middle America, they're thinking, "Oh, he's going to bring the jobs back." So you have this issue going on now, which is why you see increasing numbers of people being on SNAP benefits, being on food stamps and all of that. That's why I'm really confused as to why the liberals and the left hate Trump so much. Like, I'm really trying to understand it.
I'm going to go make some coffee. If you gentlemen could just play nicely for a few minutes while I'm away.
You don't messed up.
Well, if you really look at it, Angry Man, it's interesting because Clinton is the one who implemented NAFTA, which is what opened up and sent away all of our factories into other countries, because now with the open trade, it was cheaper to just have the factory over there, cheaper production, and have it shipped over here. Now, you look at what's the obvious answer to that then? Well, put a giant tariff on it, so that way it costs them more to have it shipped over here, and then that makes them want to bring production back over here. They are also against that. So the left has always been against this.
Yeah, and look, I lost a union job at a textile plant because of that Bill Clinton crap. And not to mention, and this was so funny, he did that, and as much as everybody claimed that Bill Clinton was, they were calling him the first black president, all types of wild stuff. Do you know how many communities across America that, are just middle-class communities, whether white or black, that were decimated by that decision that Bill Clinton made? Like, that gutted the middle class.
Wiped it out. No more middle class. All factory jobs, all production jobs, all that went to Asian kids for 25 cents an hour.
Yep. And that's the reason why China right now is, if you go back and look at China, China was dirt poor in the 70s. And you look at them now, they are, I think they were churning out like 10 billionaires a week at one point. Like, it's crazy.
No.
Yeah, go look it up.
So wrong.
Go look it up.
In the past
Okay,
couple
so
years,
you're talking about the Asian kids working. How much are those Asian kids?
Go look. I'm not talking about the workers. I'm not talking about the workers. I'm talking about the heads of industry over there. Okay. Go look it up.
10 billionaires a week for how
the
long?
iPhone factory, where they literally had to put a net around the building to stop people from jumping off and self-deleting.
Yeah,
Because
was that like was that a
horrible.
normal thing, or did that get taken down within a few weeks?
They just quit talking about it. It still goes on.
No, you just didn't look into it at all because you're.
No, I
don't know,
did look
lazy?
into it. It still goes on. They just
Go
don't
look
talk
up
about
right.
it.
Okay. I don't know when the last time you looked up.
Liberals give a shit about things as long as it is virtue signaling. They don't really care about anything. Whatever's on the media for the day, that's what they're angry about.
Okay,
That's
so
what
they've
they're-
never talked about the net sense, and you like I'm the ignorant one for knowing more about that than you.
That's
Like,
a nice
I'm virtue signaling about. Oh my God, these poor people.
It's still happening.
Okay.
The conditions didn't get better.
Okay.
So China was in 2017. China was producing 2 new billionaires every 5 days. Go look it up.
2017, you say?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go look it up.
Okay.
Like, I wouldn't have said it if it wasn't something that I saw myself and was like, what the?
Okay. And is that limited? Did that stop? Like, was 2017 like a rare year? Has that happened every year since? Do you know
I'm not
anything
sure.
about that? Or
I'm not sure. I just know about that particular because I came across it when I was watching something about China, and it's what was the subject? I was watching it where it was talking about China's ghost cities And it was basically about China's economy. I was watching a documentary on China's economy, and they were talking about how many billionaires they were producing in 2017. But the point about it is this, right? The moment we stopped being a country that builds, we made ourselves susceptible or put ourselves at the mercy of other countries. Because look at everything right now. You even have some people saying, oh, well, it doesn't matter if Donald Trump brings these jobs back because people don't have the skills to work them. I'm like, what? So learn the damn skills. Like, it's like any excuse for us to continue being dependent on someone else's production. It's like, no.
But I just looked up a statistic. Depending on who's doing the counting, they say currently there are between 450 and 800,
800.
Chinese billionaires.
That's crazy.
That's a pretty big deviation. That's wild.
Yeah, because if you go back
Stick
to
with the
like
baseline.
19, if you go back to like 1978, 1979, they were dirt poor. Like,
well,
But
yeah,
stick with
because
the
most of them were
baseline, even if it's
farmers.
400, that's not that much because their population is larger than any population in the
Yeah.
world. So we can't
But
add
that's
that
still a
into
big
it.
jump
So
in GDP.
no,
jump.
but
That's still a
it's a
giant
big
jump
jump.
in GDP.
True. It's true, but
Hey,
percentage
let him
wise,
talk.
their population is still, at least 3 times higher than the American population, actually more than that. So when you look at it, it's a small number, but it's still a large number when you tie in to what Angry Man was saying based off where he started. But you can say the same thing with the black community, because you're saying being in America from the point to being slaves to the point to having the right to vote to the point to how many millionaires we have, we've made the same jump in growth. We might not have as many billionaires, but obviously we don't have our own country. But in terms of millionaires, we've had a absorbently high number of millionaires. Now I get it, it's not in the industries people like because it's in entertainment, right? Sports, movies, right, and that type of stuff. So people discount that because they're looking for prestigious jobs. But the point is, we closed the gap rapidly, and I think that's what we don't see even within America. If blacks stop saying the man, the system, the this, the that, and look at how much progress you made from not knowing how to read, being out on the field, hanging from a tree, still getting put in cuffs to this day, and how much money you've generated, you will look at it differently. But the thing is, it's easier to still have the woe is me mindset. And so that's the thing I don't like from my culture specifically, because I'm like, you got to get it out the mud like everybody else, because other cultures come over here and get it out the mud. But the one thing they can do that we can't do, you can be Polish, German, Irish, but when you fill out that application, you get to put white on there. They're not even trying to dig deep and see whatever you are. They just know you're white.
Here's the thing. I agree with most of what you said, but if you go back and you look at Reconstruction all the way up to the 60s, you see an upward trajectory for the black community in every category. Once you get Lyndon Baines Johnson and all the goofy shit he did, then you start seeing a downward spiral.
That's true.
And look, I'm not saying that we don't hold some culpability. There's certain things that we did in the black community that wasn't conducive to the situation. We could have went a different route and we didn't. You know what I'm saying? So there is some personal responsibility there. But when you look at today, and you look at what's going on with the left, the liberal left is trying to use that situation. They're trying to use that as their freaking vehicle for every single issue that they want to push forward. And it's like, bro, you're trying to use a specific group to push your agendas when really you don't give a shit about that group. So stop pretending like you give a shit about that group. You're just using them. They're just cannon fodder.
Look, I'm gonna say this though, honestly, before anybody
Go ahead,
speaks.
Jack, because I know you want to address that.
Jack's gonna chime in. I know he is, but I'm gonna say this real quickly because when you talking about financial support, what group we support? Our foundational group less than anybody else. We already know that. That's obvious. And so, like, when you can't fix these foundational things, you're going to have a problem. Like, when you look at every other culture, country, and how they spend within their own, I mean, these are baseline simple things. They like, look, when you pull up to these brothers and all of that, you first off, if you trash, I think it's twofold. If you're a bad black business and I tell you trash, you need to pull your game up because there's a standard. You're going to get offended and say you don't like my type and I can't frequent your establishment anymore. When really I'm trying to say these are the things you need to do to be elite. That's one thing. On the flip side, when we're talking about now I am hollering at my black brother, sister, and their business, they have elite businesses. It's the mindset we have. We're not pumping it the same. And then so when you talk about investing, we terrible. We suck at it. Spending money within our own community is the worst out of the black community compared to the Hispanic, Asian, and white American. We are by far the bottom. We spend everybody. We spend our money with everybody. We spend money with people we call enemies. We spend money with people who we think are elite because we want that status. We spend money just because we want to spend it. We blow it and gamble. But when you're talking about our own people, we are deficient. Until we fix that, everybody's going to laugh at us behind the scenes because we need an ally, but we have to understand we don't have the same allies as any group. White Polish, white Irish can all get together and meet and treat each other as white, even though they have different demographics, right? From in terms of, I came from here. Us, we don't have that. All they see is black. I can't be like, I'm going to chill with this type of black, that type of black. All they see is you black. We don't want to do business with you.
And speaking of spending money, chat, you have 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes now to complete that dono goal. You are currently 4 out of 10. I gave you a little break on a few because Jason was carrying a lot of weight for you guys. And Spicoli, I see you backstage, but Jason paid to boot you for the evening, so you cannot come on unless somebody spends another 100 to let you back on. So as far as I'm concerned, you are done for the night. And Calvin says, why does the so-called black people that's supposed to care about black people only have criticism for people that tried to fix the problem, LBJ, and never any tough talk for the ones that created it?
So LBJ didn't try to fix the problem. The reason why you think he tried to fix the problem is because you're an idiot and you've never read any damn thing. Go do the research. Go do the research and look at what Lyndon Baines Johnson actually did.
And what he said.
You don't know what you're talking about.
And when you fill out any form, it only says Caucasian, which that's where the Slavs are from, the Caucasus Mountain, where it's just the original word slave came from. There's not a checkbox for Irish or German or Swedish.
But the thing is, they choose white.
In fact, they say white people don't have culture because they won't go back and look that each of those divisions have culture. So you hear all the time that white people have no culture.
No matter what the culture is but the bottom line is they get to choose white in America. I don't get to choose white.
Yeah, and also I would say that white, like the broad category of white people, like don't have a specific culture because they are a mix of, several other things.
Right, same as black
people, not a monolith.
Yeah,
like there are African Americans and African immigrants.
I misspoke. My apologies. Jason booted so many people from this panel tonight. I mistakenly assumed he was the one who booted Spicoli early on, but it was actually Alexander doing us the kind service of removing Spicoli for the evening. Alexander says, with a big 50, last bit of help to keep things going. Only need one more. Also, I booted Spicoli just for I feel like you should get a trophy for that. And Jason Reeves, of course, coming through with the final dono to fulfill that goal. I will give you guys another hour. Thank you.
And Lyndon Baines Johnson wasn't even supposed to be president.
Yeah,
you really want to be honest.
What was his famous line? What was LBJ's famous line?
He would have these Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years.
Yep.
Oh shit! Wow, he called it.
I think he used a different name for him, but
Nixon said by heavily criminalizing cannabis that the N-word and the hippies would then be put under thumb. Straight up, there's actually a recorded conversation of him saying that the drug war was literally to put down the dissenting communities.
Yeah, because he knew that once he implemented certain things, he would get the undying loyalty of the community, which is why he gave that speech talking about what he wanted to do for the black community. It was a real impassioned speech. And then around 1964 to 1965, he made sure the Voters' Rights Act, which is currently in question, right, for various reasons. He overhauled the welfare system. He overhauled the criminal justice system. Like, there's an entire book from the war on poverty to the war on crime that details the entire thing.
And Calvin sent a message, but you're also here on stage, so I'll go ahead and let you speak for yourself, Calvin.
Yeah, so my point was, you have people here that say they care about black issue. Now, I'm an independent. I actually agree with a lot of the criticisms that they have about the black race and things of that nature. However, when I hear them recant things like, LBJ and whatever the case may be, they always acknowledge what the white liberal, or whatever you want to call it, did bad. He even said that he held black people accountable a second ago, but there's never any talk for the person who actually created the problem. So that's what I was trying to draw out. Why is there no tough talk for those people, or criticism, or highlighting? Why is that?
Who are those people? Who are those people?
People that created the problem, the white racists.
Oh boy, are we taking this back to the reparations?
Earlier,
not necessarily white people.
Y'all literally hear me say earlier what created the problem in the black community. Did I or did I not point out the liberals from that era, the LBJs and all of them? Was LBJ not white?
So, no, I'm talking about the white racists.
He wants to say founding fathers.
Talked about the white racists earlier. What are you talking about?
LBJ was a white racist. Where only the things he believed are white racist.
You're talking about what LGBT did to fix a problem. Who caused the problem?
No, I didn't talk about what he did to fix the problem. I talked about what he did to create one.
Okay, he was fixing a problem for black people.
No, he caused the problem.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't fixing a problem for black people. No, he wasn't.
He was.
No, he wasn't.
He
you
was.
Idiot.
He was. You idiot.
No, he wasn't. You Democrat cocksucking idiot. I'm so sick of you goofy niggas that run around here all the damn time.
The only goofy,
praising Democrat.
The only goofy is you. The only
community. You love to do this goofy
shit.
You
only goofy is you.
You love to do this goofy shit.
Artist. You a performance artist.
I guarantee you voted for Kamala.
I did.
I know you did, because you're an idiot.
And you're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
And you're an idiot.
You're a moron.
And you're a moron.
You're a moron.
And you're a moron.
I know you are, but what am I?
Okay. As I was saying, you only have tough talk for the people who are trying to fix the problem.
You only have tough talk for people that. You only have tough talk for that.
You can bring everyone back up.
No, let's stay right here. What do you do? What do you do for the black community?
You can bring everyone back up.
What do you do for the black community?
I just wanted to point out the hypocrisy of people like
you do for the black community?
These people like him are like a joke.
What do you do for the black community?
They act like they care about black people.
What do you do for the black community other than running your mouth? What do you do?
I'm about to.
What do you do for the black community?
You can bring.
What do you do for the black community?
I just wanted to point out black people like
what
this.
What have you done for your community?
And all they have is
what have you done for your community?
Negative talk for black.
What have you done for your community?
Positive. Nothing.
What have you done for your community?
Hold on. I think it's a fair question to ask, Calvin, because you're pointing the finger at Angry Man, saying that he's not doing anything and he's only merely pointing out things that other people are doing negatively. So he's turning the question back to you and asking you, what are you doing?
And I don't hear his question. I'm not acknowledging his question.
Because you don't do anything.
So I just wanted to point out these people like him who talk about they care about the black community, but you go to this page
I don't
and
give a shit about the black community.
that's what I'm saying.
I don't give a
You're not
shit
the
about the
person.
black community.
I know you don't.
I don't give a shit about the black community.
Exactly. So thank you for that, Sarah. I'm dropping out now, like I said.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, Calvin.
Yeah.
Bye. You're the entire black community, Calvin, is cooked. And it's cooked primarily because of idiots like you. Idiots like you. And the reason why you didn't answer the question about what you do for the black community, because you don't do nothing for the black community except get your goofy ass on the internet and virtue signal and pretend like you care so much about the black community. Whereas I used to literally be a member of the Nation of Islam, where I would literally go to gang neighborhoods and talk to gang members to stop them from selling drugs and committing crimes. That's what I did for my community. What'd you do for yours, Calvin? Nothing. You get up here and run your mouth and try to talk about people in a way because you think you know their entire history. You're an idiot, bro. You're an idiot. You're a useful idiot for the Democrat Party, the same damn party that has been pushing back against any black progress for the entire duration of this country. Or did you forget that Dred Scott didn't get his freedom because of the 5 Democrats on the Taney court, as opposed to the 2 Republicans that voted for him to get his freedom? I could go all the way down the list of every single thing the Democrats have done every step of the way to hinder black growth in the black community. And I can also name every single thing the Republicans did to encourage black growth in the black community. You, Calvin, don't know what you're talking about. You're just one of these dudes that want to try to trigger everybody because everybody's so damn sensitive about race right now. Oh, you don't do anything for the black community. Neither do you, Negro.
Red Pill Crip, welcome, my friend. Did you want to just go ahead and chime on in and add anything to the conversation?
I'm actually brand new. I don't know exactly what's going on. I gotta kind of feed off of what Angry Man's saying, but yeah, I agree with Angry Man 100%. And a lot of people talk that shit and they act like they about the community and ain't did nothing for it. And like he said, man, you got to put footwork in the game to even have an opinion. So if you ain't put in no work, then you really got to be quiet. And your work is not a vote. It's not an opinion on the internet. Put some real groundwork in to have an opinion. That's my
exactly. And for the record, the reason why I say I don't give a shit about the black community is because currently we don't have one. Right. So it's kind of hard to give a shit about a community that doesn't exist. Like it doesn't exist anymore. What you see now in the black community is remnants of what it used to be. It's ruins of what the community used to be. I remember what the community used to be because in the 80s, when I was a kid, we actually had one. We don't have one now. Right. And so the reason, Calvin, that I come up here and I talk the hard truth that I talk is because there's no time left for sweet words when it comes to the black community. We're past that. We're past that, bro.
Well, let me ask you this. Can you help someone who doesn't want to help themselves? I mean, that's how I take the view on anybody who wants help in any direction, right? If you're not first willing to, put the boots down, as you say, and start walking, then, why would I want to put my energy into something that you're not even willing to put the energy into as well?
But no, you can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. It's just like when people are on drugs or alcohol, they have to hit rock bottom. And the problem is as crazy as it sounds, this particular community hasn't hit rock bottom yet. And the reason why is because you don't see people wanting to turn from what they're doing. Like I don't care what community you're in. I don't care if you're in a Latin community, white community, black community. Family is the center of your community. It's the center of your culture. If you have a broken family structure, your community, your culture is going to follow that. You're going to have a broken culture, broken family. See, the funny thing is somebody like Calvin, they'll come up here and they'll say all of that goofy stuff, but they'll never address the real problems of the community. That's what the problem is. Until you can address the actual problem, which is there are too many families that do not have a two-parent structure. There are too many. And as long as you have that going on, you're going to keep seeing degeneracy and delinquency.
One of the problems, Sarah, is that they've got currently, because of the loss of the jobs from NAFTA, which again wiped out the middle class, they don't have the manufacturing jobs. They don't have all those typical jobs that would have paid better than a cashier job or something like that. That was something that was achievable for a normal person. You started out just proving you're a good worker, and then you moved up to like a manufacturing or something like that job, and that brought you into the middle class. All those jobs have been completely wiped out. Now, with the tariffs that would possibly bring it back in, you would have to focus it around those communities, because rather than just handing them money, which doesn't empower them, the empowering would be giving them the ability to make their situation better. That's where empowerment is. And in order to do that, we would need to entice businesses into those areas. And with the way things are now, Walmart items made in China are way cheaper than an American can make, unless the American's willing to work for pitiful wages, which is what the people over there are working for. So it's a situation that's going to require multiple things in order to even make that tenable. Currently, the way it sits, it's not tenable. And then you also add in the drug situation, where under Clinton, they brought in the cocaine. Then they also disproportionately made crack sentenced entirely different than all other drugs. Then under Clinton, again, President Clinton this time instead of Governor Clinton, they made the 3 strikes laws and the mandatory minimums, which wiped out the black communities, wiped them out. Everybody knows that. It's hilarious because liberals like Jack over here shaking his head fight those things the hardest. That's the things their guys implemented. Biden, who was just the president just now, that's his only political achievement, was authoring those laws, as they were calling black men super predators and saying, we know this is going to fuck them all up, but we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about.
I never said that.
Yes, he did.
I know who emphatically supported the 90s crime bill. Again, at what margin did the 90s crime bill pass? It was literally 100 to nothing. It was supported emphatically by the Black Caucus.
We can pull, Jack. We can literally pull the video. He's standing on the floor of Congress, and this is what he said. He said, when rehabilitation happens, we don't know how it happens. He said, these people are beyond the pale. He said, we know that our system has failed them, but it doesn't matter. We need them off the street so they're not fighting our sons, so they're not hitting our mom over the head. He literally said it. We can pull the video right now. Okay, not to mention the fact that he led that whole thing trying to keep Clarence Thomas from being a Supreme Court justice.
He shouldn't be a Supreme Court justice. He's so fucking disgusting. Oh, God.
Hey, Jack, can I ask you a question?
Remember when Joe Biden said that integrating black kids into the schools would make them jungles, and he doesn't want his kid going to school in a jungle? Remember that? He's so with the black people. If you don't vote for him, you ain't black.
You're not black. Yeah, exactly.
Jack, you got a long list of some wild things that he said and did, bro. And he is literally the one who drafted the 94 crime bill. And by the way, recently when he was running for office to be president, they finally got him to the point where he owned up to the fact that it was a mistake. He literally said it out of his mouth. 30 years. He said it was a mistake.
Oh, the 90s crime bill? Yeah, the 90s crime bill is fucked and has had
he drafted that. You know that, right?
Yeah, he didn't know how it was gonna what the outcome was going to be.
Oh, he knew what the outcome was going to be.
He'd been in Congress 20 years by that time.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to check my fucking Ouija board.
He knew what. He literally said it in his speech.
Jack,
taking masses of people out of a community and putting them in prison for life.
I don't believe you.
You don't know what that's going to do to the community? Boy, let me get the fucking magic 8 ball for this one.
I got
And
you.
Balderson, hold on. I'm not gonna let y'all talk badly about Joe Biden because I'm listening to all this bad Joe Biden talk. First off, you have to understand, you have to respect this man. This man, he made it and became the president on his third time running. Like when people see he came and won, this was not his first time, his second time. It took 3 times to run to become president. Unfortunately, when he ran and won, he didn't have his right mind. That's the downfall. Because when he tried in the 70s and 80s, where it'd have been more practical, it'd have been more practical to implement his criminal system. You know, him being the mob, pretending to be a president. It didn't matter. He lost his mind, so he ran. He made it on his third time. So I give him, credit for that, because not many people will try that many times to run and become president. He didn't tap out. He became president. Did I vote for him any of the times? No, I did not.
Well, there's a reason he didn't win back in the day.
Hold this up on screen.
The reason he didn't win back in the day is because we weren't as stupid back then as we are today. So when everybody saw that he was plagiarizing people, when he was plagiarizing John F. Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and that freaking union leader over in the UK, when we saw that he was plagiarizing them, lying about his scores in college, all of the crap that he did, promoting freaking leaders of the Ku Klux Klan, when we saw all of that, we didn't vote for him.
Did you want me to bring this up?
Footage.
Yeah, sure. Hey, play it if you can play it.
Yeah, bring it up.
I
Let me turn my music down so we can hear everything.
Wow, he's got more hair. Shit.
This is
Take
what happens
back
when you pay
the
attention to
streets.
politics more than 5 minutes.
Take back the streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting
Do you
your
hear
son or
volume?
daughter, or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter or not whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become socialized into the fabric of society. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask, what made them do this? They must be taken off the street. That's number one. There's a consensus on that. Unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscience developing, because they literally, I yield myself 3 more minutes, because they literally have not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity. We should focus on them now. If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now. And Madam President, we have predators on our streets that society has, in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them. They are beyond the pale, many of those people. Beyond the pale. And it's a sad commentary on society. We have no choice but to take them out of society. And the truth is, we don't very well know how to rehabilitate them at that point. That's the sad truth. I'm the guy that said, rehabilitation, when it occurs, we don't understand it and notice it. And even when we notice it and we know it occurs, we don't know why. So you cannot make rehabilitation a condition for release. That's why in our system, there's the federal system, you serve 85% of your time. It's a shame, but we don't know how to rehabilitate. But there is a consensus, and I will cease. A, we must make the streets safer. I don't care why someone is a malefactor in society. I don't care why someone is antisocial. I don't care why they become a sociopath. We have an obligation to cordon them off from the rest of society, try to help them, try to change their behavior. That's why we do in this bill. We have drug treatment and we have other treatments to try to deal with it. But they are in jail, away from my mother, your husband, our families. But we would be absolutely stupid as a society if we didn't recognize the condition that nurtured those folks still exist. And we must deal with that.
Yeah, that's your liberal hero.
Yeah.
Jack. That's
Yeah,
your
sure.
liberal hero.
Who was he talking about in that clip? Was he talking about
himself.
Black
every member of the black community, not crack dealers?
Bro. Stop it. Stop it. Now you're going to act
Just
like
don't
you
have
don't
any-
know who
just
you're
don't have
talking
critical thinking
about.
skills.
Now you going to act like you don't know who he was talking about when he said predators. Or did you forget Hillary Clinton when she referred to black men as super predators?
Yeah. So first off, your claim was that he said super predators. You were mixing up your references there. Sure. But yeah, again,
This
like the 90s
motherfucker
crime
can't
bill was a
try and
huge
defend this shit. That's awesome. That doesn't at all tell you that it's not a political bias. Like if this was
pro
if
crack
this was Trump
dealers
saying
being
that,
out of jail,
he would be losing his mind.
Tell me if Donald Trump had given that same speech, what would your opinion be of it?
it's still a stupid idea. Like I don't know. Like I'm trying to talk about the 94 crime bill. Like I don't know like what you're talking about.
That was his plea for the 94 crime bill.
How many riots would happen?
That speech.
Sure, you understand that the crack epidemic was sweeping the nation, right? And was fucking up a lot of
Oh no,
like,
it's fentanyl.
Why was crack in the nation?
Don't stop the CIA from bringing crack in. Attack the people using it. Go after the users. Don't go after the people bringing it in, even though it's been proven that was the CIA.
Okay.
What I'm trying to figure out, what I'm trying my best to figure out, is I'm trying to figure out how you didn't understand what he was saying. He was speaking in coded language because in the 90s you had to be politically correct. But who do you
so we shouldn't take him literally. We should take him seriously.
Who do you think he was talking about when he said these people that are being born in that are born out of wedlock that need to be taken off the streets because they're out here engaging in this activity, engaging in that activity? Who do you think? And look, here's the thing. Even if he wasn't talking about just black people, if he was talking about any Americans that are impoverished, any Americans that he admitted the system failed, that is still a damning speech for somebody that's supposed to be a damn politician that cares about the damn American people. Are you really gonna sit here? Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna ask you, Sarah. Have you ever seen that video before?
No,
How ridiculous was that?
it was pretty silly.
Like that was great. Yo, the first time I saw it, I was like, holy shit.
Wow. And you want to really blow their minds, angry man? Why don't you go ahead and pull up the videos of Hillary Clinton saying marriage is only between a man and a woman? Oh my God! Did they break all these policies? Did they make those laws? Holy shit!
Okay. I'm gonna ask Jack a question real quick.
Pull up the one
Go
with
ahead.
Hillary Clinton saying that I don't care if you came here for a better life. If you entered this country illegally, you're a criminal and you gotta go.
Hey Jack.
Go ahead, Mr. Bill.
Jack, are you a fan of Malcolm X? He has some good points.
No, I don't know. He has some cool quotes, and there's a couple of things that are okayish.
He fought for his people, right?
One more time.
He fought for his people, right?
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's the way to put that.
Right. Angry Man's going to tell you what Malcolm X thought of white liberals. Okay, guys. What did Malcolm X think of white liberals?
Well, even MLK hated moderate white liberals and said they were black people's worst enemies. Like he wrote that in the letter from the Birmingham jail. I'm pretty sure. Malcolm X believed in some weird Jacobean energy shit. Okay,
sheep's clothing. They want to be nice and everything, but what they're doing behind the back, like what LBJ did and everything to sort of get their votes, that's what he was basically meaning when he said.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
Yep.
That's what he was
Hey,
talking
bro.
about. He was trying to warn people. Two things he warned people about. He warned people about liberals and the little thing that they do where they try to use black people for agendas when they really don't give a shit. But he also warned about the media and how the media is the most powerful force in America, hands down.
And that they will have you loving the bad guy and hating the good guy. Straight up said that.
Oh, so like Donald Trump?
Oh, all right. Mr. Bill
absolutely
gave
like
me
Donald
the
Trump.
clip.
You don't have to
I
play it,
got
but
it.
just, that's what I was talking about.
Oh no, let's do it. We're already on the move now.
So I'm kind of confused though. I ain't gonna lie. This is about to be an unpopular opinion. I'm fucked up. I ain't gonna lie. Go ahead. Let's play the Malcolm X first.
These are parrots that have been put in front of the Negro community by white liberals. Being friendly and being a friend, I think, are two different things. I think there are many whites who act friendly toward Negroes. A fox acts friendly toward the lamb. And usually the fox is the one who ends up with the lamb chop on his plate. The wolf doesn't act friendly, and therefore the wolf has more difficulty in getting the lamb chop in his plate.
I'd like to point out, though, that
And I say that because it is usually if you study the structure of the Negro community, economically, politically, civically, psychologically, and otherwise, it's controlled by the white liberal, who usually poses as the friend of the Negro, who actually differs from the white conservative in the same way that the fox differs from the wolf. Their appetite is the same. Their motives are the same. It's only their mannerisms and methods that differ.
Yeah, first off, I want to point out that's from the channel Trump News. So I don't know. I'm not saying it's deceptively edited, but
It's a video from the 1960s.
But yeah, Malcolm X was like a black nationalist, and yeah, I don't expect him to have a very high opinion of a white anything, honestly.
Yeah, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it.
When do you think the black family was most prosperous?
By like what, like economically prosperous or like?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
just
I
take
don't
a
know,
look
like
at it.
pre like drug war and yeah, I
When was
mean,
that?
if
When
you
was
want to like
that?
rattle off all like the random stats, like actually, when Jim Crow laws were in effect, the black family was doing better.
That's true. That's true. They were Jim Crow laws. When Jim Crow laws were inactive, and they were activated, black families were very successful. When it was when it was
Yeah, I don't.
when it was post Civil War. Wait, just let me get this out. When it was post Civil War, they actually had black aristocrats. They had a lot of millionaires after that. They had a few millionaires after that in the 1920s. Now, in the 1950s and 1960s, the black family had a two-parent system. Do you know when that ended? When did that end?
When Jim Crow laws ended, and we started treating black people like actual people.
When did that actually? Angry Man had the answer. When did that actually end?
We actually heard all this earlier. Where were you?
Yeah.
Well, I was gone.
I'll help you out, Jack. It ended around the same time that Jim Crow and all of that ended, because the same Democrats and liberals decided to switch their focus. They realized they couldn't continue pushing policies that were racist towards black people because there was so much unrest during the civil rights era with all the riots and stuff. So they figured, you know what, you can get more flies with honey than you can with salt. So they started offering things that they figured black people would be happy with, but it had a downside to it. And there's
let me ask
to this day. And I'm not saying, look, here's the thing, Jack. I'm not saying that that's your mindset. You may genuinely have a good heart where you're looking at anybody that's in a messed up situation, whether they be immigrants or whoever. But I'm telling you right now, the people that you following, The individuals that you follow and the powers that be, they got a whole different agenda, bro.
Let me ask the whole group this, since we're talking about the 60s. Who do you think did more for the civil rights movement, Malcolm X or Martin Luther King?
Martin Luther King. I think he did.
Man, y'all tripping.
Nah,
Hold on.
nah,
Time
I
out.
say
Time out.
Malcolm X for sure.
Time out. Time out. Let me tell you, the true answer is neither, in terms of they didn't get to really reach their peak when you talk about, you know, them dying at the age they did and being young, right? Because somebody was really going to have to choose a side. That what people want to believe is that they could have cohesively existed if they both were alive for another decade. No, that's not how America works. Somebody was going to have to be the main figure for the Black community of the two. And we already know, because the militant force with the nation, they were going to choose not Malcolm, but they're going to choose Martin. But the funny thing about Martin's story is he initially did not want to do it. That was the whole thing. He's a regular pastor. They all came, met, town hall meeting type structure, chose him. He was not ready for it, did not accept it immediately. It was pretty much forced upon him, and he took on that role and that mantle, and then thus, milking all that, right?
You know why he didn't want to do it? You know why he didn't want to do it?
Go ahead.
Because he was too busy partying and fucking hoes. He didn't want to do that because that
very young ones.
Fucking polyamorous, fucking communist, right?
He was the P. Diddy of his time. So that's the reason why he didn't want to do it. You feel what I'm saying? And that's the reason why they took him and put him out front to be the front guy, because he was easily controlled. As opposed to brother Malcolm, who didn't do none of that. Once he changed his life, he didn't engage in none of that foolishness.
Jason says, Sarah, ask Jack, who is Robert Beard or Bird? Biden's mentor.
I don't know. Is he the best friend of Roy Cohn? Trump's mentor?
He had a nice outfit. He had a nice outfit with the hood.
You didn't know who Robert Byrd is?
He's a
do you know who Roy Cohn is?
You said what?
West Virginia Senator.
No, I'm asking you. I said you don't know who Robert Byrd is?
Yeah, and I'm asking you in response. You don't know who Roy Cohn is?
Ask a question with a question. Answer.
No, that's not how you don't get to like make up random ass rules
Jack,
now. That no one's been following everything.
I do.
Answer the question.
Who is Robert Byrd?
Biden's mentor, apparently.
Dumbass.
What's his background?
He's a dude. The stupid last name.
You won't even admit.
So you know nothing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I hate history, so I don't know that much of it.
God, it's so good that you have opinions on politics then.
You hate history and you're on this panel?
I mean, I came with like peer-reviewed studies and facts and stuff, but no one wants to go through those.
Does anyone else want to answer?
You ain't known shit.
Anyone else want to answer?
Robert Byrd was a racist senator from West Virginia.
Yep.
All I know is he
years.
like dressing up in sheets.
For 50 years.
KKK, actual KKK. You know, the guy who said that.
Was he like Tyrone Biggum?
Into the schools would turn them into jungles. It's so surprising that's who he hung out with. Weird.
Guess who wrote policy? Guess who wrote policy that actually crippled the Klan? Better yet, can you guess what his political leaning was?
The right.
Oh yeah, sure. Like who introduced legislation about hate crime? Yeah, not sure about that. It's probably the Republicans. It's a big hot button issue for them.
Hey, Jack, chill out real quick. Let me do this real quick. Angry man, you're a Black Panther, hypothetically. I'm not saying you are. You might be a Black Panther, right? And then you got some white liberals or whatever. They like, dang, he pro-Black and all that. But you my homie. Does that mean that I have to adapt, or I have to prescribe to your ideologies?
No.
Okay. So when y'all saying that somebody's okay with, you know what I'm saying, like that, if you're gonna say that the homie had somebody that was with Klansmen or whatever, he's like, I mean, that's what he do.
Yeah, but when you claim that
created
he is the
conversation.
savior of the black people, that's who they're going to for help. That's a little bit of a discrepancy.
But there's a subtle difference, though. There's a subtle difference. The subtle difference is if I'm a Black Panther and you my homie, and you're like, well, you on that pro-black tip, I'm not really into that. You have a homie that's pro-black. You don't have a homie that's anti-white. The Panthers weren't anti-white. Okay. The Klan was anti-black. That's the difference. You have a friend that is anti-black, and you're freaking, and now you're proclaiming that you're for black people and that you marched with Dr. King and all of this crazy stuff. That's way different.
But Angry Man, if you watch the interviews with the Klan people, they say that they just like, we don't dislike black people, we just rather stick to our own people. Most of them say that.
I mean, they
Some
said
people
that, but their actions was
but you got the radicals. You got the radicals, just like the radical black people. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So you can't say just because, okay, like I said, I'm tied to you. You the homie. You might be a radical. You might be a radical pro-black.
What instance can you show me of radical Black Panthers targeting white people just because they're white?
I mean, I can't name nothing personally, but I know it is black people that but Angry Man, we ain't even got to do Black Panthers. We can just do black people that pick on white people because they white.
Yeah, and that shit ain't right. That shit is messed up.
Okay, but the point is it happens. It does happen. But just because my homie beat up a white boy don't mean you can tie me to that. Because that's what y'all was trying to say.
Well, no, here's the thing. No, because it's still a subtle difference, bro.
Okay,
there's still a subtle difference. There's a difference between me being cool with you and you're pro-black, and me being cool with you and you like beating up white boys on the weekend. That's a huge difference, bro. That's a huge difference. If I'm cool with you and I'm not against white people, and I know for a fact that you beat up white people for fun, we can't be cool no more.
Right. But I'm different. But I'm in an alliance. I'm in a space with people that do that. Just because I don't do it don't mean like that's all I'm saying is you might be
but that's a bit extreme though. I get what you're saying, but it's a little extreme because you got to tie into the fact that not only did he say that was his mentor, not only did he speak at his funeral, but he's also he's quoted saying some really racist shit, bro. He'll say stuff like Biden, every time you look up, he'll say something goofy and they'll catch him on tape saying it. Like he said, well, I don't, when they were trying to integrate everything, well, I don't want my kids going to a racial jungle.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black,
bro. Or when he said, you know,
if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
What did he say? He said, black kids. No, he said poor kids can be just as smart as white kids. It's like, what?
Damn.
So he just associated poor with black, like those two things was synonymous.
Calvin says, wait a minute. So the panel is mad at Biden's rhetoric against black people. Meanwhile, it's the same rhetoric they've been spitting the entire night about black communities. Say it ain't so.
Get your ass back.
Mo.
Are all black people BLM? I did not realize. Fuck. Angry Man, you've been fucking going against your own people.
Look, hey, they took my card a long time ago, bro. Every time I'm doing shows, they be calling me a Mexican and some more shit. So I don't look. The only time that I'm black is when I say something that goes against the code. Then all of a sudden it's like, but you're black, Angry Man. I'm like, last week I was a Mexican. Which one is it?
Right. But when you stand on truth, bro, it ain't no race behind it. That's what people don't understand. Like you just, it's nothing about somebody that if you standing on the principles of what it is, we can't pick a race. And a lot of people is, I mean, like I said, I'm not even against I'm not even against what Biden said when he was younger back in 1993. I'm not even gonna say that. And you see, we talking about a 3-strike rule. 3 strikes. How many opportunities? What you need? 4?
Well,
we
no,
need
the
4.
problem
You
with the
you
three-
understand that they overcharge, so you can a lot of times those people catch those 3 strikes in one action. Like I myself have been to prison over a quarter pound of weed. They charged me for possession of a quarter pound of weed, possession with intent to distribute of a quarter pound of weed, conspiracy to distribute a quarter pound of weed, even though it was just my personal smoke. So that way, the idea is they can either get you to plea down to one of these things without you going into a fight, because those fights, those jury trials cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's way easier to go and cheat and get you to give up. And they will throw, if you think an innocent man won't plead guilty, try having 50 years hanging over your fucking head. Or for a year, we'll go ahead and write this down and you can do a year on probation and blah, blah, blah. You're like, God, I'm not sweating it and taking a chance with that jury. Who knows what they're going to think? And this is what they do. This is what they do.
Yeah, like it's like one guy I know that, got arrested, right? So he got arrested. He broke into somebody's house to steal some shit. He had a gun on him and shit, right? So they hit him with breaking and entering. They hit him with robbery with possession. No, robbery after midnight. Because in VA, they have that charge where it's kind of like you knew they were going to be asleep. So you tried to go in there while they were asleep and ambush them. So we're going to give you more time for that. Like they'll hit you with a bunch of charges and it's on you to try to knock some of that stuff down or try to get it thrown out or whatever. Right. But they stack it up against you so that the fight is harder instead of just being straight with it. Because you'll do one thing and they'll hit you with multiple charges on the one thing. And that's why I said your first black president technically is Donald Trump. And the reason why I say that is because they did to him what I thought they was going to do to Barack Obama, because they took one thing and they made that shit into 34 felony counts. And I was like, wow, that's the first time I ever seen it. That's the first time I ever seen them do that to a president or a billionaire.
Bro, are you saying Trump's more black because he has felony convictions? Am I
I'm saying
that?
It's a joke, David.
He doesn't get the joke.
I see why Darlene broke up with you, bro. You can't even tell.
Don't do that.
And also,
man. No.
There is no felonies in civil. I don't know why you leftists have to be so retarded about that. There's no felonies in civil court.
What
you guys are like, I don't understand the difference between criminal and civil court.
Yeah, does he not have 34 convictions for campaign finance violations?
No conviction. It's civil, dipshit. There's no convictions in civil court.
There's a difference between civil and criminal.
And watch this.
Shit,
watch
I didn't know
this.
that.
Jack, maybe it's a cultural thing that you don't get the joke.
You noticed you didn't know that.
No. I mean, I get what the joke is.
He don't got nothing going against him. He don't know, bro. Y'all talking to him like he know. He don't know.
Well,
he's a cookie cutter guy, and it's not a bad thing.
Let me ask you this, Red Pill. if we was just kicking it and we was watching on the news what they was doing to Donald Trump. It's like, oh man, they gonna make he president, but they gonna make him take a mug shot, and they arrested him, and they giving him 34 felonies. And then I say to you, damn, he must be the first black president. You're gonna find that funny.
Yeah.
Culturally, you're gonna find that funny because it's like culturally, it's like, yo, they would never arrest the president, but they'd arrest the first black president. It's a joke, bro. That's all it is.
Yeah. No, yeah. Jack, don't take it to the. Don't worry about it.
He has the credit.
Nah, but
I mean, I can keep going though. He's featured on Method Man's second album. You know what I'm saying? Like he's been named by so many rappers that it's ridiculous.
He's
like,
on Will Smith's show.
Keep going down the list, bro.
Adam the Angler says, I had undercover Texas DPS show up at my house because of my inflammatory anti-Israel post. Ooh, that's scary. The surveillance police state is here. Political violence comes from Big Brother.
Wow.
Yeah, I've heard of shit like that happening too.
That's crazy. And then that's why when people come to my show, I don't know if they do this to you, Sarah, but they'll come to my show and they'll be like, in the chat room, they'll say, "So, Angry Man, what's your position on Israel-Palestine?" I'm like, I don't have a position. I'm not talking about that. Leave me alone. Because I already know that is a freaking, bro, that issue has been such a hot button issue that they even make references to it in cartoons. Like I was watching freaking Rick and Morty, and some dude said something about Israel and Palestine, and they were on another planet. And he's like, whoa, I don't even want to talk about that. I'm like, bro, it's even in cartoons. Like, no, I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, I stay away from giving strong stances on anything.
Yeah. You kind of have to nowadays.
What's wild to me is the biggest speakers that are in the anti-Israel lobby are all right wing, and it's the right wing that's pushing this. Israel is perfect, and you can't do anything or say anything against them. That's so crazy to me right now. Like, how is that existing in the same exact space?
Well, you know, come on, bro. You know why. I'm not gonna say it because I'm gonna leave it alone. See, here's the thing. The reason why I keep telling people you don't want my opinion about
It's
that.
nuclear.
I'm gonna say some wild shit, and I know it's gonna get me in trouble. And it's not gonna be what people think I'm gonna say. So I'm just leave it alone.
Well, it's midnight. It's past midnight, so come on, you can say.
Be better off though.
It is 2:30 for me. You say whatever you want at this point.
Yeah, let's do it after hours.
Nah, I'm not.
Yeah, it's after hours.
I got another question, guys. I got another question.
I refuse to.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Bill.
Who's more offended, Angry Man or Jack by my shirt?
Oh, Jesus.
Definitely Jack.
Oh, what does the bottom text say? I can't read. It's like a fucking eye exam in here.
What is the bottom part say?
How else may I offend you?
Don't pull it down further.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
How else may I offend you?
Wait, straight Christian, that's crazy.
I can tell you that I'm sick and tired of people claiming that white Christians are being persecuted. But I gotta ask Sarah this: if you won't come down on any subject, are you going to tell me that you won't even take a stand on pineapple on pizza? Because boy, I gotta tell you,
anyone who eats pineapple on pizza should burn in hell. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm with you.
You know
I'm
what?
with you on that.
You said you didn't have strong opinions.
Wait a minute. I'm sitting here patiently waiting because I want to continue being cool with Sarah. So I'm just sitting there listening, like, what is she gonna say?
Right.
My first job when I was 15, I worked at Pizza Hut, and every time somebody ordered a pizza with pineapples, I would go punch the wall. I'm like, why would you do this? It's disgusting.
It is.
I just can't believe this fucking bias. Just because tomatoes are on every pizza doesn't mean pineapple can't be on some of them. Jesus.
Listen, tomatoes are universally accepted, whether in paste form, full form, ketchup form, soup form. Okay, I am widely and universally accepted by all. Pineapples, however, or not. And Dub, I see you backstage. I just need a quick cam up back there, and then I can let you on. And I see your floor.
People don't even know it's a fruit. They're all nuts.
Dub, I don't
bet
want to
you
see
Jack-
your floor.
I bet you Jack has had pineapples on his pizza.
Dub, if you keep showing me your floor, I'm just gonna like ban you because that's like weird people behavior. So you either
How you
put a
guys
face
doing?
in front of it. Yeah, your hand is not gonna do it either. Show your fucking face. Show me that you're not
No
naked.
wieners.
Yeah, he's showing the floor because as soon as you bring him up here, he's gonna turn the camera up and it's gonna be Johnson time.
He in position. He about to show you that Statue of Liberty over there.
I have to. I just came here to make a couple of statements. I enjoyed the show. Thank you, Sarah, for the show.
Hi,
Angry Man,
Brett.
you have the patience of a saint. Because how I feel about white liberals, I have zero patience for them, bro. I have zero, like none. I think they're all evil. just straight evil. But I do want to say this, as coming from a black woman, I don't like zero. I don't like white liberals at all. Man, none of them. I don't think we can live with these people no more. But I do want to say this. I hope Mr. Fetterman, I hope he is okay. They said he failed or something, and he's been hospitalized, and I hope he's okay. They said he's doing well, and I just wanted to come up and say that. I didn't know if y'all knew that.
I didn't know.
Yeah. Apparently they reported that maybe 4 hours ago. He had been siding with the Republicans lately with the shutdown, so ain't no telling with that. So I do want to come out.
That's what they were talking about.
Yeah.
I saw a clip. I saw a clip of somebody talking about how they were actually hoping, people on the left were actually hoping he had an aneurysm or something crazy like that.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's crazy. Actually, I was reading that the right was saying that like a lot more
No,
than
nobody in the right
you were
was saying
reading.
that, like zero, not one person.
I saw it. I saw it. My experience as a
We don't do that. We don't. Do
Yeah,
that.
you saw the left
conservative,
saying it.
We
You
don't do
saw
that.
the left saying it. Nobody on the right saying the
Not
guy
one
who
person
crossed
on
the
the right
line
said
to try and open the governments. They wish he wouldn't be there anymore.
Yeah.
The left saying that dumb shit. It's kind of
No, I mean I'm definitely seeing the right saying it. It was on my feed.
The fact that you keep lying and pretending like you don't know this stuff, they educating you and showing you this stuff, that you keep on obfuscating, and this is the reason why liberals, like at this point, I'm with Lotta Rick Crowder. We need to do something with these liberals because we can't live with these people no more. These people are too dangerous in our society and a danger to everybody that's on the opposite side of the field. They just are. They really are.
I personally think that they should move to one of these communist countries that they promote so much.
I agree. And I don't think the communist countries would
Spicoli,
take them,
pardon me for just a second. Spicoli, you're coming back again to the same panel that you've already been booted from for the night. You cannot come on. I don't know how else to explain this to you. Go away. Come back in 24 hours.
We'll pay $100.
You know this.
Or pay $100, Spicoli, but somebody already paid to remove you for the evening. I must respect it.
Bro,
how about Roma's tax for $800?
What is it?
Chloe Roma's $800 tax.
Oh, Chloe Roma. Goodness.
Yeah, just to
And
talk to
also,
her.
I would like to say this: if I had to choose between Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all the way, separate but equal, separate but that he was on that, like, and he was right. We didn't need to integrate with nobody. We were fine where we were. Christ was the pillar of the community. We were what we were. We were together. We were a community. We were a home. Now all of a sudden we're being pushed out of our homes due to illegal immigration. We don't have any communities anymore. We're being pushed out. It's insane, crazy, bro. It's insane, and I just don't take these people seriously. I actually think that they're very harmful people. But like I said, prayers to Fetterman. I hope he gets well. Whether he's Democrat, independent, Republican, no one deserves any harm to them like that. That man don't deserve that. He's just for the people, and he's a Democrat, and he's just for the people, bro.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. That's the other thing that's ironic, because the moment that everybody on the right found out about Biden having cancer or whatever,
right?
I didn't see anybody happy about it.
Nobody.
I didn't see anybody celebrating it.
It's because that's
nobody, not one person. And if anything, we felt bad for him because we knew that he didn't just have that cancer just right then and there. Ignorant. We knew that he had the cancer the whole time he was there, and that man wasn't even of sound of mind. We felt sorry for him more than anything.
And that shows the
even in office, we felt sorry for him.
Just in case people don't get the message, is when liberals or left wing people, when they in danger or something bad happened to them, the right's not mad. No. When the right's doing something and the left wing people get mad, they shoot them in the neck. I'm just saying. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I mean that in everything in between, from just the regular discrimination from knocking them down.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know about you guys, but when Biden was in office, my concern was for him, for his health.
Same.
Because
Yeah,
when Biden was in office, my concern was because of his health.
Yeah.
Was
But
because
it's as shitty as he wasn't nobody trying to like.
No.
I hope he go and all this.
yeah,
and, you know what I'm saying?
but I was also wondering who was pulling the strings when he was in office.
I kept going at that white.
Autopen, the machine, the autopen, remember?
I kept going at that white, bro.
when-
I couldn't understand why the wife would just let him be like that. That was killing me. I'm like,
Yeah.
that man where he's at. I felt
Yeah,
sorry.
when I started seeing him consistently declining, and keep in mind, I can't stand Joe Biden.
Me
I
neither.
think politically he's a hack. I think he's all of those things, right? But I literally said on my show numerous times, I'm like, bro, this is elder abuse. Why do they have him standing up there knowing
Yes.
he's, obviously needs to be in some sort of home where they can care for him or whatever. But they've got him up there, parading him out there. Same thing with Mitch McConnell. He literally had to. He damn near. I swear, I believe he had a stroke that day.
He did.
Calvin's willing to put money on
tell me to put money on it.
right. He says the right don't celebrate. Want to put money on it? Yes, I do.
Okay, let me say this.
How much does Calvin have to pay me if he's wrong?
Don't put money on this. Don't put money on this. There's wackos in every group. Every large group has wackos. And honestly, I don't know why everybody's taking such a moral high horse. Like when Cheney passed, don't think I shed a tear or didn't think that I thought the world was in a better place the next day after that guy was.
You didn't wish for his
Well,
death, though.
when Cheney passed, I didn't celebrate. I just didn't say nothing.
Right.
Yeah, we
Just-
didn't say
Right. Nobody said nothing.
They're just like,
That's it.
Yeah, like like take a Jubilee interview or something, and you go to the conservatives versus the liberals. They just go home and be like, they goofy as fuck.
Mr. Jason Reeves has decided to throw Jack to the back and bring on Clay. There's your so hang out backstage. You
Hi,
never know who's
Jack.
gonna. It's just like one Libby for another, almost.
yeah,
but
almost. You know how when somebody passes away, they say, let's have a moment of silence, and then everybody's silent for a while. With Cheney, it's like, let's have a moment of silence. Okay.
Yeah.
We literally have the moment.
Blink twice.
I didn't. I immediately looked up and said, "Hail Odin!" About time that fucker was gone. Holy shit!
I just didn't care.
By the way, if anybody cares, the news said that Fetterman collapsed due to his heart problems. And you do know he had a stroke a couple years ago.
Is he alive?
Had a ventricular
Yeah, I think he said he's
Yeah, so far.
ventricular
He's in the hospital right now.
fibrillation flare-up that led to feeling lightheaded, falling to the ground, and hitting his face with minor injuries. Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, that's rough.
My best friend's grandmother fell down a flight of stairs not too long ago and died.
Oh damn!
Sorry, dude.
My best friend's grandmother.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
Oh, it says
this is a big flight of stairs.
How old was she, Daniel?
She was in her 70s.
Okay.
I mean, she was getting there. I just feel terrible for his family. They're reeling right now.
Yeah, she was still young.
I think Jason's about to do another one. I just gotta wait for the instructions. Mama wants to hear Clay yodel. That is the request. Let's go, Mr. Clay.
Come on, Clay.
It's for Mama.
Come on, it's for Mama. Come on, Clay.
It is for Mama.
Get to yodeling.
You should like yodel the alphabet or yodel twinkle twinkle little
Come
star.
on, Clay. Do it for me.
Yodel-hee-hoo.
And for Muckster.
And for Muckster.
Yodel-lay, yodel-lay, yodel-lay.
Oh That was so bullshit. Come on, put some
That
effort
was
into it. That was bullshit. Put some effort into it.
We did it though. You know what I'm saying?
I did it though.
No, come on.
It's
Put some
close.
effort into
I
it.
did it.
You definitely did it though.
No,
Fuck.
you did
I
not do
just
it.
woke
That
up,
was
too.
weak as fuck.
I just woke up. So
Yole,
That's the
yole,
excuse.
yole. Come on. Why do you
Can
go
you
low?
can you do the
You're so
Ricola
high.
commercial? Can you yell Ricola?
Ricola,
That was better. That was better.
Ricola.
That was way
Mama,
better.
Yeah.
Mama
That
is
was better.
satisfied.
Y'all crazy as hell.
All right. All right. And to the chat, you have 12 minutes and you need 6 more. Don't fuck around and find out. I already drank coffee, so we're ready to stay and play. But
here
you
we go
have
again.
to pay to stay and play. All right. All right, Clay, what you got for us?
Like I said, I just woke up. I don't remember exactly what it was. Oh yeah, political violence is coming.
Hold up.
Immediately.
Hold up. It's 2:45 in the morning for me at least. So if you're West Coast, it's still like around midnight. How are you just now waking up?
I was wondering the same thing.
He took one of those. He took one of those naps.
Yeah.
Disco nap?
He had a
Yeah,
long
it's
night,
a
man.
nap where you think you're gonna take like an hour nap and you just can't wake up, so you just keep sleeping.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
much
know
it.
those.
That's that what you call it, the summertime spring forward, fall back shit. That's that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Oh,
That's
that'll
that
mess you up.
pressure.
So I actually fell asleep when you first. Well, actually, not when you first came on. I was like 2 hours into it. Everybody was on the panel. I remember that, and then I don't remember what happened after that.
You
How
fell
old are you,
asleep.
Clay? How old are you?
Drinking?
40.
What's
40?
your angle?
Are you really?
Those aren't going anywhere, buddy. They're coming more frequently. Trust me.
Yeah, fact.
I thought Clay was younger
3
than
times a
me.
month. 3 times a month.
Look, sometimes I'll be tired and it'll be the middle of the day and I'll be like, you know what? I'll take a little quick hour nap. And then I go to sleep and wake up and it's nighttime and I'm
It's
like,
tomorrow. Angry man, it be tomorrow.
That's gonna happen in my future.
yeah,
That's when you that's when you just take a Benadryl and throw yourself back
Hey,
out.
Hey, angry man, you miss your scheduled StreamYard. You be like, damn.
Is violence coming almost? No, that's not accurate. No, violence is not almost exclusively coming from the left.
Here we go.
California Senator Padilla. Anybody remember that guy?
Hell no.
The guy that invaded somebody else's speech there.
Talking
for no
about the
reason.
guy who got arrested while the ICE agents were there. The senator literally just happened.
Yeah, the guy that tried to rush Christy Nome. That guy.
Yeah, the guy was trying to do a little violent thing there. That guy.
He wasn't rushing
Y'all
her.
try.
I like how he just shrugged his shoulders at that. Well, fuck that part.
What?
Dude was literally doing the Street Fighter stance. Like he was like, and they weren't supposed to tackle him.
He didn't identify himself or anything.
He's a fucking senator.
Yes, he did. It doesn't matter.
What is Christy
I'm
Nome
straight.
like?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that me as an American needs to identify myself for any fucking other person.
When you're approaching,
But he did.
Secretary of the
Wait, let me ask you
senator.
this, Clay. If I
He
were
did
out in
identify
public,
himself.
wait a minute, Clay. If you were out in public and you came walking around the corner and you saw me and you're like, "Oh, there's the angry man," and I do this.
Wait. Do it again. Do it again.
I'm getting ready, bro. I'm getting ready to spring into action. Like, let's be real, bro.
Speaking of springing into action, the Mama Tomato. Jason has asked Mama Tomato, should we let Sarah sleep? And she said, fuck no, it's a full panel. Let this shit run. So I may be throwing a few extra words in there. But the Audacity Show, sending in the first 10, says, love the show, Bino Nation. Bino Nation for the lovely Angry Man, but Mater Nation for here, my friend. But a shout out to both of them. And of course, Jason Reeves fulfilling the gap and completing the goal. Congratulations, panelists. Jason has bought you all extra panel time. Everyone say
Shout out
thank
to
you,
you, brother.
Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
And
Thank you,
tomatoes in the
Jason.
motherfucking chat for putting my second favorite color up on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you for having me too, Sarah. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're all always welcome. Except for Spicoli.
Good to have
I
you,
like
Spicoli.
you, Brit.
And by the way, that dude getting tackled by the police is the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life, bro. Like he was so confused.
I feel like you're not really being genuine on this.
I'm
because
being genuine. He was so confused. He was like, "What the hell is going on?"
On one side, you'll say, "I care about these poor, evil liberals," and then out of the other side, you go, "But I want them to burn in hell." Like
he got tackled by a police officer.
Yeah,
that's
how is that-
something that happens every Friday. What are you talking about, bro? That's not.
How is that right wing
Someone,
violence?
does somebody have the clip? Can
How is
somebody
that
find the clip? I feel like I need to watch. I want to watch the Mortal Kombat stance, and I want to watch the tackle.
How is it right?
Innocent people being tackled by
How is it right
people
wing
who are
violence?
supposed to be upholding our rights by swearing an oath and going out there and defending and
Hey, bro,
protecting.
check this out.
right wing
Did I
violence?
say it wrong?
Good thing.
Is it
How is it
Beano
right-wing
Nation?
violence?
Yeah, it's Beano Nation.
Oh, what is Beano then?
It means
It's that shit that makes you not fart.
You said what? It means balanced individuals of noble origin. That's what it means.
All right, Beano with an I. Got it.
That's what
All
you
right.
eat when your wife gave you lentils.
Thank you for the clarification, Jay.
Thank you very much, Paulson.
Look, Clay, I disagree, my friend. If I can get tackled by the police for slurring outside of a bar, okay, a freaking congressman can get tackled for almost attacking another congressman. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't
He
agree with
wasn't
that.
attacking.
You. No.
He was trying to push his way into a news conference.
How is it right wing violence for police guys to be doing their job?
Exactly.
How is
Yeah,
that right wing
I mean,
violence?
Like it's called use of force.
Clay,
It's called
did
use
you
of force.
did you get enough
Are they right
sleep?
wingers? How do you know they're
The
right?
Popo did it, not the right wingers, bro.
Never enough sleep.
Did anyone
What was
find
the name
that
of
clip?
what was the name of Congressman?
Oh, the clip.
name of
Hold
the
on. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm gonna have to turn on Angry Man soon because the leftists really aren't showing up tonight. That's some kindergarten shit going on.
Well, they did. They just all got booted.
Yeah, don't boot the competition. That hurts.
They were annoying Mama, so Mama said boot them, and Jason paid the bill.
She booted the stupid ones. There's not the smart ones yet.
And Ryan, well, Ryan
find the
did leave on
clip.
his
Where's the
own,
clip?
which that made me sad because I felt like Ryan could have had a fighting chance of being on panel all night without getting booted.
I think this is it.
It's Congressman Patina, right?
Padilla.
Padilla.
P-A-D-I-L-L-A, I believe.
Padilla.
And in case Clay didn't know, Congressman, defend your rights with
It's in the
words.
back.
It doesn't require a Mortal Kombat stance. Like you can say words even sitting down, like I am right now, without any physical intimidation whatsoever. It's
I'm sorry.
words.
What is it?
Words.
What happened?
Yeah, there is a word.
I was looking for the clip. So
Clay, maybe you need to go back to bed.
Make sure you find the video that starts before he was pushed out into the hallway, though.
Yeah.
This one?
yeah, that's the video that I know of. So maybe there's another one. I don't know. But
Guys, ready? And balancing. Sir, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla
I have questions for the secretary.
He identified
because
himself.
the fact of the matter is, a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
Give a shit.
What the hell is going on?
We don't give a shit.
He identified himself. He's got no weapon. Not a dangerous person.
Hands behind your back.
Jesus, look at the
violence.
That's violent. I mean, he's a senator and he's not committing any crime.
How do they know he's a senator? How do they know he's a senator?
I mean, are we looking at a good thing here?
Oh my God! The humanity!
I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here.
I'm looking for the good thing.
What I'm sorry?
People get arrested every day.
That's my boss. There's no recording allowed out
Yeah,
here.
people get arrested every day.
How about he could have just talked?
Right?
I'm
not.
there's no recording allowed. I understand that.
Just lay it down and take it in the butt.
Oh my God.
That's a lot better than a bullet flying by your head or through your neck.
Yeah, I don't think any of that was
That was
like,
gross.
because you said police brutality, Clay, and I don't see any of that whatsoever.
Yeah.
There's no violence. There's no nothing.
Why are they putting their hands on him? For what?
They're removing him from the room. Now I don't know the context of whatever happened before that, but if you're walking up and you're not allowed to walk up, then and you know they have security for a reason.
Was that the example of the left
Right-wing violence.
Oh
Yeah,
darn.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
No.
I'm just asking because
It's and here's the funny thing, because I hear a lot of people saying left versus right wing violence. That's actually an example. Whereas what you're talking about, when you're talking about Kirk is not an elected official. I hate that people are calling this left versus right wing violence. Kirk's not a right wing politician. He's just another individual, and the person who shot him was
so he wasn't one of the nobles. So he's allowed to get shot in the neck.
Yeah, the left versus right paradigm that you live in.
Did he just say yeah?
Only exists in your mind.
Yeah.
But if it was real, it would only be
elected
those who actually
official.
have power. Yes.
You do realize an elected official is just another American citizen, right? You do realize they're supposed to be subject to the same laws as us,
They
right?
serve a specific amount of time.
So do the people in
Their position of power, left versus right. The only difference here is the Supreme Court.
You can tell he's not actually listening to what's being said before he answers because he keeps answering wrong.
Yeah, y'all have lost the plot.
Wait, let me ask. Let me ask you.
So number one, they're not supposed to have.
You know, Angry Man, you just talk and talk and fucking talk, and you don't let anybody else talk.
Shut up, you old hippie. Go smoke some weed and calm your nerves, man.
You win.
Calm your nerves, man. It's not cool, man. It's not cool, man.
Let somebody else talk once in a while. That's all you do is you sit there, jabber. And the funny thing is, I was going to ask Rick a question that was on your side.
So harsh, bud. Stop being so harsh, bud. It's not cool, man.
You're the one that's being harsh. You just talk. Because you think you're the only one that has something to say.
Talking is just a primitive form of communication.
Jesus Christ. I was here earlier and it was that Andrew guy that wouldn't shut up. Then I come back and you won't shut up.
Bro, you've got a freaking rainbow headband on in your freaking icon. I don't
supposed to be a fucking panel discussion. A discussion lets other people talk.
Fam, this is not the summer of free love. We don't give a shit.
Why do you talk for everybody? What do you mean we?
I'm talking
you
for
say
me.
You don't give a shit.
I'm talking for me, but I say we because I'm representing the Beano Nation. That's why.
Is it the royal we?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. All
Pretty
right,
much.
King Angry Man.
Right on. Now, so you finally get it. You finally get it. Bro, if you wanted the floor, you could have had the floor. You don't got to curse me out. And I haven't been talking the entire time. Other people
I
have talked
try to be
her.
polite. I try to be polite.
Well, you can have the floor now. Go ahead.
I wanted to talk to Brick. My question was for Brick, and you wouldn't shut up.
He can still hear you.
Well, he can't answer me.
So now you have nothing to say? You did all of that. You cursed me out to say nothing. There's Clay right there.
Now if I can only remember what the fuck I wanted to... Okay. Tell me this, Brick, because you were talking about the left and right violence thing. Isn't it, if somebody attacks somebody for their political view, it doesn't matter if they're an elected official or not, it is political violence. If you attack a right-winger because of their views, like, what's his name, the dickhead that was shot, that's political violence. If somebody attacks somebody for left-wing views, that's political violence. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I mean, I respect your view. But I personally, like, if you're not involved, like, in that, like, and I know that Kirk was out, talking about these things, but he was talking as much as any one of us can. Like, he doesn't have the ability to go behind the scenes the way that someone first elected or in a high position does. I look at it kind of like the way that old political systems operate. Like, when senators, like in Rome, and I know we're different than Rome, would essentially attack each other and their factions. It wasn't like what we're seeing today that people are calling political violence. But that's my opinion,
But it's politics doesn't mean you have to be an elected official. It means you have a view.
Yeah, but then of course, then each and every one of us can be called onto the left or the right, which is wild because I'm just not going to accept that. And there are people out there who just do not accept that.
Yeah, I'm not getting your full sentences here. If I beat you up on the street because I didn't like what you were saying, isn't that political violence?
I would not say so.
Yeah, okay. I'll go
Have
back to
a good
sleep.
night. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Good night, Britt. We'll
Good
see you next
night.
round.
Right.
Love you all.
Thanks for coming on.
No problem. Bye-bye.
And to the muckster, the next time you want the floor, just ask for it instead of cursing people out.
Yeah. I wanted to say something, man.
I got the floor.
If you can't handle the heat, don't jump into the cauldron.
Muckster, do
Did
you
you
need
make-
your adult
did you
diapers
just make it
changed?
up?
Muckster
very
can handle the cauldron, trust me.
All right.
Muckster, do you
Like
need
I
your
barely
applesauce?
can. I barely can. So, Florida muck.
I will be right back. I have to go grab my coffee.
Radical.
And by the way, muckster, people like when I talk. I'm absolutely delightful.
I was gonna say that.
Say it with their chest, angry man. Let them know we like it.
They love when I talk, muckster. Can't help it if you've got that soft ass voice from all those years of smoking weed and hash.
Hey, angry man, do that stance.
Hey, look, and this is what I was finna say.
It wasn't the weed. I'm dabbing constantly, angry man. And everybody thinks I'm angry all the fucking time, and I'm constantly smoking dab.
And keep it 100 though. You gotta think. If a motherfucker got 800,000 subs, you gotta shut the fuck up regardless. I don't care what it is. I'm talking about in life. If you doing some shit and somebody's doing what you trying to do, or you got an opinion about it, and the motherfucker already they there where you at, respect that shit. I don't give a fuck. Angry man can say some shit I completely disagree with. I still, man, fuck that. Hey, I'm a challenge my nigga. I'm gonna go at your neck, but I'm gonna still show you respect because you already there.
I will say this.
We both came up.
We both came down on the right side of pineapple, so there's that.
The pineapple. Oh yeah, he with the piece of
Yeah,
shit.
well, yeah.
Get your Hawaiian ass up off the thing. Get your Hawaiian ass off.
Pineapples on
A
pizza.
request
Hang in
came
there.
in from it was Adam the Angler earlier. This
Shout out to
regarding
you,
this
buddy.
video. He put in a request for us to review the video and give our thoughts. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop this up on screen, and it's about 3.5 minutes. But this is the undercover Texas DPS showing up at his house because of his inflammatory anti-Israel posts. And this will be the surveillance. This is like his Ring camera thing, and so on and so forth. Let me turn my music down and share. There you go. All right. If you can't hear it, let me know. Nope. Wait. Nope. Volume up.
Why is Admiral Gibbs showing up at this guy's house?
Did he say a fucking liberal?
Cuz got a real fanny pack. That's a real one. That's like a stiffy.
That's a combat fanny pack.
That's a real fanny pack.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
need to
need my
call
own.
Gibbs.
I need a fanny pack.
Hey, don't diss the fanny pack, man. When you're a mom carrying kids around,
Yeah.
that fanny pack comes in handy, bro.
Hold on, Sarah. This cool, but yours deflates. His is sticking out like a.
I need
What's
one.
that?
Looks like he's got a baby in there.
Well, yeah.
Oh my God, he disappeared.
The fanny pack. He got in the fanny pack.
Let me tell you something. If the police have to freaking ring your doorbell and stand there looking like a douche, I guarantee you it's not worth them showing up to your house.
Yeah.
This isn't the only one of these videos either.
This looks like he's like, they're not even gung ho about it. Like, I don't understand.
No. But I've seen an equivalent video to that one. It just didn't have this corridor, but they were like, "Hey, we saw your inflammatory views on Twitter," and then he was like, "Well, I didn't."
We're here because of the comments you made.
This is the one I saw.
So what? No, I'm saying, are you I have a freedom of
There's
speech.
a lot.
We gotta make sure that you're not.
Oh, you see the fanny pack?
Yeah, you see that sign?
Yeah.
See how it says no soliciting? What you're doing is basically soliciting. You understand that, right? Yeah. It means you're not welcome here. Okay. Bye.
It's a stupid ass song.
Nope.
Yeah.
He almost fell over.
I almost tripped.
Look where you
Stay off the
go.
lawn.
Stay off the grass.
That's a high ass grass too. Look at that shit.
Yeah.
Good looking.
This is Texas?
It's a nice house.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's nice.
That shit pisses me off.
This is
I
what
don't
they're
care
doing,
what
guys.
side
You make
you're
comments
on.
about the Jews online, they'll fucking show up at your door.
Oh man.
This is what they do.
Them
This is
cops in
freedom
the
of-
suburbs be bored as a motherfucker, man.
I know.
Doesn't look
Yeah,
like
this is actually this is something that he could actually take court action for.
Yeah,
This
Probably.
is
It's
the
wrong.
action.
I'm curious what he said.
The action we just watched was no, like that is not shit. Like that's boring.
Yeah, it's wrong, but
It
I'm
ain't
curious.
nothing
What did he say? I'm just curious what he said. It's wrong, yes, and everything. But if he threatened somebody's life, would it be different?
No, I'm just saying it was boring. It wasn't nothing like it wasn't no
There's
action.
nothing to it.
No, not
there
really.
wasn't no action.
It
I
wasn't no
think the
action.
point, and Adam, maybe you want to jump
They
on panel and talk
did
about it. But
something.
I think the point is that he made commentary online. Now we're seeing this happen in Europe right now, where they can't say
On
very specific
X.
things. But he made commentary, and they showed up at his house, being problematic and well, not problematic, but saying we saw commentary from you on Twitter, XYZ. We want to make sure
Mhm.
you're not going to harm anyone. To me, that's a little more invasive than I think we should hope to be. Unless now, Adam, I don't know what the direct statement was. So I mean, maybe you can clarify that for us. But unless he's actually saying I'm going to X, Y, and Z to X, Y, and Z,
It would also
make a
need,
death
it would
threat.
also it would also need to be like an immediate threat to like you can't just say, well, he said these things online, and I mean, like I could see like in the craziest world, like if I say, you know, dot the president, and I live really close to DC, and I'm seen there regularly, but then you wouldn't come to my house. You would actually wait until you see me the next time at the place, and then
And you probably
there
send
would be
somebody
some
besides Admiral
questions.
Gibbs. You'd send a SWAT team. Admiral
Gibbs.
Gibbs wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, like even still, it's such a
this
farce.
looks more like
It's called a
what is that, like a house call where they
welfare check.
welfare check. That's what this
Yeah.
looks like more
Yeah.
to me. And they can probably, even though Adam, it looks like you got you said in the comments you lawyered up, but they might be able to play that card and say it was just a welfare check and they didn't do anything to you. They didn't arrest you. They knocked on your door, even though it says no soliciting, they still knocked on your door, which is still okay unless you have something that says no
Have a warrant.
trespassing.
No.
Yeah,
I literally just look. So a lot of people don't know about this because I just don't talk a whole lot about it, and I'm not going to, but I will tell you that I am suing the city of Albuquerque for the exact same thing.
For showing up at your door and knocking, or
Yep.
Well, thanks, Clay, for telling us
I've
where
seen-
you are.
I thought I was
Dang.
God.
I've seen a video. I've seen a video also of a sheriff showing up at a guy's house because he made some anti-cop Facebook post, not threatening police, just saying he doesn't like what the cops are doing. You know, that's a total First Amendment thing.
It's a First Amendment violation. It's a Fourth Amendment violation. It's a Sixth Amendment violation, and it's a 14th Amendment violation.
And this is why I can't. This is why, despite what a lot of tonight looked like, I'm not actually a right winger. I didn't vote for Trump. Fuck that guy. Because from my opinion, and like Steve, who comes up on panel with me, when we talk about things, you look at the progression of things. They don't take away the meaningful things. The left opened up this super heavy abuse of the letter agencies. And the right, rather than shut it down, even though there was a bunch of hearings about it, they just go ahead and use that avenue to then do their thing. And this is the way this goes. It just builds upon each other. You look at like the breakdown of the truth in media started with Reagan, and then it moved to Clinton. And by the time you get to Barack Obama, he's full on making it so propaganda can be used on the American public, and they can just flat lie to us. That's both sides of it. When you look at the Patriot Act from 9/11, the greatest theft of American history, bipartisanly, every 90 days they had to go in and re-vote on that. Can you guys imagine that for 89 fucking days you saw them fighting over wedge issues and pretending they hate each other, and then one day, every 90 days, they quietly went in and together said, fuck the American rights. And then when they got called out on it, instead of fucking actually stopping, they changed it to the Freedom Act. They changed the fucking name and kept it rolling. That shit was only gone a year ago. Fuck both sides. They are horrible. Neither side is for you. That's the one thing you can truly understand. Both sides don't give a rat's ass about you.
Don't give the head nod, Clay, because you just got through talking about congressmen like they were freaking noble. You literally was sitting there like, well, he shouldn't be doing that to him. He's a congressman. I don't give a shit if he's a congressman. If he does something against the law, he should be slammed on the ground just like a normal person.
he should actually be held to a higher standard.
Exactly. That's what I'm expecting.
Don't twist his
That's
and go
exactly what I'm. And this is why when I said that, I'm referencing him as if he swore an oath. It's not just him, it's the officers too. Both of them need to recognize that they are in a high position and need to really uphold that oath. It's something of honor, right? It's actually the last two words in the Declaration of Independence is sacred honor. Like, if they don't have honor, there is no point to any of this.
Well, he shouldn't go hollering in a room. Like, he is the higher standard. He knows the drill. He should know how to be able to have time on the podium to talk or voice his opinions and the strategies he could use to do that. But it didn't look like he was engaging in the way that he should be. He's engaging the way some crazy protester would be
left-wing liberal.
engaging.
Trying
to.
It wasn't like he was there in his official capacity. He didn't even have a suit on. What do you have on? Like a members only jacket? Like, he was ready to get in trouble. That's what that was.
He did announce
Was he trespassing?
No, not until after he was subdued did he announce.
No, and I do understand. You know, there's procedures, there's rules, and no, I'm not discounting what not only how he acted when he said certain things, right? I'm expecting my government officials to be professional, but also the things that he did. I'm not discounting that, but that does not discount the actions of the officers on scene.
They didn't hurt him.
If you want to be totally honest,
No, not really. They didn't hurt him.
There was a time where any elected official that behaved a certain way, it stood out like a sore thumb, like Dan Quayle back in the day. Nowadays, all of them are acting like children. It's embarrassing. Like, I sit back and I watch them and I'm like, bro, you're literally acting like a bunch of petulant children.
Yep.
Yeah, they didn't. I didn't think they were excessive. I didn't think they went over the top. I think they were. Remember, cops still have to have the strong hold. If I come in and I softly touch you, hey, Clay, can you move over and get out of the room for me, please? Like this. You're probably not going to listen to what the fuck I'm saying because I'm not overpowering you by any factor. Them strong-arming him, and it wasn't even excessive. They were just not allowing him to have any leeway, right? But them removing him from the room the way he did was very normal. There was no excessivity to it. It wasn't violent. It wasn't over-throttled by any means. I think it was right up like par for the course. And I actually would say they were a little more delicate with them than they even needed to be.
He thought he was. He was going to bulldoze his way through, and they grabbed him. He's like, "Damn, you kind of strong, ain't you, bro?"
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, I don't.
They could have got him down faster and still softly.
You know, so the founders, essentially, they promoted the concept of the necessary evil, right? But to pretend that it's not violence when you put your hands on someone like that
here we go.
is not accurate at all.
What if they let him plow through? What if they let him plow through and he went up to that podium where that lady was speaking?
Necessary
What
evil.
but what I'm saying is, what if they allowed him to do that and you don't know what's going to happen? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Necessary evil. I wouldn't even call it evil though.
You know what you're doing, Clay, and this is what people, and this is what a lot of people that are on the left like to do. They like to exaggerate what violence is, so that everybody will get, really standoffish about doing anything. So they'll make it seem like, oh, this is ultra violent. So what'll happen is, in response to that, everybody will try to be like, okay, you know what? Let me be calm. Meanwhile, once everybody takes on that mentality, the left is walking up to people's tables, turning them over and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But the problem with that is
it's like you're trying to make everybody punctified that you can be the bully.
No,
you mean
what
like
you're
how
doing is
you mean like how the left exaggerated about Portland being burned to the ground? That the entire city of Portland was being attacked? You mean that kind of
Portland is a
exaggeration?
shithole right now as we speak.
Oh yeah.
What are you talking about? Portland used to be a beautiful city. Now it's a shithole.
Yep. And when they're talking about the war zone, they're talking about 10 o'clock at night from Portland. Yeah, at 10 o'clock at night when the Antifa and everything are harassing the ICE soldiers and everything, pushing them, yelling at them, spitting at them, doing all this, the other stuff and everything. Are you saying that they can't push back and use tear gas to kind of separate them at that point?
I'm saying it wasn't the whole fucking city.
I know it's not the whole city.
That's what I'm saying. The exaggeration. It's the
Calm down.
exaggeration. It's those couple of little blocks that was all that was going on.
Was it a war zone in Portland? Was it a war zone in Portland?
Well, the left does the same thing when they say there was an insurrection when it was this tiny little, like an insurrection would be they tried to take over the entire Capitol, not this little tiny area. The left does the exact same thing. That's both sides exaggerate like a motherfucker.
And
well, thank you. That was my point.
Exactly.
He was saying that it's the left that does it. I'm saying the right does it too.
Hey, well, look, hey, Muckster. If it was only a couple of blocks, I mean, hey, that's like if I go in a store like a Walmart and I only rob 2 cashiers. Like, it's just 2 cashiers.
Shit.
So also stating something, the whole city's burning down when it's only a couple blocks. You got to understand that that's also extremely disingenuous, right? Like, not saying that that's good, but saying that that's still a far cry from Portland burnt down. Portland's a slight bit bigger than blocks.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, fam. The thing about fires is they spread. So if you have 2 blocks that's on fire, most people are going to be like, oh my God, the city's burning, because you're trying to put the fire out. You're not going to be like, oh, there's only 2 blocks on fire.
Well, after the fire was out, why was the story keep being repeated rather than just they burnt down an area? I mean, fuck, down in LA, they burn fucking 2 blocks down like every week. I was at an event down there and I walked in and there was buildings there when I walked in and they were gone when I walked back out from the event.
That's the reason for people talking like that. Do you want Portland to turn to LA? I know you don't.
Yeah. And the point is that the city keeps allowing it to happen night in, night out. And recently they're stopped doing it, but when you allow it to continually happen and people see that, okay, if those 2 blocks can be kind of destroyed, maybe these 2 blocks over here by the federal building can have the same situation.
Well, then what's wrong with saying we want to stop it before it spreads instead of saying that it's already spread?
It did.
I tell you what, how about this?
It was the whole city.
Instead of getting upset with people that are being, I guess, hyperbolic and saying that the city's burning, why don't you get upset at the people that's actually burning the fucking city?
How about
there's an idea?
How about
there's
both?
an idea? You could actually get mad at the people that are causing the thing that makes
or don't get mad.
Exaggerated thing.
Don't get mad.
Well, what happens is those people in turn and say, well, we're mad because of we're this and we're oppressed, or this is a problem, or this is pissing me off. And then they turn the blame to somewhere else. And it just kind of turns into this big fucking cycle of everyone pointing a finger at something else.
And by the way, who said that I am not mad at the people that are causing the damage? Because I think it hurts the cause. I'm a liberal and I hate to see liberals making other liberals look bad. If you're out there breaking windows and stuff, you're not helping.
Who gives a shit about the cause? What about
didn't I just say that?
Burned? What about the place that's being burned? You literally said just now, who said I'm not mad? I'm mad because it hurts the cause. So your biggest concern is that it hurts the cause, not the fact that a portion of the city's being burned.
All right.
Muckster, I'm pretty sure that he said he wasn't happy with it.
Nah,
he's not happy
try
with
to don't try to read into what he said. I'm
But you
saying
do that.
what
No,
he
hold
said.
on now. You just did that with me. You
What did I
literally
read
just did the
What did I
whole
read into?
intent thing with me.
Which
You
one? When?
literally just did that.
When?
Just a
When?
minute ago. And actually I never got to address it.
Give me what I said. I said a lot. Let me
Yeah,
repeat
and I
what
was literally trying to address it now because I'm still waking up and stuff. What was said?
No, your ass been up for an hour. Don't
You've
play.
been here for like an hour now.
No, I'm going to roll it back and remember what it was that we were talking about. Give me just a sec.
Let's get it
Suck
cracking.
down some more of that coffee, man.
Come on, man.
The whole so angry man. The whole reason it's all a clown show now, and this is something you can look back in the cities when the DNC rioted. It was because the people had voted for and wanted George McGovern, and the forces, the powers that be, said, no, you're going to have Hubert Humphrey III. Fast forward, the same exact thing happens with Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, where the people overwhelmingly wanted Bernie Sanders, and Hillary Clinton is what they got. Well, the Bernie Sanders donors got together and took that to court. And in court, it was admitted that the DNC, and this applies to the RNC also, is a private corporation. And if they want to decide who their candidate is in a smoke-filled back room, that is their right. Now, let's also add in, and you're old enough to know these things, that you get a third party then, i.e. Ross Perot or Al Gore or fucking what's the libertarian? Ron Paul.
Mm-hmm.
They've made new laws after every one of those guys ran. Ross Perot sat up there and prophetically said what NAFTA was going to do and told us all about the scam that our financial system is. And he got shut down, never heard from again. Fucking everybody blamed Gore for Bush, and when what's his name lost to Bush, so he probably actually won. They will never let an outsider into the position. You're given the option of two chosen people ahead of time before anybody says anything. There will never be a Democrat. Even again, Bernie Sanders, we all saw it. Bernie Sanders was filling stadiums like a fucking rock star, and Hillary Clinton couldn't fill a high school gym. And yet here she comes, and the lawsuit flat admitted it. So there's never going to be a meaningful option. Never.
Wasn't it?
Okay, but when you argue that that's the
Pardon me
reason-
for just a moment. Mr. Bill would like to make his exit. We're going to give him the space to do so. Go ahead, Mr. Bill.
Thank you, guys. It was about political violence, right versus left. I'm usually a live streamer. I'll be live streaming tomorrow in Portland, where there's going to be a big Patriot gathering right next to the ICE protest that's going to go on. If you want to follow me and see who's the biggest culprit, the right or the left, that would be a good time to do it. Only Mr. Bill on YouTube. Thank you.
Got you, Mr. Bill. I'm about to sub to you now, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey,
Mr. Bill. Can I just say,
thank you.
Can I just say, and I don't know how many people will get the reference, but oh no, Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill. He actually
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's awesome.
He one of them guys.
That's awesome.
Mr. Bill was the original Kenny. He died in every episode horribly somehow.
Yep.
Later, guys.
Good night.
All right, peace, buddy. Fuck, I had something to say. I forgot.
Hey, Clay, I'm still waiting, bro.
I was gonna get on the gas on bro. I was gonna get on his ass.
Clay needs to get up and do a couple jumping jacks or something to get his brain power moving.
Yeah.
While Clay's trying to find his coffee, I want to back up a second to what we were talking about earlier. Isn't it crazy that now it's the Republicans who don't trust the FBI and stuff? It used to always be the Republicans that were all behind, like the FBI and the intelligence community.
There's a
Well, that's
reason for
because that's because due to the entire reason for the MAGA movement it's kind of shifted now. Like once you if you go back and look at when Obama got elected, right after Obama got elected, you see this increase in Democrat senators and congressmen as far as their money. So what you're noticing is that you have working class people that are advocating for Trump. So if you remember back in the day, the Republicans were the party of the rich and the elites, and the Democrats were supposed to be the party of the working people, right?
Yeah.
So today, you're right. It is weird because today the Republicans are now the party of the working people through the MAGA movement, and the Democrats have become the party of the elites. So yeah, it is weird. It's very weird.
It is because the people don't know what they're voting for. But I did want to address what you were asking me about. So when we were talking about violence, and you said that it was the intent of the people on the left to basically, have the people be kind of pussified. And I know I'm kind of ad-libbing here, taking some
that part, yeah.
And essentially, meanwhile, after you've been pussified, then they become the bully. That's deriving intent, and it's just not accurate to. And so when you said, stop being, obtuse about intent, that's you literally calling the pot.
But I didn't push that on you.
Calling the kettle black.
I didn't push that on you.
I don't know if you need to snort a line or get some. You need to snort a line or get some coffee. I don't know what the fuck you need.
I have my coffee.
I'm going to take this whole conspiracy if you don't shape up.
You got some decaf in there?
No,
I didn't imply that you were going to be a bully. Like I was speaking in general.
Yeah, I know in general, right? And so it's still deriving intent from some action of like, and the thing is even within the concept that I was trying to explain, you're not accurate either. So what I was saying is that violence is like when you're putting your hands on someone with the intent
on someone with intent.
So let me ask you this question.
Don't do that, sir. You better sit down somewhere. Sit your ass down.
I couldn't help myself.
Hold on.
I couldn't help myself.
So I want to ask this legitimate question, right? And if you don't answer this question right, I'm going to down you. You already need to get the OG Superman symbol on your hat. But anyway,
yeah, I like this hat, but no, I do prefer the old one. Yeah,
cool. So let's say, for argument's sake, you've got your lady bent over, right?
Okay.
And you're just
Which
you're
way?
engaging.
Hold on. We need to
You're
set the
engaging in a
mood.
little bit of coitus there, buddy, right? And you draw back your hand and you slap her on the ass. Would you consider that violence, my friend?
It's a necessary evil. It's a necessary.
What the fuck just happened?
Evil.
Unnecessary, but is it violence?
It's a necessary evil.
But is it violence?
That ain't no mother.
Can you give me another example? Very.
She likes it that way. She likes the violence.
The left
She wants it.
Can we do a hair pulling example, please?
Here's another example.
You know how Clay's wig
Do the same
Everybody
example
else,
next
shut
cheek.
up! I do not want to hear any of your voices while he's doing this.
So Clay, you walk up to your lady.
No. Tell me.
We know what she on.
Just tell Sarah.
So look, if you
I'll
walk
listen
up to
and watch.
grab her by the throat, right?
Yes.
Would you consider that violence?
No.
Is it violence?
It's a
And
necessary.
If it is violence, then I want nothing but violence.
Exactly.
But you see why what you're saying is problematic, Clay. If you put hands on somebody with intent, that's violence.
No.
Because I'm pretty sure you had every intention of inflicting some pain.
Oh, I have every intention of receiving pain.
You don't have them problems. You just talking, Sarah. You just talking. I don't believe you.
But no, in all seriousness, yeah, men are in
okay, I
the-
believe you. I believe you.
Dude, you see the red in the hair. You understand what that comes with.
Look at the eyes.
And you understand what that comes with. I've got a ton of redheaded grandchildren. You don't even know. Like, you don't even know. That's spicy. Spicy.
Yeah, look at the eyes.
He likes it.
How do we get to your redheaded grandchildren, man? Where are we at right now?
Temperamental. We're crazy.
Them kids all come home with reports.
Shout out to them.
My mom is the redhead. I'm the strawberry blonde. So I have level of sanity, bubbly, and spicy, all blended into one. So I bid any man the best of luck.
The full redhead,
I believe it.
while she's loving you, will hurt you on purpose. She will steal your soul.
Yeah, I believe the last two. The sanity part, I don't know nothing about that.
Spicoli, you can't come on the show.
Who is this dude? Man, let him up, man. Let him get his shit off. Man.
No, bye,
Let him get his shit
Spicoli.
off, man.
You have to wait until the next show, Spicoli. I have to acknowledge and respect the boot. It came for the full evening. Unless you have $100 to pay otherwise, you can't come on, sir.
El Buto.
Unless anybody else, Spicoli, you have to appeal to the chat and beg for that $100 for them to let you back on. So hit the chat, beg them.
It's Friday. Your check finna hit anyway. Just pay the $100 now. You about to breathe up. Watch this
right now.
Does anybody from the chat, does anybody want to pay $100 to bring Spicoli back to the floor? If so, say it now or forever hold your peace. Spicoli, I will give them I will give them 2 minutes to determine whether or not. See, I'm just seeing a lot of no's in the chat, Spicoli.
Your chat is really stupid, though. Just so you know.
My chat.
We
fucking wins.
already established that earlier.
Oh, that's right. My chat's so stupid. That's why they send money. Chat, show me one more time just how stupid you are.
I mean, they could
spending all
you
your
could
money.
grift $100. You could grift 100 from your stupid chat.
Yes.
Send us cancel we get banned, Daniel.
And do it twice, and then we can. Okay, fine.
I want to know.
I don't agree with what he said.
I want to know
I think
something
it was really
really
stupid what he said.
I don't
This
think
is
I have
it.
stupid chat.
This is important. I'm confused. Who the hell ever heard of a redheaded German?
I am German. Spicoli, Dwight has spoken.
Oh shit!
Spicoli, you
my
come back
God.
now. Oh Lord, Dwight, I hope you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, here we go.
Spicoli to the floor. He left the backstage. Spicoli, come back. You got to come back.
I wish I could spare $100.
His name is Scapoli.
Spicoli to the front, please. Spicoli to the front, please.
Yeah, you're thinking of Hitler, bro, with the whole blonde thing. Actually, if you read any of the sagas, any of those things, all the gods, it's all very red-haired. There is blonde in there for sure, but absolutely redhead. That's a thing from Northern Europe, extreme Northern Europe.
Yeah, Thor is actually a redhead. They always have him as a blonde, but he's actually a redhead.
He's actually a redhead. Loki's a redhead. Odin's got gray hair.
They're not German though.
Spicoli.
Dude, everybody from the Germanic area followed Odin.
If they paid $100
north of the Mediterranean.
If they pay $100 and he don't come up here, that's gonna be some crazy shit.
Sarah, I don't know how you know.
Because Dwight is fully aware how torturous this is to us. Okay,
Okay.
Dwight
Yeah.
knows this is torture. Spicoli, you have to come back. He literally just left the backstage as soon as that came through. Spicoli.
I want to see Scapoli.
I just wish I could spare $100 because it'd be hilarious as soon as he got up there to knock him back off again.
It's gonna happen. That's how you double grift.
Yeah, Germany is a fairly recent area. It was all Germania at one point in time north of there. That's a fairly recent thing.
Okay.
The barbarians.
The barbarians with their fiery red hair and pissy temper and talk like they're angry even when they're not.
See, I suck at European geography, especially. I picture Germany as being farther south, I think, than it really is.
You see, Spicoli, you're being paged to the front. You can come back now. Dwight, if he doesn't come back, I'll hold that credit, and you could just message me for that credit for another time. Spicoli!
Talk about the warriors with the red hair.
Yeah.
So funny story though. I'm actually German, Irish, Scottish, and it's the English that got booted out and sent to Australia. So it's Australian, but technically the English criminals. So I might hurt you, okay? But the red hair definitely comes from the Scottish side. It comes from my grandpa's side.
Overwhelmingly Caucasian.
You gonna hurt somebody physically?
I'm already.
Can you fight? I'm just asking the question. Can you fight?
Do you want to find out?
Hell no.
Oh shit! That's fucking. Oh man.
See, I ain't gonna lie to you.
You don't want to find out.
I will say I've handed out a few black eyes.
Why you gotta be black? No, I'm just joking.
Personal.
The third one.
You didn't hit a few black people in the eye, or you had black eyes?
Why's it gotta be black?
Maybe a little bit of both.
Spicoli, you're being paged to the front, you little shit.
Yeah, Spicoli, hurry up before she get in trouble.
Hurry.
Well, I will honor it with Dwight. If Spicoli doesn't come back, I will honor that. That's a lot of money to throw up, and then he's like literally
take it out on me.
The message came in and Spicoli left like both at the same time.
Oh yeah, that's fucked up. That's what I was saying. I was like, damn, you gotta get your shit together.
You know, you're making me question. I'm questioning my heritage now because I had red hair as a kid, but I always thought it came from the Polish side instead of the German side.
I mean, mine. I know mine's coming from the Scottish side, from my mom's father.
Polish is much further south. Polish shares is right on the Russianish area border. Germany's much further north. The Germans and the Scottish were heavily intermixed. I'm also half Scottish. I'm half German and half Scottish. And the thing is like there was a separate. They were really heavily intermixed. So the biggest towns in Scotland that you can think of, those are the intermixed towns, but the very original Scottish, like if you were crowned a king of Scotland, it had to be at Scone, which wasn't one of the big cities, because that's where the very original Scottish, which are more related to the Irish than the other people that took over most of Scotland.
I'm Scottish too.
I know, cuz
you know what's funny though? I had white hair when I was little. I was a towhead, super blonde. Yeah. So who knows?
That's what I had.
But then my brothers, like my older brother has like dark hair, and then my younger brother, his is slightly darker than. He's like a dirty blonde. So I mean, it can. You never know what genetics can do. But we all have green eyes.
You sure you got the same daddy?
Why does it change though?
Yes, I'm 110% sure. Like if you put all three of us next to our father, like there's no, or even next to our mom, like it's hands down. But we still have tried to convince my youngest brother that he's the milkman's kid or the postman's kid, or like you were adopted, you know. Like we tried.
Why does it change sometimes though? Because when I was a kid, I had red hair and it changed to dark. It changed darker brown.
Well, that's.
I had the same thing.
Yeah,
I believe that's just age.
Yeah,
I think that's just what it is.
No,
just the same as when you go from brown.
Mine happened in like the 20s.
Yeah,
mine changed in like the 20s.
Is your beard still red though? Do you grow a beard?
My beard was red before it went white. Yes. I had a friend from college used to call me Captain Redbeard because my hair was brown and my beard was bright red.
I don't want to say what I want to say about your red beard, but I'm gonna say it. I know why you got a red beard. No, I'm just playing. I'm just joking, man. It's jokes. Don't take it to the head. You know what I'm saying? I had a red beard at one time too. I just washed it out. Go ahead.
Spicoli, if you're
Spicoli in the
watching,
chat?
you're allowed back on now. You can come back.
Yeah, come on.
Somebody
Spicoli.
actually paid
Spicoli, come
$100 for your dumbass to get on the fucking panel. I don't know why, Dwight.
Right.
Is he in the chat?
I think it's hilarious that he tried 6 times and he finally gives up when he got the chance to come.
Right. Now he got to go to work and shit.
No, he's probably stoned off his ass. He probably forgot how to hit the button.
Probably it's probably ED.
Shout out to that.
Damn. You should buy some Regiat.
Damn,
what does erectile dysfunction got to do with you getting back on the stream, though?
Well, you know,
Oh,
Spicoli always talks about.
He needed his phone for something
I don't know
else.
the answer. I'm just saying.
It's just the way you said it. It's just like
He needed his phone for something
My
else.
dick is fucked up. I'm not coming
even
back.
said it the right way.
Said
too.
it. It's like the way you said it.
What's being flaccid got to do with being able to get it up? Like, what are
Well,
you
to
doing?
be fair, Spicoli always likes to talk about sex and how I found
great.
this. I met this girl the other day, Sarah, and she's totally into me. I'm like, how much did you pay her, Spicoli? No.
How
It
dare
wasn't like
you.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to pay, man. Yeah.
He used to post
Well.
pictures of this girl that he met. He found her walking down the side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He pulled over, picked her up, and they went and like grabbed a hot dog or something together. And he claims that they were going to be in a relationship and that's his girlfriend and all these things. And he posted pictures like on his YouTube or something. And she's young and not hot, but she was a good looking girl. And I'm like, there's no way.
Wicked skinny.
Yeah, but I'm like, there's no
Yeah.
way.
She's his script gets refilled every month, and then she's not his girlfriend
Exactly.
after it runs out.
Exactly.
You ran out of drugs? I'm leaving you. You fucking loser.
Yep.
I see you on the 4th of next month.
Right. You get the script.
Oh man, I don't think he's coming back. Dwight, I'm gonna apologize in advance, but I will give you that credit, Dwight, to utilize to boot or do something else in another time. I think you're in our Discord. If you are, just message me when you want to reuse that credit, or tag me in the chat. I feel bad. It was like simultaneously happening at the same time. I feel like we're spared in some degree. Like God knew better. God probably shut off Spicoli's phone so he couldn't come on the panel.
Yeah. He was desperate to get on.
Yeah, I wanted to meet his ass. Pause.
You can always.
Damn, I didn't want to meet his ass. I wanted to meet him. Sorry.
Whoa, chill out. Whoa.
Look, I've been dealing with Dwight. Yeah, I'll just write it.
Well,
down too.
you look at the guy's name and his icon. So his icon is Dennis Hopper from that really fucked up crazy movie. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head. And then his name is Spicoli, which is from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. And you mash those two things together and imagine the personality that's representing. Woo!
You talking about the Dennis Hopper movie with the oxygen mask? Yeah, Blue Velvet.
Yeah, that fucked up movie.
Yeah, that movie.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
I ain't never seen it either.
Oh, there's a period in the late 70s, early 80s, because the FCC hadn't clamped down. There's things like Clockwork Orange, and there's a couple Dennis Hopper flicks where, I mean, you go back even now and watch them, and you're just like, what the fuck? It's like Clockwork Orange. Oh, that movie will twist your mind. Like my wife, when her and I first started dating, I'm from roughneck ass country, and she's from like Donna Reed, the set of Donna Reed. I swear to God, like it's like Leave It to Beaver. Weren't you a little hard on the beaver today? Like her dad, the roughest thing he does is say, and this is literal. He goes, "Dag nabbit." That is her dad losing his shit. Like and freaking
We watched that movie. Clockwork Orange.
yeah, that movie, I couldn't let my wife watch that. Like that's like too far. Really a fucked up movie.
Fullerson, did you ever see the first Blue Lagoon?
Yeah, that's oh my God, was pedo shit weird back then.
Yeah. They had to ban that shit. Yeah.
Remember when it came out that Tracy Lords wasn't an adult, and like every pervo dude that had porn was like, "Oh God, burn that, burn it."
Yep.
Damn.
My goodness. You want to say it again with your chest?
That's aggressive right there.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, they had to
You
ban
should hear
that
me
shit.
when I'm yelling at animals from across the field.
Anger man's walking outside to go grab Spicoli off the
Angry
street.
man. Right.
Yeah, when
he
people think I'm
he gonna
angry,
bring him in a headlock. He gonna be like, "All right, dude, I got
Get on the
it.
fucking show.
Let's do it. You gonna
Give
pay
Dwight his money's
let me
worth.
get $100 for that shit."
Spicoli doesn't have the patience to wait backstage. My goodness.
It'd be really awesome if we get down to like 2 minutes. He shows up, he comes up, says his little
goodness.
2 minutes, and then
Oh,
there you
God.
go.
Starts the whole shit up again.
No, I'm saying like because the chat's not getting the goal right now, and there's only like a few minutes left,
7 minutes left.
and then we just like close out.
And then Spicoli pops backstage.
Right.
Yeah,
as soon
Clay,
as I
you know
I
he's
hit
gonna do
end
that.
stream, I'm like, fuck.
Right.
Yeah, you know he's gonna. You know Spicoli's gonna do that. You know who we're gonna blame? We're gonna blame Clay for saying that shit. Thanks a lot, Clay.
Go find him, tag him, put him in the fucking chat, people. Shit. I don't know.
Then Dwight gets his money's worth out of it. At that point.
Yeah,
I don't
and then
want,
we-
I don't
we
want
get
the homie to lose the honey, man. Anybody got his phone number? Where's the back chat at?
Nope.
Like,
I don't
well,
have no-
I would
I call him motherfucker,
like
right?
the thing of it is I could message him, but he never checks anything. Like or he gets it shuts down, or it's this or it's that, and it's like never.
But you know what's
never-
crazy? Like right
have to
now,
come
he know
back.
you active, so he's probably on alert for everything that's going on. He might check Instagram, Facebook, all this
Might.
shit. He might be just so on alert, like, okay, she hit me. Okay, bam.
Sarah just don't want him to come back.
Yeah, I'm wrecked, Marcus.
Kind of.
Well, but he also has like 10 different channels too, so it doesn't matter what I tag him on, he's not gonna see it.
Oh, okay.
Like, and I don't even know which one is active for him anymore.
Why do you got 10 channels, dude? I'm just talking shit to him just in case he hears it. What is wrong with you?
It's a lot of channels.
He used
I
to
know.
tag
There's a lot of
me
channels.
every day. I would wake up to like 20 different video tags, and it's like him in his car yip yapping about some girl or fat chicks or weed or something.
That would be me.
It
That's a
got to
whole
a
bunch of
point
shit.
I had to actually block that channel because I was so tired of like constantly like 20 tags a
Oh,
day.
he ready to win. That's what you gotta do.
Mhm.
Spicoli
But you-
reminds me
but
a
still, you
little
gotta
bit.
think. Oh my
He,
bad. Go ahead.
he reminds me a little bit of a like a guy that like spends all his time at the river, like he lives there.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure he doesn't live anywhere because we've only ever seen him
live
in his
nowhere.
car. Yeah, so
don't live
either
nowhere,
he's like in a camper of some sort, maybe, or he lives out of his car in maybe a hotel, like one of those motels on the side of the road.
But that's
Gotta be
what I'm
something.
talking about. So
Yeah.
essentially, like I don't know if you're familiar with the rivers in Florida, but in Florida they have like aquifers, the springs, beautiful places. But some of them are open to the public sometimes, and essentially you can go there and pretty much camp. You just go there and camp and live in your car.
You live in Albuquerque. What do you know about rivers?
I'm from Florida. Yeah, you're right though. You're right.
2 years ago, I had to do I had to do a big public speaking event on in North Carolina. And right before the event, my wife had a family event clear down in Southern California, which since I live in California doesn't seem like a big deal, but her family lives like 14 hours away. And so like literally that's halfway across the country. We just took I've got a big F-350 and I just took and made like a shell on the back, like a camper, only over top of my wood rack. And so it made a pretty roomy little space. And my wife and I just put her actual bed in there. And then we have one of those Yeti coolers and a normal like 2-burner stove. And we just camped out for like a month and a half. And it was actually pretty awesome. Like there's an app called Hip Camp where you can just pull up on different people's properties and you pay them like, depending on what amenities you want. You can either choose like cheap ones for like $15, which is what we did, where it's just park here, go to the bathroom here, that's it. And then, all the way up to places have little cabins for people and whatnot. But so super cheap for like a month and a half. We just camped out in the back of the truck. It was pretty awesome. Went all the way to the North Carolina. We went through Hurricane Helene. Literally, we were in Hurricane Helene. Marcus, my partner, on my show, we were supposed to meet in Nashville, and we're going and he's coming from the north and I'm coming from the south. The highway in between us collapsed and we both had to turn around. And he's got a video on his channel where him and where he was, it collapsed right in front of him, and you could actually actively see the road deteriorating and coming at them, and it was gridlock behind them. So they were stuck and there was no way around it. And Marcus and a couple other friends of ours figured out that they could take apart the divider in the center if they pulled these pins, and they have a video of them taking it apart and kicking it across the road, and then everybody going and whipping around and getting the hell out of there. That shit was crazy. But Christy and I just stayed in the back of my truck for like a month and a half, and it was honestly pretty awesome.
Spicoli.
Spicoli's here?
No, I'm saying his name 3 times in hopes to.
Yeah, say it 5 though. Sarah, you gotta say it 5. Candyman is 5 times.
No, it's 3.
Candyman is 5 times.
No,
Spicoli.
There you go.
There.
Well, guy, this has got to be said. If you got an F-350, just how tiny is your dick?
I run cattle and I live out in the mountains, and nothing besides a big diesel truck will get up through that. And I live off grid, so the roads aren't maintained by the state or the county. So that's required to do what I do. I'm sorry that the only people that you ever deal with are little sissy men like yourself.
I just had to make the joke. I figured it had something to do with your work.
Why not just get a Cummins?
What are you?
I have a 7.3 Power Stroke, which is called the Million Mile Motor, and then the ZX6. Yeah,
the Million Mile Motor.
My last one that I had has 420,000 miles on it, and I drove it to Vegas to do a speaking event, and it got stolen out of the fucking parking garage for the casino. Oh, I was pissed.
I thought you were talking about
you run cattle on a mountain.
Yep. Yes, really? I have Irish Dexters and belted Galloways.
Are 2 of their legs shorter than the other 2?
Yeah, they're shorter. Yeah,
I figured.
Yep, they're mountain cattle.
Yeah,
I did not know about that.
This my dog right here.
You got a Power Stroke.
This is my homie right here. if I ever need Balderson, did I say it right?
Yeah.
All right. If I ever got problems, bro, I need you to defend me, bro. I
I do regularly get voted as the leader if in an apocalyptic situation. Like, yeah, Balderson's going to lead the tribe. I hear that regularly.
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
You got it.
The clock has run out. Spicoli has not shown up. Dwight, I owe you $100 credit towards anything, and whenever you want to use it, you could tag me in the chat or hit me Discord, Twitter, Insta, and let me know it's you. But it better fucking be you and not some other rando. Understood? So if you're someone and the name doesn't match or something to that degree, I will have to make you double hit it in the chat so I can confirm it's the same thing. That's okay, Jason. You've been saving the night per Mama's requests, and we've all been having a good time. I think it's a good time to shut down. Angry Man probably is going to go take a shit, so his chair can speak on his behalf. But let's kick off with you little shit, sarcastic saint.
Oh man, what do I have to say? I just wanted to thank everybody for being on the panel. I really appreciate you guys. Clay, I really do appreciate you being on here because it's good seeing you. Angry Man, I always appreciate your views, your takes on things. So I'm glad to see you guys and have a good night.
Thank you, sarcastic saint. One of our trusted wrenches who also likes to sponsor some of Mama Tomato's boots as well. Backstage dreaming. I don't know who you are, dude. If you are Spicoli under another fucking channel, you definitely have to cam up and show me that that's you. Otherwise, I'm not letting anyone else on the show. Clay, to you, sir.
Sure. Yeah, always a fun time up here on the panel. The panel versus Untouchable. And as far as the topic goes, violence is coming almost exclusively from the left is completely inaccurate. Because there are people who don't even believe in the left-right paradigm, who just kind of do their own thing, and sometimes they get violent, and sometimes they get violent in the bedroom.
Oh no!
Let's be real. Let's be real.
Possibly do that.
Wow, Clay.
Any volunteers to show me?
Jeez.
Hit me up on Instagram.
My God.
Clay, I would probably. You probably couldn't even make it. One choke, and you'd die.
I would absolutely.
You'd be like, mercy,
flop like a fish.
mercy.
By the way, I threw up a cute little video in honor of Sarah on a channel called at Vessels of Theory. It's a video on there. It's like a little music, whatever, little AI thing for you there.
Are you gonna link it in the back so we can watch it on our way out?
Sure, I guess so.
How long? Wait, how long is it?
It's only like 3 minutes or something like that. 3 minutes. Yeah.
All right, that's fair. Link it in the back, and I'll play it on our way out. Mr. Balderson.
I believe that in this current time period, the individuals of the left are more violent. I believe that that's something that's been pushed on them, and it's a manipulation from my perspective. And I've been watching this shit for a while. From my perspective, they're the left and the right. When you look at anything, like even as much as I talked about NAFTA earlier, Clinton passed it, but Bush tried to do it before Clinton. Bush won. He tried to do it before Clinton, and it's always which side can get the job done, which side can the manipulation work on. And so, from my perspective, the end goal is for actual fascism. And the idea here, and has been for a while, is for the left to go completely on tilt. So you take, and the perfect example is, and I realize that this isn't the masses, but like the whole tranny reading hour where guys are going like dressed like sex workers in front of kids and then under the oh, I'm reading a library book to them. Isn't that nice? It's story hour. Where if a stripper from wherever came dressed for work and it was a woman, most people, I don't think I know anybody that'd be cool with their kids getting read that. So the basic concept is even just absolutely ridiculous. Well, you have to understand that eventually that's going to lead the right to wanting violence. And as it's been pointed out, their violence is typically more by giving the government more ability to have violence. So as we're actively watching this go on, what we're seeing is now there's approval for the president to start moving military guard troops into cities to actively start participating in the suppression of the American citizens. And that's an interesting thing to understand, because the military is exclusively supposed to operate outside of our country, not in it. The only time it's ever supposed to have touch of the city is when there's things have gone crazy wrong. So to give them carte blanche to start operating in these areas, you're allowing the ratcheting up of government control and violence, which is the expected result to come from the violence on the left as the right tries to balance that thing out. So this was all a setup.
Thank you, Ben. And Red Pill to you, please. And feel free to shout yourself out since you're new here.
Okay, hey man, hey, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. I don't ever want to take advantage of that because
I just told you to do it. Now do it.
All right, I'm doing it. All right, fuck it. Red Pill Crip Podcast. Make sure y'all tap in. You know what I'm saying? I'm crazy. I hang out, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sarah. Make all my people, if you're in here, all 2 or 3 of y'all, sub to everybody in the channel. You know what I'm saying? This is what we do, man. We had these panels. You know what I'm saying? We hang out. We share our perspectives, and we have fun with this shit. And you know what I'm saying? I'm too handsome, so sometimes I need to turn the camera off. But I know, I you got to get over that. You know, I'm too fly for the camera. You know what I mean? But I be here. You know, I only did it for her because if my sexiness is just it's just whole nother level. So anyway, shout out to y'all. Red Pill Crib, Justice League, Not the Shop on Monday. My show on Tuesday, all the shit I be doing, man. Red Pill Crip, just tag along, goddamn it.
Clay, just a kind reminder to you. You need to ensure you practice your yodeling because we have taken a vote and it is 3 out of 3 that you have to yodel every stream, and Jason will ensure this happens. So
I can see that coming. Yeah.
Start taking your lessons. Daniel, to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah.
Can you hear me at all?
We can. Hold on just a second. Dreamin'. I don't know who the fuck you are, okay, but we're shutting down the panel and we're closing the show, which means no more entries. Come back another night, and I already said you have to cam up backstage anyways before I would even let you on. All right? Unless your name is Spicoli, you're not coming up here right now. My apologies, Daniel. I was rudely interrupted, and I had to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Okay. As long as you can hear me right now, can you?
Yep, we can.
Okay, my earbuds died at the wrong time, the worst time. But what's going on Monday? Is there a Mod Monday on Monday?
Mod Monday. I just haven't. I haven't put a panel together. I think I'm gonna do a chill Mod Monday.
Okay, I'm just wondering because it's my birthday. So
Oh,
I'm just gonna be like chilling and doing nothing. I'm probably just gonna drink.
Yeah, we will do a Daniel's birthday Mod Monday stream.
Yeah.
Happy birthday!
But I came in so late. Like I missed like pretty much most of the actual what was said, and I came in for the actual panel to talk, and I actually had a lot of fun. And thanks to everyone, especially the chat, for allowing me to do this shit. And I'm stupid. Your channel's not. Just so you know. That's all I have to say, honestly.
Thank you, Daniel. We'll do something special for you Monday. I'll sing happy birthday to you.
All right, I'll have
Hopefully
my
my voice
headphones
is back by
charged.
then. Yeah, charge them and be ready. Muckster to you, sir, and welcome. I don't think you've actually been here before. I know who you are, but I don't think you've been here before.
Yeah, long time listener, first time caller. Thanks for having me. Thanks for nobody giving Sarah extra money to get rid of me. Let me say that I like arguing with people who can actually argue and not just spout things they read off of the internet. They actually have ideas, instead of getting their talking points off of some news station or whatever. Also, let me just say, as far as I think he left, didn't he? My thing
Who?
on the trans story hour thing, 5-year-olds, they just see a guy wearing a costume. It's an imagination thing for them. People make too much of a deal out of that. They're not looking at that as some sort of a sexual thing. But yeah, just it was fun. Thanks.
Absolutely, Muckster. We'd love to have you back for another round. And Angry Man is taking a shit, so I will speak on his behalf. Oh, yo, Sarah. This is Beano Nation linking up with Mater Nation. You got tomatoes and beans, girl. Thanks for having me. Best fucking panel I've ever been on. Best channel. Raging Tomato. Everyone, come over. Send your love. Subscribe. Give her money. Do your thing. Hit the like button. And I'll see you on the next round. Thank you so much, Angry Man. You're so sweet. All right.
Spicoli.
Well, Spicoli would be like, hey, Sarah, did you see that one lady? Yeah, she showed me her tits. Sarah. All right, I'm going to put this video up on the screen, and we will watch whatever cute thing that Clay has decided to gift upon us. All right, and while we do that, you all can make your exits as you feel necessary. You're still on screen. It's just going to be the screen. During that time, I will set up a raid and figure out where we're going. I don't know who's live right now. All right. No, I just looked. He had just shut down, unless he went live again, but whatever. Here we go. Hope this better be good, Clay, or I'm going to never let you on panels again.
We're gonna see if the moon is made of cheese, and if it isn't past the masterpiece, we're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. Aww. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. Well, we're a little bit messy, but we're gonna go far. A pinch of chaos, yeah, a few more scars. Tomatoes and wine to the stars. For the aromas, the cherry, the early girls, yeah, the money makers. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. the crystals shine, we're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight.